then they indeed have the ultimate say in the commonwealth. It might seem surprising that in this conception of an absolutist state Hobbes nevertheless brings into focus a number of ideas that have been significant in subsequent liberal thought, including equality, individual rights, the location of ultimate political authority in the consent of the people, even though, in his theory, it is effectively a case of one man one vote one time, and a view of liberty as whatever is not forbidden by law. The ideas of liberty and natural rights in particular have prompted significant discussion. Hobbes invokes the idea of a law of nature which binds the sovereign to his duty of guaranteeing the people's safety. The concept of a law of nature is ill-defined, and as to what provides the place for a regress to end, the regress of what ultimate authority provides a ground for the authority of the sovereign itself, it is ad hoc. If there are natural laws providing an ultimate justification for claiming that the safety of individuals is paramount, why can they not be operative in the state of nature, perhaps by the light of something else equally supposed to be natural, viz. the light of reason? Why can each individual not be obliged by the law of nature, and to render an account thereof to God, the author of that law, and to none but him, to ensure the safety of others as well as himself? A compelling criticism of Hobbes is offered by Quentin Skinner, who says that Hobbes' account of liberty undermines a better notion he calls republican liberty, which is liberty as the absence of dependence. Free people are those who do not live under any form of arbitrary power, whether or not it is exercised. The view that liberty is merely lack of interference or restraint, or, as Hobbes eventually put it, mere absence of impediment to motion, is insufficient for people to be genuinely free, however benign the existence of power, says Skinner, its mere existence changes free people into slaves. And free people can exist only in a free state. Skinner traces the history of the idea of republican liberty from ancient Rome to the Renaissance, and argues that it was at work during the Civil War in England in the 1640s, as the parliamentary side fought against the Crown's claim to hold discretionary prerogative rights, which means arbitrary rights, superior to those of Parliament or individuals. As examples of defenders of the Republican view of liberty, Skinner cites James Harrington, Algernon Sidney, and John Milton. Even in the earliest of his books, The Elements of Law, Hobbes was already arguing that the authority residing in an absolute sovereign is derived from the voluntary surrender to it of the power that individuals otherwise hold over themselves, and that individuals do this in the interests of their own welfare. In his next book, De Civ, Hobbes countered the idea that the mere fact of government, by its very existence, makes people slaves, this being the republican view, by arguing that liberty is absence of impediments to motion and that this is consistent with there being an absolute sovereign. In Leviathan, this definition of liberty was refined to say absence of external constraints, and this is what Skinner focuses upon as a signal moment in the history of political thought, because it introduces a distinction between liberty and power. Skinner says that this makes Hobbes the first to answer the Republican theorists by proffering an alternative definition in which the presence of freedom is construed entirely as absence of impediments rather than absence of dependence. From this has stemmed all subsequent thinking about liberty, says Skinner, which as a result misses the point about the many ways in which true liberty is rendered unattainable. Liberty as absence of restraint is described as negative liberty, following Isaiah Berlin's distinction between negative and positive liberty. It is the idea of liberty which, whether or not as a result of Hobbes' influence, many understand as the basic kind. But it is inconsistent not just with the idea of liberty as absence of dependence, but with the idea that there are fundamental rights to kinds of liberty that demand protection against any form of authority. These include the civil liberties of freedom of expression, inviolate aspects of private life, assembly with others, freedom from oppression by arbitrary and cruel authority, and more. This debate vividly continues. Baruch Spinoza, 1632–1677. Whereas Descartes had a great influence on philosophy and a considerable influence on mathematics, Baruch Spinoza arguably had a greater and more general influence, nothing less than an influence on world history. This is because of the impact of his ideas on the Enlightenment. There were of course many others who had great influence too, not least among them Isaac Newton and John Locke. Newton's contribution to science was transformative. Locke's influence on social and political ideas, consider the impact of his writings on the American and French revolutions, was transformative in another way. Both of them could be openly cited and quoted by their successors, but Spinoza's influence was largely covered, chiefly because he was regarded as an atheist, and atheism was viewed with hostility and opprobrium. Fn 3. This attitude to Spinoza began among his own community of Sephardic Jewish exiles living in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where he was born. Baruch Spinoza in 1632. When he was 24 years old, the synagogue excommunicated him for abominable heresies, and also monstrous deeds. These were not made explicit, and he was never readmitted. The reason was undoubtedly that he had begun to give voice to his philosophical ideas. As these included denial of the existence of a transcendent deity personally interested in human destiny, denial of the existence of immortal souls, and denial of the continued relevance of Judaism's law as set out in Scripture, the fact of his excommunication is unsurprising. Expulsion from one's community is a hard thing. Spinoza left Amsterdam and made a living in provincial towns as a lens grinder, a fact that has been cited in explanation of his early death, aged 45, from lung disease. Inhaling the fine dust from ground glass would, either by itself or in exacerbation of another lung disease, have been the culprit. But by that time he had made a major philosophical reputation through his correspondence with other savants, although he published only 2 books in his lifetime, an examination of Descartes' Principles of Philosophy and his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus. Because of the unpopularity of his views with authorities, he chose to restrict himself to private contacts with fellow philosophers, for this reason refusing the offer of a professorship at Heidelberg University. Spinoza spent many years writing his great work, posthumously entitled Ethics, which he interrupted to write a book in response to a worsening climate of religious intolerance in the Netherlands, his famous, in its own day and for too long afterwards, infamous, Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, theological political treatise. It was published anonymously and caused a scandal, one outraged critic describing it as a book forged in hell by the devil himself. His reputation suffered further when his essay Tractatus Politicus, unfinished at his death, was posthumously published. The Ethics is a comprehensive philosophical treatise embracing metaphysics, epistemology, psychology, and science as well as ethics. Spinoza had made an early attempt to set out these views in his, posthumously published, short treatise on God, man, and his well-being, which, if one adjusted it to God, the world, man, and his well-being, would sum up quite well the subject matter of the ethics itself. His aim was to show that the best life is a life in which reason reveals the true nature of things, so that by understanding them we can be liberated from the bondage both of false beliefs and of misdirected, because inevitably futile, passions. The 5 books of the Ethics are successively entitled Of God, of the Mind, of the Emotions, of Human Bondage, of Human Freedom. Thus one sees the progression of the argument. The full versions of the final 2 books' headings make this yet clearer. Book 4 is entitled Of Human Bondage, or the Strength of the Emotions, and Book V of Human Freedom, or the Power of the Understanding. In Latin the ethics title is Ethica Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, which illustrates the method in which it is laid out, as a geometrical treatise, with definitions, axioms, and propositions with their proofs and corollaries. It looks forbidding, and it requires that one knows Descartes' philosophical views at least, but it is a monument of clarity and lucidity once one has grasped the concepts at work. A key to understanding Spinoza lies in his use of the phrase Deus sub natura, God, or nature, to denote the totality of what exists. For him the universe is God or God is the universe, nature is God or God is nature, they are one and the same thing. All there is the world, call it God if you wish, on the grounds that it is everything that exists. This view is a far cry from the idea that there is a separate transcendent providential deity with intentions and plans for what it has created, which judges and rewards or punishes, and is and does what traditional religious conceptions of deity describe. The reasons for Spinoza's view are these: the idea of what fundamentally exists in its own right, that is, substance, is the idea of what exists necessarily, because it is of the nature of substance to exist. There cannot be a non-existent substance. He rules out the possibility that substances can share attributes, attributes being the essential properties of a substance. Since God or nature possesses all attributes, there cannot be another substance, there can only be one substance. Therefore everything that exists is an attribute, or mode, which means a way of being or doing, of Deus of natura. So the world is all there is, and everything is an aspect of the world, including us humans. Spinoza says that the world, Deus of natura, has infinite attributes. He almost certainly means infinitely many as well as infinite in character. But we humans, with our finite minds, know only two of them, thought and extension. Recall Descartes' two substances, mind, which is thinking stuff, and matter, which is extended or spatial stuff. Being spatial, extended or material is therefore an attribute of Deus of natura, of God. Such a view is cause for excommunication by any religious community, and likewise it is an attribute of Deus of natura to be mind or thought. Human minds are modes of the infinite mind. It follows from the fact that Deus of natura is a necessary being, exists necessarily, cannot not exist, and that all the truths about it flow with logical necessity from the infinite attributes constituting its essence, that therefore everything that is or happens is itself necessary. Nothing can be other than it is. This is strict and total determinism. Spinoza claims that it is acceptance of this great truth, that everything that is and happens must be as it is and must happen as it does, that liberates us. Human freedom results from accepting the inevitability of things. How this notion connects with the concept of free will I discuss below. In the course of setting out this view about Deus of natura, and because of it, Spinoza offers ingenious solutions to various philosophical problems. One is the question of the place of mind in nature, the mind-body problem that proved so intractable to Descartes. It was intractable for Descartes because he conceived of mind and matter as essentially different substances, making it wholly mysterious how they can interact. For Spinoza, mind and matter are two attributes of the same substance, the one and only substance, Deus of natura. Mind and body are one and the same thing, conceived now under the attribute of thought, now under the attribute of extension, he wrote. Both mind and body are modes, ways of being or acting, of the single all-encompassing substance. It is a corollary of this that having an idea of a body consists in the idea and what the idea is of, its ideatum, being the same thing under two different descriptions. If the idea is adequate, think of the etymology of this word, equal to the ideatum, it is true, if it is inadequate it is false. This last comment about adequacy should provoke a doubt about Spinoza's solution. If an idea and its ideatum are the same thing under different descriptions, how can an idea ever be false? He sought to give an account of error. Indeed, the epistemological aspects of the ethics are almost wholly devoted to an account of error, since it is a real problem for his view, by saying that falsity consists in privation of knowledge, resulting from inadequate or mutilated and confused ideas. Sense perception is a good illustration of this. The sun looks like a small burningly golden disk to me, but it is not small. If I confused my idea of the sun with the sun itself, with the ideatum of the idea, I would be making a mistake. With Plato therefore, Spinoza consigns sensory experience to the lowest epistemological level, that of opinion. It is here that falsehood enters, for the next two levels of cognition, science being the second and intuition, being the highest, are concerned only with truth. This highest level, intuition, consists in a completely adequate grasp of the formal essence of the attributes of Deus of natura. Another problem to which Spinoza proposes a solution concerns individuality. If the universe is a single comprehensive substance, how can there be or seem to be such a vast plurality of individual things? And in particular, how can human beings be different from each other if they are really all part of the one thing that exists? His answer is that individual things are finite modes of the infinite substance, and each has an impetus to self-preservation and perseverance. This is conatus, desire, or will to resist anything that can take its existence away. Everything has conatus, but some modes of the universe, such as animals and humans, have more self-awareness and more conatus than other things. This takes us back to the question of determinism, for now it might appear that conatus, at least in humans, is a form of free will, but Spinoza's theory excludes free will. In the Ethics, Spinoza says that people are mistaken in thinking themselves free, and this opinion consists in this alone, that they are conscious of their actions but ignorant of the causes which determine their actions. Yet the very title of Book V of the Ethics tells us what the point of his theory is, to explain how we can achieve freedom. What is freedom for a human being if not freedom of will? The explanation Spinoza gives lies in the distinction he draws between active and passive mental states. We do some things, and we suffer, that is, are recipients or receivers of certain things, we act, or we are acted upon. The more adequate our ideas, the more active we are, the less adequate, the more we are on the receiving end of events. Because the only cause of everything is Deus of natura, it is the only thing that acts without being acted upon, and accordingly is the only thing that is free in the metaphysical sense. But insofar as we humans can progress from a less to a more active state by having more adequate ideas, to that extent we participate more in the active freedom of Deus of natura. Spinoza calls this independence from causes outside ourselves virtue, and says, virtue and power are the same thing, where power is the ability to do and achieve things. Exercising power in this sense gives us pleasure, defined as the emotion we feel as we progress to more adequate ideas and therefore greater freedom. Because a whole book is devoted to the emotions or, as translations of Spinoza's standardly call them, the affects, it is important to note his view of them, because they are central to his theory. He defines emotion as a confused idea which arises because of our embodied existence and the conatus to self-preservation, which prompts us to escape what is harmful and to seek what gives us joy or pleasure. Quoting the Stoics, he says that the things we desire, and which our passions drive us to get, lie outside our control, and the more therefore they influence us the less happy we are, and therefore the less free. I call bondage our lack of power to moderate and restrain the affects. If we can control our desire for what we cannot control, we thus far liberate ourselves. We attain freedom when we understand the nature of things, and this weakens the power of our affects over us. When we feel an intellectual love for reality as it really is, which is to say, when we live according to reason and understanding, we acquire the power that is virtue, and we are free. Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus is a radical book. Its aim is to warn its readers against the power of religion to control their lives by encouraging in them the emotions of superstition, fear, and hope, which the clergy use to influence them in the direction that the Church, and the temporal powers who find it such a useful ally, wish to lead them. He was especially concerned to argue that religion and philosophy, in the latter term including science, occupy completely different spheres, one depending on faith and the other on reason, and that religion should leave philosophy free to pursue its inquiries without interference. He argued that such freedom would conduce to public peace, because it is sectarian disputes that give rise to civil disorder, not science. He demonstrated by an examination of Scripture that the prophets were not very intelligent or knowledgeable, that the laws of religion do not conduce to human happiness, that miracles are impossible, and that in general superstition is the bitter enemy of all true knowledge and true morality. The Tractatus is a plea for toleration and the freedom to think and inquire. Spinoza argued that the Bible comes down to one simple message: if one leaves aside all the rest of its talk of laws and miracles and all its superstitious elements, love your neighbor. This claim has immediate consequences for politics. In Spinoza's view, indeed a large part of the aim of the Tractatus was to urge a political view. This is that it is a mistake for a state to think that it can control what people inwardly think, although it is right that it should aim to encourage outward behavior that ensures peace, safety, and well-being in society. He described the ultimate purpose of the state as being not to dominate or control people by fear or subject them to the authority of another. On the contrary, its aim is to free everyone from fear, so that they may live in security, that they may retain to the highest possible degree their natural right to live and to act without harm to themselves or to others, to allow their minds and bodies to develop in their own ways, in security, and enjoy the free use of reason, and not to participate in conflicts based on hatred, anger, or deceit, or in malicious disputes with each other. Therefore, the true purpose of the state is in fact freedom. What is private and personal to each individual in the way of his or her thoughts and beliefs cannot be a matter for law or a sovereign's commands. Everyone is by absolute natural right the master of his own thoughts, he wrote, and utter failure will attend any attempt in a commonwealth to force men to speak only as prescribed by the sovereign despite their different and opposing opinions. There will be disagreements and arguments, but good government will be tolerant and will recognize that worse vices arise from trying to control thought than by allowing it to be free. Moreover, freedom of thought is of the first importance in fostering the sciences and arts, for only those whose judgment is free and unbiased can attain success in these fields. It is easy to see why Spinoza's extraordinary achievement would be such a beacon to the Enlightenment. It says, "What exists is the universe, and humanity is a part of the universe, subject to the same laws. The life of reason is a life free from the trammels of fear, superstition, and unreasonable hopes and desires. It is a life based instead on knowledge, on science, and rational inquiry, on what really matters in practice to humankind. Freedom of thought is essential for progress, and for the flourishing of individuals and society." Spinoza's view breathes the clear air of intellectual freedom, and directs the attention to what matters, life itself, here and now, in society, with others, requiring thought and understanding. The liberation his views not only urged but helped to bring about in the Enlightenment proved to be a heady and extremely consequential one. Locke, 1632–1704. John Locke, like Hobbes, wrote both about general philosophy and about politics, but unlike Hobbes, who is now discussed exclusively in connection with his political theories, Locke's contributions in both spheres proved highly influential. Locke was born in Somerset, England. He studied at Oxford, taking his bachelor's and master's degrees in the then standard Aristotelian-based scholastic curriculum before also taking a degree in medicine. He served as physician and secretary to the statesman Earl of Shaftesbury, assisting the latter in his ministerial duties in government. In 1683 Shaftesbury fell under suspicion for a plot, the Rye House plot, to assassinate King Charles II and his brother and heir James, the aim being to block the latter's succession to the throne because he was a Catholic. He had to flee England. Locke, who was under suspicion by association with him, accompanied him into exile in the Netherlands. After the Glorious Revolution of 1688, in which James II abdicated and the English Parliament invited William of Orange to be king, Locke returned to England, in the same ship that carried William of Orange's wife, the English Princess Mary. He then published his two treatises of government, which provided a justification for the dramatic constitutional change that the Revolution had effected. It is possible that the treatises were written before the Revolution, perhaps circulating in private. If so, they might have served as part of what inspired James II's opponents to assert Parliament's authority against the Crown. In any event, the treatises, and especially the second of them, proved greatly significant for political thinking thereafter, being quoted verbatim and extensively in the documents of the American and French revolutions, and providing a major inspiration for political liberalism in general. Locke's contributions to other mainstream areas of philosophy were equally consequential. His essay concerning human understanding is a classic of empiricism. He and Isaac Newton were together held in esteem by the philosophers of the 18th century Enlightenment. Voltaire, whose lover Émilie du Châtelet was Newton's translator into French, described Locke as the Hercules of metaphysics. One reason for this high praise is that the weight of philosophical tradition had hitherto rested on the side of rationalism in epistemology, but Locke had helped swing it in favor of empiricism. In Voltaire's France the Cartesians, Descartes followers, were dominant. In Locke's England the rationalist flag was flown by the Cambridge Platonists, chief among them Ralph Cudworth. But Locke's case for empiricism, constituting a defense of the rationale that underlay developments in natural science, was on the right side of intellectual history. It prompted the brilliant rationalist-inclined Leibniz to write a critique of Locke in his new essays concerning human understanding, and it was the immediate background to the philosophical thinking of George Berkeley and David Hume, who with Locke form the triad of British empiricists so influential for much subsequent philosophy. Locke was a Fellow of the Royal Society, whose members were among other things interested, as Bacon and Descartes had been, in the question of how knowledge is best acquired. They did not accept Descartes' solution, nor the rationalist approach in general, and they wished to see a theoretical justification for the empirical, experimental methods they employed in their scientific researches. Locke offered to write an essay on the topic, to examine our abilities, and see what objects our understandings are, or are not fitted to deal with. This meant examining the origin, certainty, and extent of human knowledge, together with the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent. In the event the task took him 20 years, partly because of his busy political life, but partly also because of the task's scope and difficulty. The Cambridge Platonists' version of rationalism was based on a commitment to innate ideas, the doctrine that we are born knowing a significant number of things, among them the fundamental truths of logic, morality, and theology. They thought this for Plato's reason, namely, that experience cannot lead us to ultimate truths, but only to opinion about what is imperfect and transitory. This view stands in obviously sharp contrast with the empiricists' commitment to the primacy of experience in the acquisition of knowledge. Locke's essay accordingly begins with a refutation of the doctrine of innate ideas, Book I. It then proceeds, in the remaining books 2, 4, to discuss experience itself and how knowledge arises from it. The great argument for there being such innate ideas as everything is self-identical, nothing contradicts itself, a whole is greater than its parts, is that everyone knows or at least assents to them. Locke points out that as a matter of fact this is not true, there are plenty of cases of people never having thought about such matters. The ideas of impossibility and identity are absent from the minds of children and many adults, even if, on being prompted, they would assent to the idea built upon them that it is impossible for something to both be and not be at the same time. This is even more so regarding supposedly innate ideas about moral principles and notions of God, where much disagreement between individuals and cultures can flourish. Locke says that knowledge is concerned with three topics: physics or the nature of things, practics or morality, and semiotics or the signs that the mind makes use of for understanding things, or conveying its knowledge to others. The two central books of the essay, books 2 and 3, are concerned with the two kinds of signs we use, respectively ideas and words. These are the great instruments of knowledge. By idea Locke means whatever the mind can be employed about in thinking. Ideas come to us from experience, which takes the form either of sensation or of reflection. Sensation is seeing, touching, and the rest. Reflection is experience of the internal operations of our minds in remembering, comparing, inferring and the rest. Ideas are either simple or, when combined together, complex. Simple ideas of color and taste are passively received by the mind. Complex ideas of things in the world, their properties and their relations to other things, are the result of how we arrange our ideas in the course of experience. Ideas are, remember, signs, they stand for something other than themselves. Ideas are in consciousness, they represent other things. In the case of sensory ideas they represent things outside the mind. So when one looks at a tree the idea of it is in the mind, while outside in the world is the tree itself. Locke thought that this theory of perception gives us grounds for thinking that we can know how things actually are. He distinguished between the primary qualities of things, which he said are in the things themselves, so that our perception of them tells us what they are like, while the secondary qualities that things appear to have are the result of the way our sense organs interact with them. The primary qualities are extension, shape, motion, or rest, number and solidity. Physical objects always have them. If you chop up a piece of wood into smaller and smaller pieces, the pieces themselves will always have these properties. This is not the case with the secondary qualities. These are color, taste, sound, texture and smell. Whereas primary qualities are in the objects, the latter are only in the objects as powers to cause us to have secondary quality experiences. If someone is not looking, the rose has no color, not because looking at it causes it to have color, but because color is something perceived in the mind as a result of the way that light reflected from the rose interacts with our eyes, stimulating messages to pass via the optic nerves to the brain. One can see that Locke's theory of perception is causal, exactly as we ordinarily take it to be. Objects outside us cause us to have ideas in consciousness that represent them. But however much this might seem to be a common sense view, it creates a difficulty. Ideas stand between us and things, forming a veil of perception which we cannot put aside to see whether the ideas accurately represent what we suppose them to represent, or even indeed whether there is anything out there behind them at all. Remember Descartes, we might have the idea of a tree when we dream, but that idea is not representing to us an actual tree. Locke did not try to deal with this septical problem. He sidesteps it, saying, the light that is set up in us shines bright enough for all our purposes, by the light meaning the mind and its operations. This was not regarded as good enough by many of his successors in philosophy, George Berkeley most immediately among them, as we shall see, who recognized that the septical problem still awaited solution. Words are also signs, they stand for ideas. Moreover, they stand not only for particular ideas of individual things, but for general ideas, for example, not just for a particular idea of some individual dog, but for the kind of thing to which the term dog generally applies. Indeed, most of our words are general terms, and knowledge is conversant with the general ideas they denote. This has to be so because we cannot have a different individual name for every single thing in the world. Knowledge would be impossible if so. Words are needed, Locke says, because ideas are private to each person's consciousness, so there has to be a way of making thoughts public, and of conveying to others what we are thinking or experiencing. Language serves this function. There are serious problems with this theory. The main one is that if words denote ideas and ideas are private, how can I know that the same words raise the same ideas in others' minds as in mine? How can I even know that their experience is the same as mine when we both use the word red, that what I see as red they do not see as what I call green, for example? In the second edition of the essay, Locke introduced a topic which proved of significant interest in subsequent philosophy, the question of personal identity. What makes me the same person over time, despite all the differences made to my appearance and character by the passage of years? In Locke's day and for centuries beforehand, it was assumed that we each have an immortal soul which remains invariant through the merely accidental and relatively unimportant changes that happen to our bodies and circumstances, and which, on the Christian view, and most other religious views, survives bodily death. Accordingly, it was thought that it is the soul, not the body, that carries personhood. This implies that a person and a human being are not the same thing, a view Locke accepted. Indeed, the concept of a person is a forensic concept. It is the concept of a rational being responsible for what he, she, or it does in morality and law. As this suggests, babies are not yet persons, and an elderly individual suffering from dementia might have ceased to be one. Corporations are regarded as persons in law, having rights and responsibilities. Given this, what constitutes the identity of a person over time? This is harder to answer than the question, what constitutes the identity of a body, a stone, a tree, a human body, over time? For here one can simply point to the spatio-temporal continuity of the physical organization of the thing, even from acorn to mighty oak. Locke's answer was that personal identity consists in consciousness of being the same person over time. This consciousness is constituted by self-awareness, memory, and a special self-regarding interest in the future. Locke introduced the word consciousness into English by this theory. This view outraged churchmen because it set aside reference to immortal souls. Locke had a long-running battle with a cleric called Bishop Stillingfleet on this question, and it was criticized by other philosophers because it seemed to get matters the wrong way round. It made memory the basis of identity, whereas in fact personal identity is the basis of memory. How can this memory be my memory if I am not the same person who had the experience that originated the memory? It also has the unintuitive result that personal identity is not continuous. An old major general might remember being an heroic young officer in battle, and the young officer might remember stealing apples from an orchard when he was a little boy, but the major general might not remember stealing apples. Is he therefore not the same person as the boy? On Locke's view, the answer is that he is not the same person because he is not aware of being the same person. But think of matters this way: suppose I borrow some money from you, and later you come to ask for it back. If I said that I am not the same person who borrowed it because I cannot remember doing so, you would not be amused. In the final book of the essay, Locke gives his account of the nature of knowledge. He says it consists in the perception of the connection and agreement, or disagreement and repugnancy, of any of our ideas. In this alone it consists. When the connection or disagreement among ideas is immediately obvious, Locke calls it intuitive knowledge. When reasoning is required to see the connection or opposition, he calls it demonstrative knowledge. A rationalist would not object to this definition, and it does not yet count as a defense of empirical knowledge. Surprisingly, Locke here fudges. He writes, "There is indeed another perception of the mind, employed about the particular existence of finite beings outside us, which, going beyond bare probability and yet not reaching perfectly to either of the foregoing degrees of certainty, passes under the name of knowledge. This is empirical knowledge. It is not certain." Indeed, he here passingly acknowledges the sceptical difficulty, but it goes beyond bare probability because of its source in sense perception. He calls it sensitive knowledge. Locke's theory is almost exactly what we commonly think about empirical knowledge. It arises in us because of the causal interactions between the world and our sense organs. It is defeasible, that is, we accept that we can be wrong at times, for we make perceptual misjudgments and other kinds of errors, but generally perception is a mainly reliable source of information about a world beyond our heads. In science, our perceptual capacities are extended and enhanced by instruments, microscopes, telescopes, oscilloscopes, large hadron colliders, and our intellectual capacities are enhanced by mathematical techniques and another kind of instrument, the computer. But together these are all part of the equipment of empirical inquiry. Locke is right to say that for all practical purposes this picture is a compelling one, and powerfully justified by the results of its application. But in philosophy the urge remains to see whether the obvious sceptical challenges even to this compelling picture can be met. That urge is what prompts the efforts made in epistemology. The political philosophy of Locke is arguably his greatest contribution, not only because it represents a philosophical advance in itself but because of its practical impact on the world in the following centuries. England's Glorious Revolution of 1688 established two linked points: the sovereignty of Parliament and the rejection of the doctrine of the divine right of kings. By putting a crown on the head of William of Orange on its own terms, Parliament had achieved a new and permanent constitutional settlement. Control of national finances and the armed forces lay with Parliament, and with those two things lay everything. Only Parliament could vote money to the government. The settlement also and crucially secured the independence of the judiciary and a right of petition, two bulwarks of a free society. Locke described his aim in his political writings as justifying William of Orange's possession of the throne to make good his title in the consent of the people, by people meaning as represented by Parliament, thereby vaguely seeming to denote the whole nation, the vagueness doubtless being intentional given that the franchise for elections to Parliament was anything but democratic. The text, it became an instant classic, in which Locke sets out the justification for the Glorious Revolution, is his second treatise of government. The first treatise consists in an extensive refutation of Sir Robert Filmer's defense of the doctrine of divine right in his Patriarcha. One of the significant aspects of Locke's theory is its disagreement with a more powerful theory than Filmer's, the view of sovereignty put forward by Hobbes. Locke did not write directly about Hobbes because the latter's name was off limits. He was believed to be an atheist, and atheism was regarded with suspicion, if not indeed horror, at that time. Moreover, Hobbes' views were equally applicable to monarchical and republican regimes. If anyone tried to defend William's entitlement to the throne by citing Hobbes, William's opponents could just as easily cite Hobbes on the other side of the case. Like Hobbes, Locke also employs the idea of a state of nature as existing before the creation of civil society, but for him it was not an arena of endless strife between people, but instead a place where individuals enjoyed freedom. Most of that freedom has to be yielded up to get the benefits of living in society, but Locke held that certain of those rights, chief among them rights to life, liberty, and property, cannot be given away by a social contract. This fact by itself makes it impossible that there should be such a thing as absolute sovereignty. By its very nature, absolutism is inconsistent with the natural rights that people bring into society when they enter the mutual contract that brings society into existence. The ideas of natural law and natural rights are closely connected. In Locke's view, natural rights rest on the fact that in the state of nature individuals can freely use whatever nature offers in the way of shelter, comfort, and sustenance. Natural law says what is allowed and forbidden to people given how things stand in nature. All men are naturally in a state of perfect freedom to order their actions, and dispose of their possessions, and persons as they think fit, within the bounds of the law of nature, without asking leave, or depending upon the will of any other man. Locke's alternative way of describing this state of affairs is to say, in the beginning all the world was America. This is because everyone is equal in the state of nature, no one has greater status or more rights than anyone else, and no one is in a position to dictate to others how they should live. He thus rejects Filmer's claim that a hierarchy of higher and lower among men was introduced in Eden by God's grant of lordship to Adam, first over his companion Eve, then over his sons, and thence over all humankind. The importance of Locke's argument on this point is that it asserts that each person has a right to self-preservation, and therefore a correlative obligation to each other person to respect his or her right to self-preservation, and indeed to be actively concerned for the welfare of others in this respect. The obligation thus entailed goes beyond refraining from doing harm to others, but requires acting to protect them from harm and punishing those who do harm. Locke points out that in the state of nature it is difficult to ensure the proper protection of these rights and the exercise of these correlative obligations. He calls this the inconvenience of the state of nature. But to set up an absolute sovereign to enforce both would, he says, be worse than this inconvenience, because nothing could stop such a sovereign from preying on its subjects and even making war on them. It is therefore wrong in principle for people to yield their rights to an absolute ruler. To do so not only forfeits the right to self-preservation but makes them unable to carry out their associated duties to others. Locke's point about civil society is persuasive. It offers protection to individuals' lives, liberty, and property. It is based on laws that everyone can know, with independent judges to apply them, and agreed structures to enforce them. An arrangement of this kind resolves difficulties about how such rights and obligations are to be exercised properly. Having in the state of nature no arbitrary power over the life, liberty, or possession of another, Locke wrote, but only so much as the law of nature gave him for the preservation of himself, and the rest of mankind, this is all he doth, or can give up to the commonwealth, and by it to the legislative power, so that the legislative can have no more than this. Their power in the utmost bounds of it, is limited to the public good of the society. If a government behaves in ways that run contrary to the public good of society, it thereby dissolves itself, Locke's term, because it makes itself illegitimate. This is what happened in the case of James II, his legitimacy dissolved itself when he acted in ways contrary to the interests of his subjects. Indeed, Locke's point is stronger yet. If an illegitimate government tries to stay in power, the people have not merely the right but the duty to overthrow it. In these ideas Locke introduced the concept that power is a trusteeship, and is held by the consent of those on whose behalf the power is exercised. Who shall be judge, whether the prince or legislative act contrary to their trust? Locke asked, and he answered, in a passage which has been key to the subsequent development of democratic ideas, the people shall be judge, for who shall be judge whether the trustee or deputy acts well, and according to the trust reposed in him, but he who deputes him, and must, by having deputed him, have still a power to discard him, when he fails in his trust. Locke's views are regarded as the starting point for political liberalism. For they seem distinctively modern. He was not the first to formulate such ideas. The debate about constitutional matters during the Civil War in England in the 1640s had advanced and canvassed similar ideas, sometimes considerably more radical. Indeed, his views incorporate much older traces, such as the Renaissance view that things were vastly better in olden times, with history being a long declension from more perfect arrangements in antiquity. The very idea of a state of nature in which people had lived in perfect freedom, to use Locke's phrase, is a giveaway of this attitude. But the manner in which he encapsulates them has given them their enduring status in political debate since, and explains why they exerted such influence on the leaders of the American and French revolutions. Berkeley, 1685 to 1753. The immediate prompt for George Berkeley's philosophy is Locke. Berkeley agreed with Locke's empiricism, but could not accept his fudge over the skepticism that arises because of the veil of perception theory, the theory that our ideas are intermediaries between ourselves and a world that lies otherwise inaccessibly behind them and causes them. Berkeley was born at his family's home, Dysart Castle, in County Kilkenny in Ireland, and educated at Trinity College, Dublin. He took orders in the Church of Ireland and later became Bishop of Cloyne. As these facts show, he was a member of the Protestant ascendancy, the English-descended ruling elite. His major philosophical works were written early in life. His Principles of Human Knowledge was published in 1710, and his three dialogues between Hylas and Philonous, written to address the incomprehension that had greeted the Principles, in 1713. He published treatises on vision, motion, and medicine later, but these two works contain his enduring philosophical contribution. The contemporary reaction to Berkeley's Principles was that his views were neither refutable nor believable. He is still either misunderstood or ignored by some philosophers, even though he is an influence on two 20th-century schools of thought that will be met with later in these pages, positivism and phenomenalism. Berkeley's philosophical view is often described as immaterialism, by which is meant a denial of the existence of matter, or, more precisely, material substance. But he also, famously, argued in support of three further theses. He argued for idealism, the thesis that mind constitutes the ultimate reality. He argued that the existence of things consists in their being perceived, esse est percipi. And he argued that the mind which is the substance of the world is a single infinite mind, in short, God. These are four different theses, but they are intimately connected, the arguments for the first three sharing most of their premises and steps. Berkeley's aim in arguing for these theses was to refute two kinds of skepticism. One is epistemological skepticism, which says that we cannot know the true nature of things because of the perceptual and psychological contingencies that oblige us to distinguish appearance from reality in such a way that the latter lies hidden behind the former, so that knowledge of it is at least problematic and at worst impossible. The other is theological skepticism, which Berkeley called atheism, and which in his view included not only denials of the existence of a deity, but also deism, the view that although the universe might have been created by a deity, it continues to exist without a deity's active presence. In opposing the first skepticism, Berkeley took himself to be defending common sense and eradicating causes of error and difficulty in the sciences. In opposing the second, he took himself to be defending religion. Berkeley took the root of skepticism to be the opening of a gap between experience and the world, forced by theories of ideas like Locke's, which involve supposing a twofold existence of the objects of sense, the one intelligible, or in the mind, the other real and without, i.e. outside the mind. Skepticism arises because for so long as men thought that real things subsisted without the mind, and that their knowledge was only so far forth real as it was conformable to real things, it follows, they could not be certain they had any real knowledge at all. For how can it be known, that the things which are perceived, are conformable to those which are not perceived, or exist outside the mind? The nub of the problem is that if we are acquainted only with our own perceptions, and never with the things which are supposed to lie beyond them, how can we hope for knowledge of those things, or even be justified in asserting their existence? Berkeley's predecessors talked, as Locke had done, of qualities inhering in matter and causing ideas in us which represent or even resemble those qualities. Matter or material substance is the technical metaphysical concept denoting a supposed corporeal basis underlying the qualities of things. Berkeley was especially troubled by the unempiricist character of this view. If we are to be consistent in our empiricist principles, he asked, how can we tolerate the concept of something which by definition is empirically undetectable, lying hidden behind the perceptible qualities of things as their supposed basis? If the claim, that matter is the substance underlying things, cannot be defended, we have to look elsewhere. Berkeley's answer is provided by his answer to skepticism itself. This answer is to deny that there is a gap between experience and the world, in his and Locke's terminology, between ideas and things, by asserting that things are ideas. The argument is stated with admirable concision in the first 6 paragraphs of the Principles, its conclusion being the first sentence of paragraph 7. From what has been said, it follows, that there is not any other substance than spirit, or that which perceives. Spirit and mind are the same thing for Berkeley. All the rest of the Principles and 3 dialogues consists in expansion, clarification, and defense of this thesis. The argument is as follows. Berkeley begins in Lockean fashion by offering an inventory of the objects of human knowledge. They are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or such as are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly ideas formed by help of memory and imagination, either compounding, dividing, or barely representing those originally perceived in the aforesaid ways. Ideas of sense, colors, shapes and the rest, are observed to accompany each other in certain ways, collections of them come to be marked by one name, and so to be reputed one thing, for example an apple or a tree. Besides these ideas there is something which knows or perceives them. This perceiving, active being is what I call mind, spirit, soul, or myself, and it is entirely distinct from the ideas it perceives. Thoughts, feelings, and imaginings exist only in the mind. But so also do the ideas of things, which, remember, are collections of ideas. The idea of an apple is a composite of ideas of the colors, shapes and tastes that constitute it. So it is no less evident that the various sensations or ideas imprinted on the sense, however blended or combined together, that is, whatever objects they compose, cannot exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving them. From these claims it follows that the gap between things and ideas vanishes, for if things are collections of qualities, and qualities are sensible ideas, and sensible ideas exist only in the mind, then what it is for a thing to exist is for it to be perceived. In Berkeley's phrase, to be is to be perceived, esse est percipi. For as to what is said of the absolute i.e. mind-independent existence of unthinking things i.e. ideas or collections of ideas without any relation to their being perceived, that seems perfectly unintelligible. Their esse is percipi, nor is it possible that they should have any existence, out of the minds or thinking things which perceive them. Berkeley knows that this claim is surprising, so he remarks that although people think that sensible objects like mountains and houses have an absolute, that is, perception-independent, existence, reflection on the points just made show that this is a contradiction. For what, he asks, are the aforementioned objects but the things we perceive by sense, and what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations, and is it not plainly repugnant, illogical, contradictory that any of these or any combination of them should exist unperceived? A point that requires immediate emphasis is that this argument, together with Berkeley's correlative denial of the existence of material substance, is not a denial of the existence of the external world and the physical objects it contains, such as tables and chairs, mountains, and trees. Nor does Berkeley hold that the world exists only because it is thought of by any one or more finite minds, such as yours or mine. In one sense of the term realist, indeed, Berkeley is a realist, in holding that the existence of the physical world is independent of finite minds, individually or collectively. What he argues instead is that its existence is not independent of mind as such. The source of the belief that things can exist apart from perception of them is the doctrine of abstract ideas, which Berkeley attacks in his introduction to the Principles. Abstraction consists in separating things which can be separated only in thought, not in reality, for example the color and the extension of a surface, or which involves noting a feature common to many different things, and attending only to that feature and not to its particular instances. In this way we arrive at the abstract idea of, say, redness, apart from any particular red object. Abstraction is a falsifying move. What prompts the common opinion about houses and mountains is that we abstract existence from perception, and so come to believe that things can exist unperceived. But because things are ideas, and because ideas exist only if perceived by minds, the notion of absolute existence outside mind is a contradiction. So, says Berkeley, to say that things exist is to say that they are perceived, and therefore so long as they are not perceived by me, or do not exist in my mind or that of any created spirit, they must either have no existence at all, or else subsist in the mind of some eternal spirit. And from this the conclusion follows that there is not any other substance than spirit, or that which perceives. The argument in sum is therefore this: the things we encounter in episodes of perceptual experience, apples, stones, trees, are collections of ideas. Ideas are the immediate objects of awareness. To exist they must be perceived, they cannot exist without, independently of, mind. Therefore mind is the substance of the world. Berkeley is a rigorous empiricist. We are not entitled to assert, believe, or regard as meaningful anything not justified by experience. To deny that there is a seems-is distinction is just another way of asserting that sensible objects, things in the world, are collections of sensible qualities, and hence of ideas. This shows that the concept of matter is redundant, Berkeley claims, because everything required to explain the world and experience of it is available in recognizing that minds and ideas are all there can be. But Berkeley adds to this a set of positive anti-materialist considerations. An important argument for materialism is that use of a concept of matter explains much in science. Berkeley summarizes the view thus: there have been a great many things explained by matter and motion, take away these, and you destroy the whole corpuscular philosophy, and undermine those mechanical principles which have been applied with such success to account for the phenomena. In short, whatever advances have been made, in the study of nature, do all proceed on the supposition that corporeal substance or matter doth really exist. Berkeley's reply is that science's explanatory power and practical utility neither entail the truth of, nor depend upon, the materialist hypothesis, for these can equally if not better, because more economically, be explained in instrumentalist terms. Instrumentalism is the view that scientific theories are tools, and as such are candidates for assessment not as true or false, but rather as more or less useful. One does not ask whether a knife or a fork is true, but whether it is useful, and not merely useful, in the case of scientific theories, but, as required by Occam's razor, as simply and economically useful as possible. Berkeley expressed his early version of instrumentalism as a doctrine of signs, in which the regularity and order among our ideas reflect the steady will of God, which is so reliable that we can represent the connections thus observed as laws. Science is thus a convenient summary, for practical purposes, of what at the metaphysical level of explanation would be described in terms of the activity of infinite spirit. For Locke the concept of primary qualities was important because experience of them puts us most closely in touch with independent reality. Berkeley rejected his view on the ground that nothing can be like an idea but an idea cannot be like a mountain or a tree, one idea can only be like another idea, two ideas of a tree, for example. Materialists hold that primary qualities are resemblances of things existing outside the mind, but since primary qualities are ideas, and only ideas can resemble ideas, it follows that neither they nor their archetypes can be in an unperceiving substance. Some of Berkeley's critics think he failed to separate the question of material substance from that of the primary, secondary quality distinction, since one can reject materialism while retaining the distinction. But this in fact is what Berkeley does, for he does not deny that there is a distinction between primary and secondary qualities. He recognizes that the former are available to more than one sense at a time, the latter available to one sense only, that the former are measurable, the latter not, or not so straightforwardly, and so on, but he points out that in the crucial respect of their relation to mind, they are on a par in being both sensible and hence mind-dependent. Berkeley took his arguments to amount to a new and powerful argument for the existence of an infinite mind, a deity. The best statement of his argument occurs in the second of the three dialogues. From the proposition that sensible things cannot exist otherwise than in a mind or spirit, Berkeley concludes not that they have no real existence, but that seeing they depend not on my thought, and have an existence distinct from being perceived by me, there must be some other mind wherein they exist. This conclusion is a weaker one than that there is a single infinite mind which perceives everything always. It establishes no more than that there is some other mind, who might for all we know be the next door neighbor. But in the very next sentence Berkeley adds, as sure therefore as the sensible world really exists, so sure is there an infinite omnipresent spirit who contains and supports it. This is quite a leap. He tries to provide the missing step by saying, I perceive numberless ideas, and by an act of my will can form a great variety of them, and raise them up in my imagination, though it must be confessed, these creatures of the fancy are not altogether so distinct, so strong, vivid, permanent, as those perceived by my senses, which latter are called real things. From all which I conclude, there is a mind which affects me every moment with all the sensible impressions I perceive. And from the variety, order, and manner of these, I conclude the author of them to be wise, powerful, and good beyond comprehension. This author Berkeley a few lines later describes as the deity of revealed religion. The missing step is, accordingly, provided by a familiar argument from theology, the argument from design, while ignoring the problems of both moral and natural evil and the world's many imperfections. It was another philosopher who sought to argue that the existence of these imperfections shows that the world is in fact the best possible world there could be, since a perfect world would not be the best world for us. That philosopher is Leibniz. Leibniz, 1646–1716. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was recognized in his own day, and is regarded still, as a genius. His contributions to mathematics, logic, and philosophy are technical in the way that 20th-century analytic philosophy is technical. It might be regretted that he was born when he was, in the middle of the 17th century, when the conflicts between Protestant and Catholic Christianity had exhausted themselves on the battlefields of Europe after more than a century, because he peace-mindedly felt a need to try to reconcile Christian with Christian and humankind with the deity, devoting time and great mental powers to this unavailing ambition that might have been more fruitfully employed on other things. Leibniz was born in Leipzig in 1646 into a highly educated family of Lutheran lawyers and academics. His father was a professor of philosophy at Leipzig University, his maternal grandfather was the university's professor of law. He was educated at home until matriculating at the university in 1661, aged 15. He studied philosophy and mathematics, like everyone else at the time taking the Aristotle-based scholastic philosophy curriculum. A summer spent in Jena while an undergraduate brought him into contact with the mathematician Erhard Weigel, who made him interested in the concept of proof as applied to both logic and philosophy. For his habilitation thesis in philosophy he wrote a highly original logical essay, on the art of combinations, in which he set out the idea of a logical language, a universal characteristic, in which all problems could be stated clearly and solved. Leibniz moved to Altdorf University for his doctorate in law, and was offered a position in its law department, but by that time he had secured a post as secretary to Baron Johann von Boinberg, a Protestant convert to Catholicism who encouraged Leibniz's interest in achieving reconciliation between Catholics and Protestants. Accordingly, Leibniz wrote a series of monographs on the various topics of dispute between the confessions. At the same time he maintained his wide and varied interests in science, law, and literature. He wrote poetry in Latin, and added to them a scheme for a calculating machine. Boinberg introduced Leibniz to the Elector of Mainz, in whose service he went to Paris as a diplomat. In this capacity he lived there for 4 years, coming to know leaders in the world of science and philosophy, among them Nicolas Malebranche, Antoine Arnauld, and Christian Huygens. The last became his mentor, teaching him more mathematics and physics, and giving him unpublished manuscripts by Descartes and Pascal to read. Leibniz said that it was when reading some of Pascal's work that the ideas for differential calculus and infinite series came to him. In 1673 Leibniz went to London to present his idea for a calculating machine to the Royal Society. There he met Robert Boyle, Robert Hooke, and John Pell. The last told him that his ideas about infinite series had been anticipated by the French cleric scientist Gabriel Mouton. Leibniz checked, and found that this was right, and Hooke showed him that his calculating machine had flaws. He returned to Paris chastened but determined. The controversy over who was first to invent calculus, whether Newton or Leibniz, started immediately and has continued since. The truth appears to be that they each devised a version of it independently, though Newton invented his version earlier than Leibniz did, and both delayed publication, though Newton delayed longer than Leibniz. The dispute grew bitter, and cast its shadow over the later part of Leibniz's life because the powerful and influential Royal Society, in somewhat biased fashion it has to be said, decided in favor of Newton and as good as accused Leibniz of plagiarism. Leibniz's other contributions to mathematics included a binary arithmetic, methods of solving linear equations, treatises on dynamics, and logic as a universal algebra. One positive outcome of the dispute with Newton was that Leibniz had a long and interesting correspondence with Samuel Clarke, a follower of Newton, on space, time, gravitation, free will and other subjects. Leibniz's relativistic conceptions of space and time, for one example, have advantages over Newton's absolutist conceptions of both. Leibniz became librarian to the court at Hanover, whose duke was heir to the throne of Great Britain. He would therefore have accompanied the Duke to England in 1714 when the latter succeeded Queen Anne, but his reputation in London was bad as a result of the Newton controversy, and he did not do so. He died 2 years later, leaving behind him an enormous body of unpublished work, an extensive correspondence in German, French, and Latin with scholars and scientists across Europe, and, not least among his legacies, the Academy of Berlin, whose founding he had promoted. Apart from his monographs on matters of religious doctrine, Leibniz wrote only 2 books, New Essays on Human Understanding, completed 1704, first published in 1765, and Theodicee, 1710. His philosophical work otherwise appears as essays in journals, letters, and unpublished manuscripts. Among the most important of the unpublished works were the Discourse on Metaphysics, a relatively early work, and the later Monadology. His thinking evolved over time, and the complicated editorial task of dating his many unpublished writings has made understanding his development more difficult. He said of himself, in a letter to a friend written in 1714, 2 years before his death, that he had learned much from the Aristotelian, Scholastic, and Platonic traditions, and had been stimulated by the discovery as a teenager of the moderns, the philosophers and scientists of the 17th century, which led to his work in mathematics and mechanics. As with his reconciliatory efforts in religion, he wished to find the truth in all these different perspectives and thereby to uncover and unite the truth buried and scattered among them all. Among the moderns who influenced him were Descartes and Locke, who prompted his thinking about physical nature, and Hobbes and Spinoza, whose atheism and materialism troubled him, not least in connection with the question of free will and the relation of God to the world. He said his reasoning was based on what he described as two great principles, the principle of non-contradiction, not both A and not A, and the principle of sufficient reason, which can be expressed either as there is a reason for everything or every effect has a cause. The first is a principle of logic, the second is a principle of metaphysics. His work displays commitment to several other principles, however, another logical principle, the identity of indiscernibles, a semantic principle stating that all truth is analytic, a metaphysical principle stating that nature is a continuum, and a theological principle claiming that everything God does is for the best. The principle of the identity of indiscernibles says that there cannot be two things possessing exactly the same properties yet differing only in number, that is, if two things have exactly the same properties, they are not two things but one and the same thing. The significance of the principle becomes more apparent when restated thus: no two or more distinct things exactly resemble each other. Note that this is not the same thing as the indiscernibility of identicals, which is trivially true. When putatively two things are in fact identical, there are not two things, but just one thing, then the putatively two things cannot, obviously, be told apart. Combining the two principles gives Leibniz's law: X and Y are identical if and only if for every property f, X has f if and only if Y has f. The principle of analyticity says that in all true affirmative propositions the concept referred to by the predicate term is already contained in the concept of the thing referred to by the subject term. In later philosophy such propositions were dubbed analytic because their truth value can be determined solely by analyzing the meanings of the subject and predicate terms. An example is all bachelors are unmarried men, or, more obviously, any tautology, such as all tall men are tall. Leibniz's claim about this immediately looks questionable, for it implies that all apparently empirical propositions are not what they seem. Such assertions as Paris is the capital of France or rain sometimes falls in Canada, described in later philosophy as synthetic propositions because they synthesize or join together unrelated concepts in the subject and predicate, would seem to have to turn out to be analyzable in such a way that we find that the concept of being the capital of France is already contained in the concept of Paris, or that falling in Canada is somehow already contained in the concept of rain. But in fact Leibniz had a different and deeper account to give of why he made this claim, explained below. Leibniz's own statement of the principle of continuity is that nature never makes leaps, all change happens continuously through a series of intermediary steps from the starting state to the end state. And his principle of the best says that everything God does is for the best, so childhood cancer, and whole populations being wiped out in earthquakes, is for the best in the light of some greater ultimate plan. This is how Leibniz can claim that this highly imperfect and suffering-filled world can be the best of all possible worlds. Summarily put, the argument is that God is wholly good, so nothing that happens can be without a good eventual purpose, and therefore if there is much that seems bad in the world, it is because bad things are ultimately good for us, and a perfect world would not be the best possible world because it would provide no opportunity for us, with our free will, to choose to act in ways that earn either the reward or the punishment of the deity. With these theoretical commitments, all but the last of them of great philosophical interest, Leibniz elaborated a striking metaphysical view, intended to answer what he took to be the fundamental philosophical question: what exists? What is there? I consider the notion of substance to be one of the keys to the true philosophy, he wrote, and proceeded to argue throughout his life, though with changes to the detail of the view, that reality ultimately consists in simple substances, individual entities which, coining a term derived from the Greek prefix mono meaning one, he called monads. Some of the natural philosophers, scientists, of the 17th century had coined the term corpuscle meaning little body to denote the tiny components of physical things. By choosing not to call them atoms they were not committing themselves to the ultimacy or indivisibility of these particles. But Leibniz conceived of monads as indeed being foundational to reality as it appears to us. The theory begins with Leibniz's concept of substance. A substance is a thing that has a complete individual concept, that is such that the concept of it contains within itself all the things that can be said about it, predicated of it. This is what he meant by claiming that all true propositions are analytic. The predicate concept in every true affirmative proposition is contained in the concept of the subject. The concept of that substance completely individuates that substance, that is, marks it out uniquely from the infinity of other substances. Since everything that can be said of a substance includes all its past, present and future properties, the only mind that can grasp the concept of it is God's mind. The idea of a completely individuating concept is the same as that of the substance's essence, for it is what makes it the unique thing it is. There is an interesting corollary of this idea, which is that if you consider what God knows of any individual soul, then because that soul will contain the marks and traces of everything that is or will be true of it, together with traces of everything else that has happened everywhere in the universe, God will be able to read off, from viewing that one individual soul, everything there is to say about the universe in its entirety and in all its history. Leibniz concludes from the principles he set out, together with this doctrine, that no two substances can be completely indistinguishable but distinct. This is the principle of the identity of indiscernibles at work, that substances are indivisible and forever separate as existence, and that each substance is a complete world in itself and mirrors all the other substances from its own unique perspective on them. It is accordingly a mind-like entity, simple in the logical sense of being non-complex, and the most fundamental thing there is. These simple substances are the monads. Monads are not in space. The properties that uniquely distinguish each one from all the others do not include spatial location. The properties that individuate them are perceptions, mental states, including the perceptions each has of all the others. These are not conscious perceptions. Only rational souls have conscious perceptions, which Leibniz calls apperceptions. Monads can come into existence or leave it only by an act of explicit creation or annihilation by God. And monads are what everything consists of, which means that they are the constituents of bodies, so even a lump of stone is made up of monads, and indeed an infinity of monads. The answer to the question of how non-spatial entities can constitute spatial or spatial-seeming ones turns on the nature of their mutual perceptions. This is an unclear aspect of Leibniz's doctrine, but if it is really a form of idealism in which a spatial material world is a projection from the mental activity and relationships of monads, it could avoid the obvious objection. In his Principles of Nature and Grace, Leibniz said that everything in nature is full of life, meaning thereby that everything is made of monads. At this juncture a complication enters, which is that it appears that Leibniz came to think that monads contain monads within themselves, that each indeed is an infinity of monads. If so, this contract overts the idea that each is a simple substance and an ultimate constituent of the order of being. His account of how the phenomenal world, the world that appears to us, is constituted by things which conform to his elaborate metaphysical picture of substances is confusingly at odds with itself in the different manuscripts and letters in which he set out his views. The clearest version of it is the relatively early one, in the Discourse on Metaphysics, in which the universe and all its parts are seen as a continuous emanation from God, who in his omniscience can see every angle and aspect of how the universe can appear. So the monads, as emanations of the deity, are as it were particular instances of these perspectives, each one its own unique viewpoint on everything else. Leibniz's version of the traditional arguments for God's existence has his stamp on them. He accepts the ontological argument, saying not only that the concept of a perfect being must necessarily be the concept of an existing being, but also that because this being is perfect, it can contain nothing negative within it that contradicts any of its perfections. He uses the principle of sufficient reason to say that contingent things cannot have a ground of existence which is itself contingent, for that would be insufficient for their existence, and therefore they can exist only because there is a necessary being to serve as the sufficient ground for their existence, this being God. From this deterministic picture of the universe, in which God knows everything even about the future, it is difficult to see how Leibniz could think that human beings have free will. And if they do not, where is there a role for ideas of sin and moral obligation? Yet he both wants and needs humans to have free will, because without that notion it would be impossible to justify God's arrangement of things in the world, most especially the presence of suffering and evil. For the apparent evil in the world to be good, at least part of the reason has to be that it is formative for humans, who can earn their place in bliss by their response to it. Leibniz's attempt to make room for free will is neither clear nor, as far as it goes, convincing. He says that humans are ignorant of the future, and that is to all intents and purposes, and maybe even logically, the same thing as freedom. This limitation on human capacities goes further than that, of course, for we cannot know even a fraction of all the predicates that apply to anything in the present or past either. Therefore, he implies, ignorance is tantamount to freedom. He tries a different tack when he says that intelligent beings are not bound by the subordinate laws of the universe, the kind that we describe in talking about how the physical world, as it appears to us, works, and that therefore they can act as it were by a private miracle. This move is not quite without a ground in the context of his views, for if everything is an emanation from the deity, which in different words and from a different approach is what Berkeley thought, and indeed what much theology thinks, then there is a way one could argue that the deity's great miracle is devolved or delegated in tiny ways to some of what emanates from it, though this reintroduces, with added force, the problem that all defenders of theistic viewpoints have to face, making the deity the ultimate author of evil. So copious was Leibniz's output, so general his genius and so unfinished and still in development were his philosophical views that it is hard to give a neat summary of them. He is like 20th-century analytic philosophers in the detail and technicality of his work. Unlike them, he sought to build a system out of the technical details. He would have needed more time to see if they could be worked out consistently. Hume, 1711–1776. David Hume wrote of himself, in an autobiographical note he described as a funeral oration, as follows: "I was a man of mild dispositions, of command of temper, of an open, social, and cheerful humor, capable of attachment, but little susceptible of enmity, and of great moderation in all my passions. Even my love of literary fame, my ruling passion, never soured my temper, notwithstanding all my frequent disappointments." This self-portrait is what one would expect from someone who said he wished he had been encouraged to read Cicero rather than the scriptures when young, and it is a self-portrait confirmed as accurate by everything said of him by others. It is also the self-portrait of the most important philosopher to write in English before the 20th century. He has been regarded as the chief of the three British empiricists, finishing what Locke and Berkeley before him had attempted in their different ways. Indeed, some thought he had finished off by a reductio ad absurdum what empiricism attempted as an epistemology, by showing, so they think, that it collapses into scepticism. This, as the following shows, is arguably not what he meant. Hume was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, to an old but no longer wealthy family, and brought up on the family estate at Ninewells near the border with England. His mother early recognized his genius, so when his elder brother went to study at Edinburgh University she sent him too. He was then aged 11. He was destined for a career in law, but he found early that he was uninterested in anything other than philosophy and general learning. He left the university aged 15 without a degree, and devoted himself to private study. The result was threefold. At about the age of 18 he believed himself to have discovered an important philosophical idea. At the same time he was losing the religious faith that his family, among them an uncle who was a preacher in the Church of Scotland, professed, and he became an atheist. And because his studies were so intense and consequential, he had a nervous breakdown. Hume's family thought that a change of scene and occupation would benefit him, so they sent him to Bristol in England to work as a clerk in a sugar merchant's office. That remedy failed, so he went to France to recuperate, and remained there for 3 years. He chose to live at La Flèche, the site of the famous Jesuit college which had educated Descartes just over a century earlier. He read, debated with Jesuits and wrote his major philosophical work, A Treatise of Human Nature. Hume returned to Britain in 1737 to arrange publication of his book. He had to remove some controversial sections on religious matters, these eventually appeared posthumously in his dialogues concerning natural religion, before the first 2 volumes could be printed. They appeared anonymously in 1739, the 3rd volume following in 1741. Hume described the book as falling stillborn from the press because no one took any notice of it. In fact, some notice was indeed taken, even with the excision of the more controversial passages. Those who read it immediately recognized that he was a religious sceptic, and there was murmuring among the zealots as a result. The disappointment over the reception of his book, for, as we see, where there was not neglect there was disapprobation, was severe. He went to the lengths of anonymously writing a review of it himself. He had hoped the book would secure him an academic post. When he applied for a chair of philosophy at Edinburgh University, he was rejected. A job had become a pressing necessity, so he took a post as tutor to a nobleman's son, only to find that the youth was insane. He then became secretary to his cousin General St. Clair, accompanying him on diplomatic missions in Italy and Austria. During these years he rewrote the treatise as 2 separate volumes, the first covering the epistemological and psychological themes of books I and II of the treatise, and the second recasting the ethical discussion in book 3. The resulting books are known respectively as An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, published 1748, and An Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals, 1751. He called this latter incomparably the best of all his books. A collection of essays followed, and the first part of his History of England, the resources and leisure for which were provided by a position he had at last secured, as librarian of the Faculty of Advocates in Edinburgh. His history appeared in 6 volumes between 1754 and 1762. In this latter year he was asked to serve as private secretary to the British ambassador in Paris, and soon graduated to being secretary to the embassy, and then the charge d'affaires, deputizing for the ambassador. He was immensely popular in Parisian circles, earning the sobriquet Le Bon David in its salons, as much appreciated for his enjoyment of good food and wine as he was celebrated for his intellectual qualities and conversation. When he returned to Edinburgh he was able to build himself a house in the fashionable and handsome new town, and there to enjoy the company of both the scholarly and the young and careless. He died of cancer in 1776, facing his demise with equanimity and good cheer, much to the anxious amazement of James Boswell, who hurried to his deathbed to see how the great infidel would face death without the comforts of religion. Hume had prepared his dialogues concerning natural religion for the press beforehand, and it appeared not long afterwards. He also wrote a notice, the advertisement, for his publisher saying that his treatise was juvenile work and that the 2 inquiries contained an accurate and complete account of his philosophical views. This judgment has not commanded the assent of subsequent philosophers, for whom the detail, interest, and depth of the treatise outstrip the inquiries. When Hume published these latter he wrote to a friend, "Addo dum minio I add by taking away dot." But he had taken away much of the granularity of argument which, in the treatise, constitutes what is valuable in it. For this reason the treatise is regarded as his most important work. In books I and II of the treatise and its more accessible version, the first inquiry, Hume begins by addressing the same problems as had exercised Locke and Berkeley, but with important differences. Locke had aimed to give a general theory of knowledge. Knowledge is about relations of ideas, and contingent or empirical knowledge is effectively probabilistic. Berkeley had offered a metaphysical answer to the epistemological problem. The nature of reality explains how we know, for the substance of reality is mind, and experience consists in having ideas. Hume saw that their views turned crucially on their respective theories of the nature of mind. He accordingly set himself to state what we would now call a philosophical psychology, which he described as a theory of human nature. His aim in doing this went further than the aim set by Locke and Berkeley. They had wished to explain knowledge and how we get it. Hume's aim was to explain how a discussion of these same questions tells us something of great importance about the principles of ethics, which is the topic of Book 3 of the treatise and the second inquiry. Hume's advancement of the debate beyond the problem of knowledge itself was made possible by the historical setting in which he lived, namely, the Enlightenment. For the entire period between late antiquity and early modern times, which began in the period between the 16th and 18th centuries, the latter being the century of the Enlightenment's major flowering, there had been little discussion of ethics outside Christian moral theology, and scarcely any discussion of the underlying principles of ethics. Moral discussion was restricted to interpretation of scripture and church teaching, and any divergence from orthodox doctrine on these matters was for a long time heavily punished. But the beginning of modern times saw a return to the kind of debate about ethical principles that had flourished in antiquity. The chief reason was the loss of religious authority over what it was permissible to think and discuss, which meant that the moral skeptic's question, "Why should I act in this rather than that way?" could again be addressed. The answer for the Christian moralist is because God says so, and the answer carries the implication of sanctions, reward for obedience, punishment for disobedience. But neither the fact that someone says, "Do this," nor the offer of reward or threat of punishment to back up the command, is a reason for obeying it. It might be prudent to obey, if the person issuing the order is powerful enough to carry out the threat. But the mere fact of a command, or of promises or threats, is not a logically compelling reason to obey. So whatever is the basis of morality, it cannot be someone's will, even that of a deity. This is what prompted Hume's question about the general foundation of morals, whether they be derived from reason, or from sentiment, whether we attain the knowledge of them by a chain of argument and induction, or by an immediate feeling and finer internal sense, whether, like all sound judgment of truth and falsehood, they should be the same to every rational intelligent being, or whether, like the perception of beauty and deformity, they be founded entirely on the particular fabric and constitution of the human species. His answer, based on his investigation of the nature of mind, experience, and knowledge, is that the general foundation of morals lies in sentiment. The linked points that raised opposition to him were his denial that it is either reason or the will of a deity that provides the foundation of morality. More on this below. Hume's key claim in the theory that underlies his conclusion about morality is that an investigation of the operations of the understanding, that is, of how the mind works, shows that our fundamental beliefs about the world, about ourselves and about morality rest not on reason but on the way our human nature is constituted. Hence the title of his major work, A Treatise of Human Nature. His argument for this view is as follows. First, Hume describes his method as anatomizing human nature in a regular manner, drawing no conclusions but what are authorized by experience. So he is engaging in an empirical examination of the way our minds and sentiments work. He saw himself as doing for moral philosophy what Newton had done for natural philosophy. Newton had stated a principle, the principle of gravitation, which explains much about the way the universe works. Hume offers a principle, the principle of the association of ideas, which is the corresponding explanatory principle for the workings of human nature, because in his view it explains experience, belief, causation, induction, our concept of the self and the limits of reason. Starting absolutely from scratch, with austere reliance only on what we experience in consciousness, and making no assumptions about an external world or anything else, we can note, says Hume, that all our perceptions are of two kinds, impressions and ideas. They differ only in their degree of vivacity or liveliness. Impressions are more vivid than ideas, the latter are faint copies of impressions. There are simple and complex impressions, and simple and complex ideas. Simple ideas are direct copies of simple impressions, but complex ideas can be built by the power of imagination out of many different simple impressions and other ideas. Hume says he can imagine a city with streets of gold and walls of rubies. Though I never saw any such. Note the important claim that ideas are copies of impressions. One never has an idea that was not first an impression. Obviously, an impression, something pressed on, is what we normally think of as caused by the external world pressing on our sense organs, or by the pressure of an inner feeling in consciousness, but because we do not yet have a ground for thinking that there is an external world, we cannot speak this way. we must limit ourselves just to the experiences themselves. So we note that ideas are fainter copies of impressions which precede them, and we can say that we are not entitled to think any idea is valid unless it arises from a preceding impression. This is the empiricist constraint. A second vital point for Hume is that every simple impression is atomic. There are no logical or necessary connections between impressions, they are independent and self-standing. Yet the simple ideas which arise from these impressions combine together in orderly ways as if there were some bond of union among them, some associating quality, by which one idea naturally introduces another. This associating quality is a gentle force, which commonly prevails, nature in a manner pointing out to every one those simple ideas, which are most proper to be united in a complex one. There are three kinds of associating relation between ideas: resemblance. If ideas are similar, they will connect; contiguity in place and time. If ideas often occur together, the mind will run from one to the other naturally, and cause and effect. Of the three, this last is by far the most important. Association also explains belief. To believe something, call the idea of it X, is for X to be before one's mind with more force and vivacity than if one did not believe it, as when one is just thinking about it neutrally. A standard way for this to happen, Hume says, is when a present impression associated with X, or from which X derives, imparts some of its force and vivacity to the idea of X. The more that ideas are associated together, the more our minds form habits of running from one to the other. This explains our belief in there being a necessary connection between causes and their effects. We think that the cause makes the effect occur, but if we look for an originating impression of the idea of causal necessity, we do not find one in the conjunction between the cause event and the effect event. Instead, we find it in the habit we have formed of going from the idea of the cause to the idea of the effect. We feel an impulse to move from the idea of the cause to that of the effect, and we project this felt necessitation onto the world. It is therefore the way our minds are built that makes us think as we do about causality. And this applies also to our belief that there is a world existing independently of our experience. We simply cannot help believing it. And it applies to our belief in the reliability of inductive inference, which in large part rests on the belief that the future will resemble the past. We are just built to think these ways. There are no philosophical proofs of these points, we cannot establish them by reason. It is consistent with this view that Hume's contribution to the debate started by Locke about the self and self-identity is to say that the idea of the self is a mere convenience. There is in fact no such thing other than the word we use to denote what we imagine to be a single enduring entity. His reason is that there is no originating impression one can find by looking within for the self. All one will find on introspection is a bundle of impressions and ideas that happen to be occurring together at that moment, and which is continually changing. We think of these mutable bundles as a persisting self because the associations between the ideas constituting them lead us to interpret them in that way, just as the constitution of our minds leads us to believe, without option, in an external world and causality. Hume's theories of belief and habits of mind based on the theory of the association of ideas yields the same result here as with the other topics. Hume concluded that once we understand the way our minds function, and how this solves the traditional epistemological, metaphysical, and ethical questions of philosophy, we will agree with him on an important point. This is that our minds engage in two general kinds of activity: comparing ideas, and inferring matters of fact. Relations between ideas are grasped either by intuition, as when one sees that 1 + 1 = 2, or by demonstration, as when we work out a mathematical proof. So questions about relations of ideas are primarily confined to the arenas of mathematics or logic. Matters of fact are discovered by empirical observation and causal reasoning, and relate to how things are in the world. This distinction between relations of ideas and matters of fact led Hume to make a famous remark: when we run over libraries, persuaded of these principles, what havoc must we make? If we take in our hand any volume, of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. This view was a powerful influence on the positivists and analytic philosophy in general in the 20th century. It follows from the claim that there are no philosophical proofs of our fundamental beliefs about causality and the independent existence of the world that this applies to moral judgments also. Here Hume's conclusion is that there are no objective moral facts out there that we perceive and respond to, instead we project our sentiments onto the world. This species of view is known as subjectivism or, in its 18th century version, sentimentalism. It says that what we regard as good and bad are, respectively, what we approve and what we dislike. Hume's moral theory occupies a position in the debate about the basis of morality which, as noted, emerged from the weakening of religious control over moral thinking. In the absence of any ground for morality in supposed commands issued by a deity, Thomas Hobbes, and on similar grounds Bernard Mandeville, in his The Fable of the Bees, 1714, had argued that self-interest is what governs people's actions, and that good behavior rests on a calculation about the personal benefit that would accrue from it, and likewise the harm to self that might result from bad behavior. There were two responses to this. One is the rationalist view, then often associated with religion, saying that reason shows us how we must act. The other is that the springs of morality lie in human feelings of benevolence and sympathy. This is sentimentalism, and the view that Hume adopted. Hume's chief objection to rationalist morality is that having a reason is not by itself enough to motivate action. Only emotion can do this. There is a reason for me to learn another language, but unless I desire or feel a need to do so I will not do it. Reason's function is not to prompt but to guide. Once prompting has happened, it can tell me how to achieve a goal once I am motivated to achieve it. Reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of the passions and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them, Hume wrote. The question that therefore must be asked is whether we attain the knowledge of moral principles by a chain of argument and induction, or by an immediate feeling and inner finer sense, whether, like all sound judgment of truth and falsehood, they should be the same to every rational intelligent being, or whether, like the perception of beauty and deformity, they be founded entirely on the fabric of the human species. Hume agreed with the view that people have an innate moral sense which determines what counts as good and bad. Two of the proponents of such a view were the 3rd Earl of Shaftesbury and Francis Hutcheson, both of whom Hume quotes in his Inquiry, saying of the latter that he has taught us, by the most convincing arguments, that morality is nothing in the abstract nature of things, but is entirely relative to the sentiment or mental taste of each particular being, in the same manner as the distinctions of sweet and bitter, hot and cold, arise from the particular feeling of each sense or organ. Endorsing this view summarizes Hume's own conviction, that moral perceptions, therefore, ought not to be classed with the operations of the understanding, but with the tastes or sentiments. Hume's classic statement of this moral subjectivist theory occurs in the treatise as follows: take any action allowed to be vicious, willful murder, for instance. Examine it in all its lights, and see if you can find that matter of fact, or real existence, which you would call vice. You can never find it, till you turn your reflection to your own breast, and find a sentiment of disapprobation, which arises in you, toward this action. Here is a matter of fact, but it is the object of feeling, not reason. The key notion here is that of a matter of fact, or real existence, by which Hume means something objectively in the world, which therefore exists independently of human sentiments. Put in these terms, Hume's claim is that morality is not something objectively in the world, existing independently of anyone's private choices and preferences, but is a product of these latter. The claim that there are no objective moral facts is, says Hume, a chief reason for rejecting rationalism. This supplements his other argument that, even if there were indeed objective moral facts, the mere recognition of them would never motivate anyone to act one way rather than another because action can be prompted only by emotion. He put this point in a way that has since produced much philosophical debate, saying that you cannot derive a prescription from a description, that is, you cannot derive a statement telling you what you ought to do from a statement describing some aspect of the world, as it is sometimes put, you cannot get an ought conclusion from an is premise. One objection typically urged against subjectivism is that it makes moral judgment an arbitrary matter, dependent upon the whim of the individual, whose subjective responses might vary widely from those of others. But Hume thought that human nature is generally the same everywhere for everyone, and that it is fundamentally benevolent. This optimistic view means that there will be wide agreement in moral responses, just as there is in judgments of beauty. Of course, he acknowledged that differences of opinion arise in both the ethical and the aesthetic spheres, but he explained them by claiming that one or some of the parties to the disagreement must either be insufficiently well informed, or confused, or deficient in their moral sense. Comparing moral sense to skill in literary criticism, Hume argued that we can refine our abilities as judges, and grow more competent, provided that we avoid what he called the illusions of religious superstition and philosophical enthusiasm. For Hume, our moral judgments are principally directed at the virtues and vices of the human character. In his view, there are two kinds of virtues, the natural and the artificial, the latter in the sense of being dependent on social conventions. Artificial virtues consist in conformity to socially adopted norms, and include justice, chastity, and the observance of various kinds of duty, for example adhering to laws and agreements. Whereas the artificial virtues depend on the conventions that specify their content, the natural virtues are found widely diffused among human beings because, as their label implies, they are part of the innate human endowment. They include friendship, faithfulness, generosity, courage, mercy, fairness, patience, good humor, perseverance, prudence, and kindness, and Hume saw them as also including the sociable virtues of good nature, cleanliness, decorum, and being agreeable and handsome enough as to render a person lovely or lovable. These last virtues invite criticism, on the grounds that they do not depend on an individual's will. One cannot choose to be or not to be handsome, and it might even lie outside one's power to be charming, witty, and generally good company. How then, asks the critic, can these be virtues? Nevertheless, it is clear what Hume intended. He was thinking of fellowship and the pleasures of society as counting among the chief goods for mankind, and saw it as a virtue if an individual possessed, and perhaps cultivated, the required characteristics. One might not be able to will oneself into being handsome, Hume might say, but one can endeavor to be, and succeed in being, presentable and clean. Hume significantly remarked, in a letter to Francis Hutcheson, that his favorite author on morality was Cicero. In the same letter he recalled being made to study, when a boy, a Protestant tract called The Whole Duty of Man, a staple for school children of his day, and he told Hutcheson that even then he rejected its outlook. The contrast between the Ciceronian and Christian views taught him that virtues are what bring pleasure to their possessors and to others, or are genuinely useful in the promotion of good fellowship, whereas celibacy, fasting, penance, mortification, self-denial, humility, silence, solitude, and the whole train of monkish virtues are, he said, horrible. They stupefy the understanding and harden the heart, obscure the fancy and sour the temper. From this and his list of virtues one readily grasps Hume's conception of the good life. It was an outlook whose development began early. In a letter written at the age of 23 he said, "I read many books of morality, such as Cicero, Seneca, and Plutarch, and being smit with their beautiful representations of virtue and philosophy, I undertook the improvement of my temper and will, along with my reason and understanding. I was continually fortifying myself with reflections against death, and poverty, and shame, and all the other calamities of life." The Stoicism which forms part of this early view did not survive whole into Hume's mature work. Its self-denying, self-disciplining aspects yielded to a more cheerful allegiance to the sociable virtues. And Hume practiced what he preached, well meriting that sobriquet Bon David. In common with other thinkers of the Enlightenment, Hume was adamant that philosophy, here in the generalized sense of inquiry and reflection, belonged to the world at large, and not to the academy or the scholar's study alone. The great defect of the last age, he wrote, thinking of the age of the scholastic philosophers, which the Renaissance had brought to an end, was that it separated the learned from the conversable world. The latter had lost much as a result, while the learned had been as great a loser by being shut up in colleges and cells. The result had been that philosophy had become as chimerical in its conclusions as she was unintelligible in her style and manner of delivery. The reason for this was that the scholars had lost touch with the world. They never consulted experience in any of their reasonings, nor searched for that experience, where alone it is found, in common life and conversation. But Hume rejoiced that in his own day men of letters and men of the world were conversing together again, among other things reprising debate about the good life, as had once been done under the shade of the olive trees in ancient Athens. Rousseau, 1712–1778. Those who think that the personal lives of thinkers are irrelevant to an assessment of their work can cite in their support the example of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. This is because there are respects in which Rousseau's behavior was at times dramatically inconsistent with his professed views. For example, in Émile, or On Education, he advances a theory of education which displays much sympathy with the child's viewpoint, beginning with criticism of the practice of wrapping babies tightly in swaddling clothes instead of letting them move freely, and criticizing even more severely the practice of mothers delegating their babies to wet nurses. Yet the moment each of his own 5 children was born, he left it on the doorstep of the Foundling Hospital in Paris. Again, he was eloquent in arguing for natural and open human relationships, yet behaved with paranoid suspicion of people who tried to help him, a frequent circumstance, given that his life was often a troubled one. Rousseau was born in Geneva and always felt proud of being a Genevan citizen. His mother died mere days after his birth, and when he was aged 10 his father, a watchmaker, left him and his brother to be cared for by an uncle. He subsequently worked as a servant and a secretary in various parts of France and Italy, and for a time enjoyed the patronage of a Savoyard noblewoman, Françoise Louise de Warens, who helped him to get an education and, when he was aged 20, took him as her lover. He learned musical performance and composition while in her household. Later he had some success as a composer. Madame de Warens arranged for Rousseau to serve on the staff of the French ambassador to Venice, but he disliked the work and went instead to Paris. Not long before going there he had unsuccessfully submitted an innovative scheme of musical notation to its Académie des Sciences. On arriving in Paris his career began in earnest. He met Thérèse Levasseur, thereafter his lifelong companion and mother of the children he gave up for adoption. And he met Denis Diderot, chief editor of the Enlightenment's great endeavor, the Encyclopédie. They became friends, engaging in eager daily conversations. Diderot introduced him to the intellectual world of Paris, and Rousseau wrote several articles on music for the Encyclopédie. This led to further commissions for that work, among them the article which launched Rousseau's reputation, the entry on political economy. His reputation was most fully made, however, by the prize essay he wrote for the Académie de Dijon, on the question whether the arts and sciences had contributed to the moral improvement of mankind. Rousseau's answer, contrary to the founding premise of the Encyclopédie and the Enlightenment it championed, was no. An admiring King Louis XV offered him a pension as a reward for the essay. Rousseau turned it down. In 1754 Rousseau returned to Geneva and began to write the series of works on which his subsequent fame rests. The first was the Discourse on Inequality, a development of his Dijon essay. In it, following the lead of Hobbes and Locke, he premises the idea of a state of nature and argues that property is the source of social and economic inequality. The first person who, having enclosed a plot of land, took it into his head to say this is mine and found people simple enough to believe him, was the true founder of civil society. His theory of human nature turns on the idea that natural man is benignly interested in his own welfare, is naturally compassionate and requires only food, a woman, and sleep to be happy. Although he did not coin the phrase the noble savage, it captures his view of the uncorrupted morals of people in the state of nature, whom he regarded as occupying the high point in human development between the brutish nature of animals and the decadent nature of civilized humanity. The book that made Rousseau celebrated and admired throughout Europe was his novel Julie, ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, presented as a series of letters between two lovers living in the exquisite natural beauty of the Alpine landscape. It was published in 1761. As the subtitle suggests, its model was the correspondence between the medieval lovers Abelard and Héloïse. It was a tremendous bestseller, and prompted a storm of emotion among its readers, who wrote of weeping and sobbing, sighing and suffering seizures, especially over the profoundly poignant death of the heroine Julie at the end. It gave the 18th century's cult of sensibility a major boost, and did the same for the budding tourism industry of the Alpine region. In 1762 Rousseau published The Social Contract and Émile, or On Education. The first opens with the famous line, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." The second contains a section entitled The Profession of a Savoyard Vicar, which sets out a Unitarian defense of religious belief, contrary to the Trinitarian theologies of both the Catholic and major Protestant confessions. Unitarianism holds that God is a single person and that Jesus was not God but man. Catholic and most Protestant theologies hold that God is three persons in one, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. This would by itself have been enough to get him into trouble, but he added the view that all religions are equally meritorious, and that there is no such thing as original sin or divine revelation. The idea of what is natural to human nature underlay his theory of education. He argued in Émile that the stages of education for a child should mirror the stages of human history, beginning with the unfettered natural state in early childhood, and proceeding with gradual entry into the economic and social relations of life. These two books provoked much controversy. They represented a turning away from the materialism and empiricism of such Enlightenment thinkers as Diderot, d'Alembert, and d'Holbach, who therefore took issue with Rousseau. He and Diderot ceased to be friends. Theologians, and the temporal authorities who supported the theologians, were even more incensed. His books were banned in consequence, and so was he. Neither the French nor Swiss authorities would allow him residence in their countries. Voltaire offered to shelter him, and so did Frederick the Great of Prussia, who on the basis of Julie and Émile said of him, "I think poor Rousseau has missed his vocation, he should have been a hermit, a desert father, celebrated for his austerities and flagellations." And he added, "I conclude that the morals of Rousseau are as pure as his mind is illogical." Instead, Rousseau accepted an invitation from David Hume to go to England. To begin with, he was courted as a celebrity there, but when opinion turned against him, and his propensity to paranoia had been inflamed by a prank played on him by Horace Walpole, a public quarrel broke out, and he and Therese left England precipitately. In his later years Rousseau dedicated himself to botany, and to writing self-justifications and defenses, including his famous Confessions, the first autobiography of its kind. He died following a stroke in the summer of 1778, aged 66, leaving incomplete his last work, Daydreams of a Solitary Walker, in which he said that even though he felt like an outcast from society, he had nevertheless found serenity, tranquility, peace, even happiness. Rousseau's chief contribution to philosophy is his political theory. The principal text in which it is set out is The Social Contract, though the discourses on the origins of inequality and on political economy, among others, amplify and clarify its doctrines. In The Social Contract, Rousseau sets himself to offer a resolution to a problem that he had described at the end of the Discourse on Inequality. There he said that the result of humanity's emergence from the state of nature is an unavoidable but inequality fostering dependence of people on each other because they are no longer able to meet their own needs. This threatens instability and conflict, which drives people to establish an authority to keep the peace between them. But this authority merely institutionalizes and reinforces the inequality that mutual dependency has prompted, giving it the force of law. Such an arrangement would favor those with wealth and power, exposing the poor and powerless thereby to exploitation. In The Social Contract, Rousseau sought to outline a way that the benefits of social life might be enjoyed consistently with individual freedom for all. The key concept in his argument to this end is the general will. What Rousseau meant by the general will is unclear, and is open to being understood in very different ways. The two most common interpretations are, first, that the general will is the will of the people as this is understood in the democratic sense of a consensus of everyone agreeing together. The second is a more abstract notion, something like a transcendently conceived common purpose or interest that exists apart from the actual preferences of any given individual. Both interpretations can be backed by what Rousseau writes, though his text seems to favor the second. There is often a great deal of difference between the will of all and the general will. The latter looks only to the common interest, the former considers private interest and is only a sum of private wills. But take away from these same wills the pluses and minuses that cancel each other out, and the remaining sum of the differences is the general will. Both interpretations of the general will are consistent with the further view that it is an idealization and, as such, an ideal that no state actually embodies, which has the consequence, if this is what Rousseau meant, that no state has true political legitimacy. Whether or not this is an implication, Rousseau conceives of the general will as always being directed at the good of each and of all together, which means that it can never be in conflict with the good of any individual. It is this that offers a means of reconciling the existence of the state with freedom as a social and political value. The legitimate state is one that embodies the general will, therefore to be free is to be obedient to the general will. Rousseau talks of the demand to obey the general will as being forced to be free. The appearance of paradox in this idea is reduced when one notes that he contrasts the kind of freedom experienced in the state of nature, natural freedom, with the kind one enjoys in a legitimate state, civil freedom. The former is complete license to do as I wish, but that means that I am vulnerable to being the prey of others' license to do me harm. By contrast, in civil freedom I am protected by laws that express the general will, and I am therefore secure in my life and property. An idea that anticipates Kant's views is Rousseau's claim that in civil society people have moral freedom because they subject themselves to moral laws that they have imposed on themselves. The introduction of this idea adds yet another kind of freedom to the repertoire of freedoms Rousseau identifies, but one possibility is that the idea of civil freedom as obedience to the general will is close to the idea of moral autonomy in the sense that one's participation in willing the general will in effect makes one a legislator of the laws, including moral laws, under which one lives. Perhaps it is relevant to adduce the perspective on the question of freedom provided by the discourse of the Savoyard vicar in Rousseau's Émile. The vicar in that tale, having been defrocked as a result of a sexual scandal, and finding himself in a bleak state of personal crisis afterwards, undertakes a Descartes-like review of all his beliefs to see if he knows anything with certainty. One thing he finds himself to be certain of is that he is a free-willed being, not subject to the physical laws of causality but at complete liberty to choose and act as he wills. If we take this conception of freedom to be what Rousseau meant in the social contract where freedom consists in obeying the general will, then the implication is that the general will is something that, whether consciously or not, the individual indeed wills. As with the idea of moral freedom, the act of obeying the general will is therefore an act of autonomy. Rousseau disliked both the ideas of what might now be called representative democracy with an elected legislature, and the more Hobbesian idea of a sovereign individual or body elected or appointed by the people. He thought that such arrangements involved an alienation of one's self-rule, and thus a form of slavery. His view invites the problem that most societies are too numerous to be able to govern themselves by assembly in the equivalent of the Greek agora, so it seems impracticable. Some commentators suggest Rousseau meant to distinguish between the sovereign in a state and the government of the state, where the latter is the body that carries out the will of the former. So, the people is sovereign, and the administrators of their will do not have power over them, but obey them. Rousseau was however a pessimist about politics. With some justification he surmised that governments would soon enough come to exercise power over the people rather than being subject to them. That justification is provided by history, including the history of the representative democracies that have come into existence since his time. In his views of religion, as expressed both in Émile and in the social contract, Rousseau enraged his contemporaries, but an aspect of them was the need for toleration, and the promotion of a civic religion which, by promoting belief in a deity and an afterlife in which reward and punishment are due, would help ensure that people behave well. He had a conventional view of women: they are helpmeets to men, and must be submissive to them. Men do not need women, he says in Emile, but they desire them, whereas women both desire and need men. He adds that women are cleverer and more practical than men, their inferior status seems to be justified by their being physically weaker than men. As this last thought prompts one to think, the opinion of Rousseau held by Frederick the Great of Prussia seems, if on the generous side, about right. Kant, 1724–1804. Here is a claim that few who are knowledgeable about philosophy would dispute, that the three greatest figures in the history of Western philosophy are Plato, Aristotle, and Kant. Other figures have high importance in the story, not least because of the influence they exerted on those who came after them, but there can be little disagreement with the claim that these three names stand above the rest. What marks them out is their intellectual power, their penetration into the deepest parts of difficult questions, and the scope of their contributions. Each created new concepts and vocabularies for exploring the fundamental questions of metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, to say nothing of psychology and social and political theory. Each of them thereby changed and enriched the way humankind thinks. If Immanuel Kant had died at the age of 50, it is possible we would never have heard of him. In the image of the Chinese saying, the orchid fears the singing of the tailor bird, but the chrysanthemum survives the frosts of autumn, he is a chrysanthemum, a late blossomer. Orchids bloom in spring, and by the time the tailor bird's song heralds the onset of summer on China's northern plains, their time is over, but the chrysanthemum endures. Indeed, most things came late to Kant. He did not have a salaried academic post until the age of 46. It was in the years after this, when he was at last able to give up lecturing for fees dependent on the students he could attract, which meant lecturing on a wide range of subjects interesting enough to get customers, that he could focus on writing his great works, the Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, the Prolegomena to any future metaphysics, 1783, the Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785, the Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, and the Critique of Judgment, 1790. For a short period after the first critique was published, no one seemed to take notice of it, because it is a challenging work, and effort was required for its significance and implications to be understood. It seemed that the complexity of his views, his convoluted, indeed, poor, literary style and the new terminology he invented to convey his ideas would be a permanent barrier to appreciation of his work. But then the Critique of Pure Reason was understood, and Kant became famous. There have been philosophical celebrities from time to time, think Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre for more recent examples, but Kant was a phenomenon among them. The number of visitors to his house became such a nuisance that he limited himself to appearing at his study door for a few moments each day to greet them with a wave before retiring into privacy again, like royalty. One day a visitor, a certain Professor Royce, having been denied admittance by the servant, forced his way into Kant's study exclaiming, "I have traveled 160 miles to see and speak with Professor Kant." Nearly a week's hard journey in those days. Soon Kant's ideas were being taught in most German universities, and most philosophy professors in them were Kantians. Kant's reputation traveled beyond the borders of Germany. The poet Coleridge went to Germany on purpose to learn about the critical philosophy, but comprehension of his views took longer. It was not until G. H. Lewis' Biographical History of Philosophy, 1846, that an intelligent appreciation of Kant appeared in English. In fact, Kant's first translator into English was a Scottish teenager called John Michael John, a prodigy at languages but nowhere near equipped to render the critique into something intelligible. His practically unintelligible version was published in 1855. When at last a good translation was effected by Norman Kemp Smith in 1929, for a long time afterwards it was the standard English text, It was, relatively speaking, so clear that German students used it rather than reading the original. Kant was born in Königsberg in East Prussia in 1724. His family was of Scottish ancestry, an interesting point given Kant's remark that what first interrupted my dogmatic slumber was reading Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. His father was a saddler, and both his parents were members of the Pietists, an inward-looking Protestant sect. He was educated at the Collegium Fridericianum before entering the University of Königsberg, where he read philosophy, physics, mathematics, and theology. He supported himself with private tutoring while a student and for many years afterwards, among other things lecturing to military officers on the science of fortification. He also became a privatdozent at the university, an unsalaried teacher dependent on the fees that individual students paid if they took the courses he offered. He was at times so poor that he had to sell his books to pay his rent. Kant was polymathic, not only lecturing on a wide array of subjects from mathematics to astronomy via physics, geography, psychology, anthropology, natural law, and philosophy, but contributing to them. In astronomy he anticipated the discovery of the planet Uranus, as Sir John Herschel acknowledged, and he figures in the Kant-Laplace theory of the origins of the universe, based on an application of Newton's principles. As the remark about Kant's ancestry implies, Königsberg was a city with extensive trading relationships through the Baltic and beyond. It was a city of many nationalities, among them a resident British community. Two of Kant's closest friends were English businessmen, J. Green and Armand Thurby. They represented a cosmopolitan tradition in Königsberg that stretched back several centuries, as evidenced by the fact that English theatre companies were touring there and elsewhere in Prussia, Poland, and the Baltic states in Shakespeare's day. Kant knew English, French and the classical tongues, and read widely in them all. He was famously a bachelor of regular habits, starting his walk so precisely at 4 p.m. every day that his fellow citizens said he was a more accurate timekeeper than the cathedral clock. Only once did he break his routine before being compelled to do so by old age. It was when he received his copy of Rousseau's Émile and could not put it down. There was just one picture hanging on a wall in his house, a portrait of Rousseau. His other intellectual heroes were the ancient authors Horace and Virgil and the moderns Milton, Pope, and Hume. In the time of his celebrity he was offered professorships at other universities, but he did not wish to leave Königsberg. Indeed, he never left it. He said that because the world came to Königsberg he could travel without leaving home. In the last few years of his life, after the strenuous intellectual labors of the period in which he wrote his major philosophical works, he became mentally and physically frail. He was so thin that he found it painful to sit because no flesh insulated his bones from the chair. He was nearly 80 years of age when he died, attended to the last by his faithful servant Martin Lamp. Fn 5. The argument of the Critique of Pure Reason is fundamental to Kant's mature philosophical outlook, and to understand it one must recognize, first, that the word metaphysics as used by Kant refers to what we now call philosophy. In his day philosophy mainly meant what we now call science, and second, that central to philosophy as then conceived was epistemology, the question of how and what we know. More accurately, the central concern of philosophy as Kant saw it, and indeed as it saw itself in the tradition of Descartes, Leibniz, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, these being the philosophers Kant explicitly cites, was epistemology linked to the question of what exists. Given that knowledge is knowledge of or about something, so it is important to be clear about the nature of the something which is the object of knowledge. In today's parlance, questions about what exists, either in general or in some domain, are labeled metaphysical or ontological, and therefore Kant's 18th-century use of the term metaphysics might mislead an unwary reader into thinking it is about what exists, thereby not recognizing that his fundamental question was, instead, what, and how much, do we know? We would accordingly now describe the subject matter of the Critique of Pure Reason as epistemology with some metaphysics attached. Keeping this in mind, we can identify Kant's aim. Recall the conflict of opinion between empiricists and rationalists in epistemology. the former arguing that the origin of knowledge lies in sensory experience, the latter arguing that reason is the only sure path to knowledge. In the technical terminology of philosophy, knowledge derived from experience is called a posteriori knowledge, implying after experience, while knowledge derived from reason is called a priori knowledge, literally meaning before experience but understood as meaning independently of experience. From Plato onwards, the rationalist ambition to arrive at certain knowledge by a priori methods of reasoning, that is, by excogitation and inference, had been opposed by the empiricist claim that genuine knowledge of the world can be secured only by a posteriori methods of observation and experiment. Mathematics was cited by rationalists as a paradigm of a priori knowledge, while empiricists in the 2 centuries before Kant could point to the scientific advances made possible by a posteriori investigation. As noted in connection with Locke, it was a typical rationalist move to hold that the basis of knowledge lies in innate ideas or principles, while empiricists argued, as Locke himself did, that the mind is a blank slate on which experience writes. Fn 6 Kant was struck by Hume's claim that we believe in the existence of a necessary connection between a cause and its effect, not because we empirically observe such a thing, nor because we can derive by a priori reasoning that there has to be such a thing, but because of the way our minds work. Hume argued that we form mental habits of connecting ideas together in such a way that the impression or idea of X makes the mind pass to the idea of Y so regularly, with such a feeling of inevitability, that we project that feeling of inevitability onto the relationship between the ideas of X and Y, giving rise in us to the further idea of a necessary connection between them, and by projection therefore a necessary connection between regularly conjoined pairs of events in the world. What struck Kant was Hume's notion of the way our minds work as explaining the idea of causality, and not just causality and the related matter of inductive inference, but also our belief that a world exists independently of our experience, and that each of us is an enduring self. This idea of the way our minds work was the insight that prompted Kant to develop a theory of knowledge that reconciles the rationalist and empiricist approaches. In essence, his view is that our minds handle the incoming data of sensory experience in such a way as to organize and interpret that data to make the world seem as it does. It does this by imposing an apparatus of a priori concepts upon the data, the resulting marriage of data and concepts thus constituting the world of experience. To take a homely example, think of making cookies. Flour and water are mixed, then rolled out into a flat formless shape, onto which pastry cutters are pressed to make such various figures as circles and stars. Analogously, the faculty of mind which processes incoming sensory data, the data of vision, hearing, and the rest, acts like a set of pastry cutters, imposing order and structure on the raw basic data. The faculty of mind that has this organizing function is called by Kant the understanding, and he describes it as consisting in a set of highly general concepts which it applies to the incoming data of sense and, by organizing it, thereby creating experience. He used the word intuition in its original meaning of sense experience to denote the incoming sense data. It is the marriage between the concepts of the understanding and the intuitions delivered by the senses which generates experience. The experience thus generated is experience of the world as it seems to us, the phenomenal, apparent, world. The concepts of the understanding are the a priori aspect of knowledge, the incoming intuitions are the a posteriori element. They are essential to each other, without both, there is no experience, and therefore no world appearing to us. He wrote, "Concepts without intuitions are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind." Fn 7. This theory was developed by Kant to answer the question, is metaphysics, that is, philosophy in our modern sense, possible? That is, can we solve the fundamental problems of philosophy, and if so, how? These problems are, how do we know? How can we overcome skeptical challenges to knowledge? Is there a world existing independently of our experience of it? How can we justify claims about causality, the reliability of induction, the existence of a self? These questions concern the detailed problems we must solve if we are to reach any conclusions about the most general topics Kant thought we had to understand if we are ever to know how we can justify claims about what is right and good in the moral sense, these topics being the existence of God, freedom of the will and the nature of the soul. Kant's answer is to say that we can indeed answer the questions about causality, skepticism, and the like, because the way the world appears to us is the result of the way we experience it. It is in significant part a construct of our minds. He is therefore saying that both the empiricists and rationalists are right. The empiricists are right to insist that there cannot be knowledge without sensory experience, intuition, but they are wrong to say that the mind is a blank slate, for the rationalists are right to insist that there are a priori concepts supplied by our minds, though the rationalists are wrong to say that a priori concepts are sufficient by themselves for knowledge of the world. So, knowledge is possible only because of the combination of the two. Our minds are not blank slates, but are equipped a priori with ways of organizing and interpreting the incoming data of sense, and the indissoluble marriage between these two factors, intuitions and concepts, is what gives rise to our experience of the world as it appears to us, the phenomenal world. As the conception of a phenomenal world implies, however, we do not and indeed cannot know how the world is in itself. How the world is in itself, independently of being experienced by us, is unknowable because inaccessible. We cannot circumvent our way of having experience so that we can, as it were, peer behind our experience to see what the unexperienced world is like. The world as it is in itself Kant calls noumenal reality, and he says that all that can be said about it is that it is not like phenomenal reality. And here is a big problem: God, free will and the soul lie on the noumenal side of the question. Does his conclusion mean that we cannot know or say anything about these subjects? If there are such things as God, free will and the soul, they transcend, in the sense of go beyond, the boundaries of what the senses can tell us. We must therefore ask, where and what are these boundaries? What are the limits of reason's reach and competence? An inquiry into the place and nature of these boundaries or limits is called by Kant a transcendental inquiry, and it is very important to note that he thereby meant not an inquiry into what lies beyond the bounds, but instead an inquiry into the boundaries themselves, that is, into the boundary conditions of what makes experience and knowledge possible in the first place. The conclusion of Kant's inquiry into these boundaries, as already indicated though in other words, is that claims to knowledge of what lies within them are legitimate, but claims to knowledge of what lies beyond them are not. Philosophical inquiry can yield results regarding the general features of the phenomenal world, the world we experience. For example, it can justify the claim that every event has a cause. But it cannot give us knowledge of what lies outside experience. Talk of God, freedom, and the soul has therefore to be understood in a quite different way. And inquiry into the grounds of morality must proceed on its own terms too, its relation to notions of God and the rest likewise requiring to be understood differently. The first critique has two main parts. In the first part Kant lays out a scheme of how experience arises. Sensory intuition comes before the faculty of understanding already ordered in spatial and temporal form by the way our sensory modalities, vision, hearing, and the rest, operate. The faculty of understanding then brings the intuitions under concepts, that is, interprets them according to the most fundamental and general concepts we have, concepts such as causality, substance, quality, and quantity. One of the most intriguing aspects of this scheme is that Kant's answer to the skeptical question how can you justify the claim that these concepts are what we use to create our experience, is to give an argument, known as the transcendental deduction, which shows that unless we did this we would not be able to have experience at all. The first part of the first critique thus aims to show how experience arises from the marriage of intuition and conceptualization, and thereby where the bounds of the legitimate use of our minds lie. The second part, called the dialectic of pure reason, examines what happens when reason tries to go beyond the legitimate bounds of thought. Here Kant shows why we cannot prove the existence of God or an immortal soul, or of free will. Instead he argues that to make sense of ourselves and especially our moral concerns, we have to assume that something answers to these concepts, but to try to claim knowledge of them is not possible. As with Hume before him, Kant's main philosophical concern was to identify the foundations of morality, and for this the first critique is, despite its importance for metaphysics and the theory of knowledge, just a starting point. In a series of following works, the two most important being the critique of practical reason and the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, Kant sets out his austere views about the supreme principle of morality. If there is to be such a thing as morality, he argued, its laws must apply to a realm of free-willed action, and not to the deterministic empirical realm governed by natural causal laws. This means that the task in moral philosophy is to show how reason by itself, pure reason, unmixed with empirical factors, governs and directs the will. The will, in turn, when truly autonomous, when it obeys only laws it makes for itself, thereby expresses the highest good there can be, which is freedom. The summum bonum, Kant wrote, is freedom in accordance with a will which is not necessitated to action. Free-willed beings are the most valuable things in the world, they are ends in themselves which should never be treated instrumentally as means to other ends. In Kant's view, moral value resides in the good will of an agent who acts not out of inclination or the desire to achieve some particular end, but out of a sense of duty, specifically, a duty to obey a moral law which reason recognizes as the right one for the circumstances. The law in question will not take the form of a hypothetical imperative advising that if the agent wishes to achieve a certain aim he should do so and so. Such imperatives, for example if you wish to protect your health then you must give up smoking, are such that if you do not desire the end, as specified in the if part, you do not have to obey the command, as specified in the then part. Rather, a genuinely moral law will take the form of a categorical imperative bluntly asserting do so and so. It is absolute and unconditional, no ifs involved. Kant arrives at this view by distinguishing between action-guiding principles which are subjective, in the sense that they apply only to the agent himself, and those that are objective, in the sense that they apply to all rational beings. Subjective principles are called maxims, objective principles are called laws. If there existed perfectly rational beings, without appetites and passions to interfere with their reasoning, they would invariably act in accordance with objective laws. Animals never act in accordance with such laws, because they do not possess reason but only appetites and instincts, so their behavior is wholly governed by the laws of nature. The big difference between rational and non-rational beings is summarized by Kant in the groundwork thus: everything in nature works in accordance with laws. Only a rational being has the power to act in accordance with his idea of laws, that is, in accordance with principles, and only so has he a will. Human beings are, figuratively speaking, halfway between the animals and the angels, in the sense that they have both reason and the full complement of animal appetites and instincts. They are therefore in the unique position of being able to act in conformity with objective principles identified by reason, but they do not always do so. So they alone are in need of concepts of duty and obligation, and therefore of imperatives unconditionally stating what they ought to do. The general form of the categorical imperative is I ought never to act in any way other than according to a maxim which I can at the same time will should become a universal law, that is, which I regard as applicable universally, to everyone and not just me. The most famous formulation of the categorical imperative is, act in such a way that you always treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, never simply as a means, but always at the same time as an end. Kant thinks of the moral community of persons as a kingdom of ends, a mutual association of free beings, in which each individual seeks to realize freely chosen goals compatibly with the freedom of everyone else to do likewise. In stating these views Kant had to traverse some very hard terrain. He argued that the supreme principle of morality is the principle of autonomy, and that the determining ground of the moral will is the purely formal concept of lawfulness as such, which is a concept of pure reason. Kant claims that the very possibility of morality depends on there being free-willed beings who obey laws of reason they apply to themselves. He therefore had to give an argument to show that there is freedom, and he had to explain how laws can be valid just in virtue of their formal properties and not in virtue of what they enjoin. The ethical outlook advocated by Kant is a deontology, a rule-based or duty-based ethics. This kind of view is sharply contrasted to any form of consequentialist ethics, which evaluates the moral worth of an action by its consequences or outcomes. In deontology, an action is moral only insofar as it obeys the rule governing the case, irrespective of outcomes. Kant did not agree with those, whether among the ancients or among the moderns, who thought that morality is accessible only to an educated elite. Moral principles apply to everyone, and therefore everyone must be capable of understanding the obligations and ideals which govern their moral lives. He believed that in fact all ordinary folk have a basically correct grasp of morality, even if a detailed and technical philosophical treatise is required to spell out both its details and its justification fully. He took his own task to be that of explaining and analyzing what is inherent in the structure of every man's reason, which includes the supreme principle of morality itself, namely autonomy or freedom, together with the categorical nature of true moral laws. He was criticized by contemporaries for not having introduced anything original in this respect, to which he replied, who would wish to introduce a new principle of morality and, as it were, be its inventor, as if the world had hitherto been ignorant of what duty is or had been thoroughly wrong about it. Commentators and biographers alike make much of Kant's pietist upbringing as a source of his stern morality of duty. The Pietists were numerous and highly influential in 18th-century Königsberg, where Kant was born and lived all his life. His parents were strictly observing members of the movement. His school, the Collegium Fridericianum, was committedly pietist, and the city's university was a center of pietist theology. Pietists believed in original sin and its concomitant, the human tendency to evil, but this had a further concomitant in the form of a doctrine of salvation through spiritual rebirth, good works, and the unremitting pursuit of moral perfection. Kant deeply disliked the obligatory pieties of Pietism, and by extension religion in general, but he carried from his experience of it the idea of inner dutifulness and discipline. The most potent influence on Kant was not Pietism but something opposed to it both temperamentally and in principle, the Enlightenment itself. He saw himself as a votary of the Enlightenment, even a custodian of its values. For much of his teaching career he lectured on subjects which all the proponents of enlightenment sought to make more generally known, physics and astronomy included, and he championed the idea of progress in the condition of mankind through the application of science and its methods. For this, as noted, he argued that the necessary condition is freedom, freedom from external constraints on debate and the diffusion of knowledge, and freedom internally from the timidity and uncertainty which inhibits independent thought. The enemies of progress are those who impose censorship or conformity, whether of a political or religious kind. Such abuses of power, Kant wrote in What is Enlightenment, trample on the holy rights of mankind. Elsewhere he added, religion through its sanctity, and law-giving through its majesty, might seek to exempt themselves from criticism, but they then awaken rightful suspicion, and cannot claim the sincere respect which reason accords only to that which has been able to sustain the test of free and open examination. Nevertheless, Kant did not think it possible to justify morality to the generality of mankind without invoking metaphysical concepts of a deity and the immortality of the soul. These notions, together with that of the freedom of the will, constitute a trinity of concepts which, although they cannot be proved to be valid, are useful for making sense of the practice of morality as a whole, for if, he said, we assume that there is a deity and that we survive our earthly existence, and moreover that we are fully accountable, as a result of having free will, for everything we have done in life, then we can think of ourselves as being liable for reward or punishment in a posthumous dispensation. And this is what, in his view, gives people their sense of why they should be moral. In Kant's terminology, the concepts of God, immortality, and freedom of the will are postulates, useful assumptions of pure practical reason. His argument for them is that the moral law requires us to attain the highest possible good, and that we do this by conforming our will wholly to the moral law. But success in this amounts to holiness, a state not attainable in the empirical world, where the senses will always offer temptations to disobey the moral law. If holiness is possible and is required by the moral law, yet is not attainable in this world, it follows that we must help ourselves to the idea of the possibility of another life, a non-physical one, in which the supreme moral goal of holiness can be reached. Thus, said Kant, the highest good is practically possible only on the supposition of the immortality of the soul. Similarly, said Kant, it is necessary to postulate the existence of God to make sense of the idea that virtue will be rewarded. Man is not the cause of nature, and he is therefore not able to will that nature should reward those who deserve reward. But the idea of moral law requires that such reward should be possible. Therefore we have to postulate that there is a being capable of ensuring that we get the rewards we deserve. Although these are not proofs of immortality or of deity, said Kant, but merely postulates or assumptions, nevertheless they can be rationally believed. It takes very little to see why most commentators on Kant do not agree that this is so. We might for example ask, why cannot we think it an obligation to try to attain the highest good without assuming that it has to be attainable? We might think that it is attainable only by a few, or that we might more or less closely approximate it without actually attaining it. So much for the need for immortality. As for the need to reward virtue, there are those who hold that virtue is its own reward, and those who think that virtue is still worth pursuing even if there are no guarantees of reward, so once again morality does not need the concept of a deity. On the contrary, the idea that striving for the good, and living according to a best conception of virtue, without the inducement either of guaranteed success and guaranteed rewards, seems to be a finer thing than Kant offers. Some find it odd that Kant believed that religion is harmful to morality, and yet that the concepts of deity and immortality are required to give morality point. His meaning is that religion as the organized worship of a deity, and submission to what a church says is its will, is harmful to morality, but the idea that one has an immortal soul which is answerable for everything one does to a supreme judge is, in effect, a useful fiction for rounding off what one might say to justify morality to any skeptic who asks why should I be moral. Unfortunately for this idea it preserves the kernel of the argumentum ad baculum, the appeal to force or threat, and fails on that account too. Kant was not a personally religious man, and his postulates for making external sense of morality share the notional, deistic character that, for example, Voltaire's views had. The significant fact is that the content of Kant's moral theory is humanistic, in arguing, first, that morality's most fundamental presupposition is the autonomy of the will, meaning that the will obeys laws it imposes on itself and not those prescribed by an outside source such as a deity or sovereign, and secondly that the law such a will thus obeys must be shown to be valid on purely logical grounds. In this respect Kant's theory is a paradigm of Enlightenment thinking. The 18th century Enlightenment. Enlightenment, Kant wrote in his 1784 essay What is Enlightenment, is man's emergence from his self-imposed immaturity. Immaturity is the inability to use one's understanding without guidance from another. This immaturity is self-imposed when its cause lies not in lack of understanding, but in lack of resolve and courage to use it without guidance from another. Sapere Ode. Dare to know, have courage to use your own understanding. That is the motto of enlightenment. Neither Kant nor his contemporaries thought that they lived in an enlightened age. By enlightenment they meant the lessening of darkness, the beginning of the spread of light. The human mind was starting to shrug off the rule of arbitrary authority in the spheres of thought and belief. Intellectual immaturity is characterized by a need for direction from others, intellectual maturity is characterized by independence. Nothing is required for enlightenment except freedom, Kant wrote, and the freedom in question is the least harmful of all, namely, the freedom to use reason publicly in all matters. What Kant and his fellow leaders of the Enlightenment were combating was the denial of that freedom of mind. On all sides I hear, do not argue. Kant continued. The officer says, do not argue, drill. The taxman says, do not argue, pay. The pastor says, do not argue, believe. Whereas the officer and the taxman serve authorities who dislike anyone's questioning the political and social status quo, the pastor is a different matter. He represents authority which dislikes any kind of questioning, and certainly not the kind that is skeptical about received wisdom. The project that did most to carry the flag for enlightenment in the 18th century was the Encyclopédie, au Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers, edited by Denis Diderot and Jean-Léon d'Alembert. It declared war on the authority of past pieties on the grounds that these had always been a barrier to intellectual advance. In taking this stance, the encyclopedists were following the lead of Voltaire, whose battle cry of écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous, had persistently attacked authority with weapons of logic and satire. Diderot's call to arms in the Encyclopédie is in the same spirit: have courage to free yourselves, he exhorted his age. Examine the history of all peoples in all times and you will see that we humans have always been subject to one of three codes, that of nature, that of society, and that of religion, and that we have been obliged to transgress all three in succession, because they could never be in harmony. In his novel Les Bijoux Indiscrets, Diderot recounts a dream. In it there is a building without foundations, whose pillars soar upwards into a fog. A crowd of misshapen and crippled old men move about among the pillars. The building is the palace of hypotheses, and the old men are makers of theological and metaphysical systems. But an energetic little child appears, and as he draws near the building he grows into a giant. The child's name is Experiment, and when he arrives at the building he gives it a mighty blow, and it shatters to the ground. The dream encapsulates one important aspect of the 18th century Enlightenment's source, the rise of science in the 17th century. That century began, in scientific respects, with Galileo seeing the moons of Jupiter through a telescope, an observation adding powerful support to the Copernican view of the universe. Galileo was put under house arrest by the Vatican for saying that the earth moves, contrary to the definitive pronouncement in Scripture that God had laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever, Psalm 104:5. The century ended with Newton. It contained a spectacular army of geniuses in philosophy and science, whose work laid the simultaneous foundations of science and the modern world, chief among them Hooke, Boyle, Wren, Huygens, Wallace, Descartes, Rook, Kepler, Napier, Leeuwenhoek, Fermat, Pascal, Leibniz, Hobbes, Spinoza, and Locke. The key to the scientific advances of the 17th century was the use of observation and reason, experiment, and quantification. The key to the 18th century Enlightenment is that it set about applying this same empirical approach to wider regions of thought, to politics, society, education, law, and the idea of human rights. When it became clear that empirical inquiry can uncover the secrets of nature, other doctrines, for two prime examples, that of the divine right of kings and the doctrines of theology, began to lose intellectual respectability. Kant, as we saw, wrote, "If it is now asked, do we presently live in an enlightened age, the answer is, no, but we do live in an age of enlightenment." Although he began by describing the immaturity of the intellect as the state in which it needs guidance from another, he also attacked the various hegemonies which keep the human mind shackled to that need. In order to mature, the intellect needs liberty, the freedom to use reason publicly in all matters. Key encyclopedia entries argued that religion had signally failed to provide a satisfactory basis either for morality or for a just society. This followed the lead given by Voltaire. But although Voltaire had circumspectly claimed that criticizing superstition was not the same as criticizing faith, and that criticizing the church was not the same thing as criticizing religion, it was faith and religion which felt the blows. In common with many who took the same view, whether or not they publicly acknowledged doing so, Voltaire claimed to be a deist, that is, one who does not believe in any revealed religion, but nevertheless holds that there had to have been, at some point, an agency which created the universe. Most deists took it that this being has no personal interest in the affairs of mankind, and does not intervene in what happens in the world, leaving it to the operation of natural laws alone. Diderot had no time for deism, seeing it as a mere fudge. It had, he wrote, cut off a dozen heads of the hydra of religion, but from the remaining one all the rest would grow again. In vain, O slave of superstition, says nature to mankind in his supplement to Bougainville's Voyage, have you sought your happiness beyond the limits of the world I gave you? Have courage to free yourself from the yoke of religion. In saying that humankind has always been subject to the authority of any one or two of nature, society, or religion, Diderot argued that there has never been a real man, a real citizen, a real believer. Perhaps one of the most swingeing assaults on religion occurs in Baron de Holbach's Natural Politics, which he concludes with the remark that religion, by teaching people to fear invisible despots, thereby teaches them to fear earthly ones, and consequently prevents them from seeking independence and choosing the direction and character of their lives for themselves. As this suggests, and this is crucially important for understanding the Enlightenment, the repudiation of the hegemony of religion over thought is, although central, not the sole concern, but just the starting point for what really counts, the project, to be undertaken by each individual, of relying on reason and applying the lessons of science as the chief guides to building better lives and societies. The Enlightenment project was accordingly conceived by its votaries as a creative one, a reforming one, premised on the promise of freedom, most especially intellectual freedom, to deliver a new and improved world. Peter Gay was careful to point out, in his The Enlightenment, an interpretation, that the Enlightenment has always had its simplistic admirers and its vehement detractors, among the latter those who blame it for those aspects of modernism which exemplify superficial rationalism, foolish optimism, and irresponsible utopianism, including the excesses of the French Revolution and the failed experiments, terribly costly in human terms, of the 20th century's various upheavals. The reminder is a salutary one. But as Gay and before him Ernst Cassirer remarked, even though such strictures have merit, the Enlightenment has to be understood as an intellectual movement based on a set of aspirations for the improvement of mankind's lot. The philosophy's experience, Gay writes, speaking of the thinkers of the Enlightenment collectively by the French label they applied to themselves, was a dialectical struggle for autonomy, an attempt to assimilate the two pasts they had inherited, Christian and pagan, to pit them against one another and thus to secure their independence. Theirs was a paganism directed against their Christian inheritance and dependent upon the paganism of classical antiquity, but it was also a modern paganism, emancipated from classical thought as much as from Christian dogma. The ancients taught the philosophes the uses of criticism, but it was the modern philosophers who taught them the possibilities of power. In these remarks, as in those of Kant and the other thinkers quoted, a key notion is that of autonomy, by which is meant self-government, independence of thought, and possession of the right and the responsibility to make choices about one's own life, not least moral choices. Autonomy is self-direction in the light of reason and the lessons of nature. Its opposite, heteronomy, means direction or government by someone or something outside oneself. Heteronomy means subjection of one's own will to the will and choices of an external authority, typically a deity or some other abstraction. Of course, the conditions of social life mean that an individual is subject to many constraints made necessary by the fact of living in community with others. But the autonomy in question is autonomy first and foremost of thought and moral responsibility, and it is the progress towards increasing autonomy, in this sense, that Kant and his contemporaries saw as enlightenment. If the aim of enlightenment is to think for oneself and choose for oneself, this autonomy conceived as essential to the life worth living, then it is essential that one should be equipped to think fruitfully and to choose wisely. That requires information, and not just information, but information organized into knowledge, and not just knowledge, but knowledge interpreted into understanding. This is why the monument of the Enlightenment is the Encyclopedia of Diderot and D'Alembert. Its stated aim was to collect all the knowledge scattered over the face of the earth, to present its general outlines and structure to the men with whom we live, and to transmit this to those who will come after us, so that the work of the past centuries may be useful to the following centuries, that our children, by becoming more educated, may at the same time become more virtuous and happier, and that we may not die without having deserved well of the human race. The most significant part of this statement is Diderot's assertion that education is the route to the good life. A central theme of the encyclopedia, as shown by such of its articles as System and Hypothesis, is that empirical methods and logic are keys to knowledge, and that these are not only inconsistent with appeals to the authority of Scripture or revelation, but actually overt them. In the preliminary discourse, D'Alembert begins his account of the organization of knowledge by defending empiricism, and then accepts the implications of this commitment, that the fundamental concepts of morality and justice have to be derived from facts about mankind's experience, not from supposed metaphysical or theological foundations. The encyclopedia was published between 1751 and 1772 in 17 volumes of text and 11 of illustrations. The writing of its 72,000 articles was distributed among 140 authors, among them some of the most eminent minds of 18th-century France. In addition to its editors, they included Voltaire, Rousseau, Marmontel, d'Holbach, and Turgot, to name a very few. They shared Diderot's aim not just of collecting and, in clear and accessible prose, diffusing the best of accumulated knowledge, but of deploying this formidable mass as a machine of war to propagate light. The encyclopedia therefore faced considerable opposition, not least from the censors, whose objections and interference caused many delays in publication. The first 7 volumes appeared annually between 1751 and 1757, the last 10 appeared in 1766. 6 years later the last of the volumes of illustrations was published, completing the original plan. By that time reprints of some of the articles were already in existence, and works inspired either by agreement or by opposition had begun to appear. The encyclopedia had become an institution, and remains a monument to what the most optimistic intellects of the time aspired to. Although the encyclopedia was a concrete expression of the Enlightenment spirit, for all its significance it represents just one thread in a larger and longer story. Part of that story concerns the contemporary opposition to the Enlightenment project, chiefly from the defenders of the religious and political status quo threatened by its message. A larger part of the story concerns the Enlightenment's historical critics, those who see it as responsible for the excesses of the French Revolution, those who see it as meriting the reaction represented by Romanticism, those who see it as the ultimate source for both Stalinism and fascism in more recent times, those even more recently who see it as ultimately responsible for liberal values where this is understood pejoratively in the American sense as destructive of family values, and all those who see it as embodying the antithesis of all that matters most richly to the human spirit in its encounters with the mystical, the ineffable, and the numinous. The earliest opponents of the Enlightenment fall into 2 broad classes, those who would now be described as political or ideological conservatives, ranging from clerics contemporary with the philosophes to somewhat later thinkers like Edmund Burke and Joseph de Maistre, and those we now label romantics, who championed nature, imagination, and the emotions, against what they saw as the reductive and mechanistic worldview of Enlightenment rationalism. Fn 8. Burke and others who shared his conservative political orientation identified the Enlightenment attack on tradition, and especially tradition as a source of moral and political authority, as the direct cause of all that was worst about the French Revolution. In fact, their objection embraced a longer impulse of thought, stemming at least from Locke, which argued that the source of authority in society is not tradition or a monarch ruling by divine right, but the people, whose consent is required for all things affecting the common will, and who have rights, some of them inalienable in that no form of government is entitled to abrogate them. The philosophes of the Enlightenment adopted this view as a matter of course, and it has been, despite Burke, because later conservatives adopted it too, the source of the Western evolution of liberal democracy. But in Burke's day democracy was a word of male diction, and the people was an unruly and anarchic entity not to be trusted. From Burke's perspective the philosophes were sans-culottes before the fact, and all their principles were despicable accordingly. Romantics interpreted the Enlightenment's championship of science as amounting to the claim that scientific development is synonymous with progress itself, which if so would mean that history and human experience can properly be understood only in mechanistic, even deterministic terms. As a way of recoiling from this degree of empiricism and mechanism, the Romantics asserted instead the primacy of emotion over reason, and accordingly celebrated the subjective, the personal, the visionary, and the irrational. They gave a privileged place to moods and passions as sources of insight and as arbiters of truth, and they exalted such experiences as the individual's response to natural beauty. By contrast, Enlightenment attitudes are taken to be natural concomitants of the neoclassical preference for order, balance, and harmony in music, architecture, art and poetry, a view which gets much support from the applied aesthetics of the 18th century. It scarcely needs saying that we would not now willingly be without either the neoclassicism of the 18th century or the romantic music and poetry of the 19th century, so the point here is not to take sides between the best of both styles, nor to choose which did most harm, having agreed that both have their worst sides and consequences too, as with the harsh and mechanical reductivism of the one, and the irresponsible thinking of the other which led to such catastrophes of political and social romanticism as nationalism, racism, and eventually fascism. If there is one salient difference, it is that the amorphous embrace of Romanticism gave unreflective house room to many of the shibboleths that the Enlightenment worked hard to abolish, given their negative effects on human flourishing, for a chief example, superstition, and in this respect a preference might be justified as follows: the good life for human individuals certainly requires the best of both traditions, but arguably at least requires the worst aspects of Romanticism, if these come down to yielding authority to such things as race, the hero, the genius, the Führer principle, tradition, nature, untutored emotions, visions, supernatural beings, and so on. On the Enlightenment view, reason is the armament of ideas, it is the weapon employed in the conflict between viewpoints. This suggests that reason is an absolute which, responsibly used, can settle disputes and serve as a guide to truth. But reason understood in this uncompromising way has always invited opposition. One main opponent is religion, which claims that revelation, in any form from mystical experience to dictation of scripture by a deity, conveys from outside the world of ordinary experience truths indiscoverable by human inquiry within it. Another opponent is relativism, the view that different truths, different views, different ways of thinking, even those that compete with or contradict each other, are all equally valid, and that there is no authoritative standpoint from which they can be adjudicated. In this sharp contrast the Enlightenment's weight lay emphatically on the side of the argument which says that reason, despite its imperfections and fallibilities, provides a standard to which competing standpoints have to submit themselves. Its votaries accordingly reject any outlook which says that there are authorities alongside or even more powerful than reason, such as race, tradition, nature, or gods. The rationalist's defense of reason does not have to be, and of course had better not be, unqualified, not least given the fact that answers to questions about what human beings are, or what human nature is, are more ironic and conditional than we sometimes realize, and therefore less entitled to confidence. But this was something that promoters of enlightenment in the 18th century themselves understood very well. Consider Voltaire's satire on the excessive adherence to rationalist optimism as exhibited by Dr. Pangloss in Candide, a work which gives the lie to anyone who thinks that the philosophes were unself-critical or unreflective about the extent of human rationality. And the leading philosophers, not philosophes, of the period, Hume and Kant, were likewise careful not to overrate reason, while yet using it to describe its own limits. Consider a later critical reaction to the Enlightenment, which serves as an example of how its optimistic outlook came to be seen as self-destructive. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, 1944, which allegedly began as a New York kitchen conversation between Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno during the darkest days of the Second World War, the idea is moot that the Enlightenment's principles and themes have metamorphosed into their opposites. Individual freedom was sought by the philosophes, but became a form of enslavement to economic powers for those who came after them. Science was seen as the rational alternative to religion, but scientism, itself taking the form of a salvation myth, in which science will answer all questions and solve all problems, simply came to replace religion and to exert as malign an influence. Horkheimer and Adorno set great store by their criticism of scientific rationality, because they believed that they were witnessing the moment at which its promise had turned fully toxic. Adopted as the philosophical method of enlightenment, scientific rationality promised not only to bring progress in all fields, but simultaneously to undermine the dogmas of religion and with them the hegemony of priesthoods. It could do this, the original philosophers believed, because of its objective character and its obvious pragmatic success. In its promise both of progress and of liberation from ancient superstitions, scientific rationality was supposed to serve the interests of freedom and tolerance. But scientific rationality has a dynamic of its own, Horkheimer and Adorno argued, which gradually made it militate even against the values responsible for its own rise. In so doing it turned from being a weapon against repression into a weapon of repression. Believing its own dreams of progress, intoxicated by the successes of rational method, triumphant in its increasing mastery of nature, the humanistic dream of the philosophers eventually turned into a nightmare, and the shibboleths it attempted to destroy all reappeared in new disguises, chief among them, so Horkheimer and Adorno held, fascism. This analysis was immensely influential in the Frankfurt School, and occasioned a vigorous debate after the Second World War. But defenders of Enlightenment values reject this thesis. They cite the implausibility of equating scientific mastery over nature, for the Enlightenment, a mastery intended to liberate mankind, with political mastery over the majority of mankind exercised by those who, as a result of the material progress made possible by the Enlightenment, came to control the levers of economic and political power in succeeding centuries. In the crisis of the 1940s, the oppressive power Horkheimer and Adorno had foremost in mind was Nazism, which they thus saw as the self-fulfillingly paradoxical outcome of the Enlightenment. As they put it, instrumental rationality had transmuted itself into bureaucratic politics. But this, say Enlightenment defenders, is implausible. Nazi ideology drew its strength precisely from the peasantry and petite bourgeoisie who felt most threatened by capital's advance to power, so it is not the latter which has to be seen as the source of the new oppression, but the former, viewed as latter-day representatives of the groupings who had most to lose from enlightenment and therefore reacted against it, thus, the reactionaries. The embracers of Nazism would, had they inhabited the 18th century, have defended the traditions of absolute government, whether in heaven or Versailles, against the instrumental rationality which in the 18th century expressed itself as a set of secularizing and democratizing impulses. So, say the defenders of Enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno accordingly get matters the wrong way round. Nor is it clear that the alternative form of tyranny available for study in that same era, namely Stalinism, would admit of any better a genealogy to the Enlightenment, and for similar reasons. The most famous aspect of dialectic of Enlightenment is its authors' attack on what they saw as the repressive nature of the culture industry. They took mass culture to be another long-term outcome of the Enlightenment's instrumental rationalism, and rejected it accordingly, but here too their view invited disagreement. Mass culture is by no means incapable of producing things of value, whether in art or knowledge, and the technologies designed to serve the interests of mass culture are equally capable of producing art as refined as any elitist could require. The rise of science in the 16th and 17th centuries, and the 18th century Enlightenment's battle for freedom of the human mind and person from various tyrannies, are products of philosophy's history, showing how revolutionary is the power of ideas. Philosophy in the 19th century. A history of philosophy in the 19th century, and that more general enterprise, a history of ideas in the 19th century, differ in this significant respect, that the latter would include accounts of economics and political economy, jurisprudence, Charles Darwin, controversies over evolution and religion, developments in natural science, the beginnings of systematic sociology, philology, anthropology, and archaeology, historiography, biblical criticism, and more. It was a century in which the liberating effect of the 18th century Enlightenment on intellectual activity was felt in full. Much of this ebullition of thought and the rise of new fields of inquiry was the result of aspects of philosophy becoming independent and more empirical. Indeed, some of the century's thinkers agreed with Auguste Comte, a founder of sociology, that these new fields were successors to philosophical speculation, and that philosophy itself was coming to an end. But philosophy was far from over, and the work of the principal figures in this period, Bentham, Hegel, John Stuart Mill, Schopenhauer, Marx, Nietzsche, the British idealists, the American pragmatists, was not only intrinsically of great interest and value, but shaped developments in the most philosophically rich period since the classical epoch, the 20th century. In the 19th century, the word philosophy acquired its more specific sense to mean what we mean by it today: inquiry into questions of metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and the rest. And at the same time the word science came to mean what we mean by it today: physics, chemistry, biology, and the rest. Even in the first decades of the 19th century the word philosophy still denoted science, and indeed the word scientist was coined as late as 1833, by William Whewell. He first used it in print in 1843. This is why William Hazlitt is described on his tomb as a metaphysician, the word metaphysician then denoting what we now call a philosopher. In the 19th century one can begin to discern the beginnings of a separation of the philosophical tradition into two strands. On the one hand there are Bentham, Mill and the American pragmatists, continuing in the manner of Locke and Hume in focusing on specific questions in epistemology, ethics, law, and politics. There are also Hegel, Schopenhauer, and the British idealists, who offer inclusive frameworks with metaphysical interests at the forefront. Both these groupings still remain identifiably part of the same story in the range of their concerns. A difference enters with Nietzsche. He represents a turn in philosophical interests which in the second half of the 20th century generalized yet further among continental thinkers in sociological, historical, and literary critical directions. The principal separation between the two strands occurs as a result of the work of Husserl and Heidegger, and especially the latter, in the first half of the 20th century. This is more fully explained in Part 4 below. Bentham, 1748–1832. In an essay published in 1825 William Hazlitt wrote of Jeremy Bentham, who was then still alive, that his name is little known in England, better in Europe, best of all in the plains of Chile and the mines of Mexico. He has offered constitutions for the New World, and legislated for future times. The people of Westminster, where he lives, hardly dream of such a person, but the Siberian savage has received cold comfort from his lunar aspect. The chief reason why Bentham was then a prophet in many lands other than his own was that the part of his voluminous writings which were published in his lifetime appealed only to experts in law, government, social and political reform, ethics, and economics, and he therefore had a small readership at home. But one of the most immediately influential of his works was first published in translation, in French, then in Russian, Spanish, German, and other languages, only appearing in English a decade after his death. Another reason for his neglect in England was that he was a radical in politics, and a Republican, which put him in opposition to the establishment of the day, with the result that he received neither public recognition nor public honor. Yet he introduced into English the words utilitarian, codify and international. He was the first to propose an international court of arbitration for peace and the laying down of principles of international law, and many hospitals, prisons, and other institutions are constructed on the panopticon principle that he and his brother Samuel devised. His influence on the course of practical affairs has been great, not just in his own country but in many parts of the world. Bentham studied at Oxford, and then became a barrister. He did not practice law for long, deciding to devote himself instead to legal and social reform. This was because he had been inspired by his discovery of the principle of utility in the philosophies of David Hume, Claude Helvetius, 1715–71, and Cesare Bonzana Beccaria, 1738–94. In Hume he found the idea that utility is the criterion of virtue. In Helvetius he found the idea that utility can guide conduct by connecting it to the ideas of pleasure and pain, which Bentham took to be the only motivators of action, as Epicurus long before had argued. In Beccaриus' treatise on crime and punishment he found the phrase la massima felicita divisa nel maggior numero, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. He believed that a range of social problems could be remedied by the application of this fundamental principle, and dedicated himself to the task of putting this principle into effect. Bentham argued that what he came to call utilitarianism imposes an obligation on legislators as well as individuals to minister to general happiness, an obligation which, he said, is paramount to and inclusive of every other. He used the term utility to denote whatever tends to produce benefit, advantage, good, or happiness, these all being synonymous in his usage. Utilitarianism, whether of Bentham's or later more elaborate kinds, is a consequentialist theory of morality, understanding moral value in terms only of the outcome of actions, leaving aside any questions about the intentions of agents or the quality of their personal characters. Other theories of morality focus on these two latter, but the distinctive feature of utilitarian theories is that they measure moral value wholly by outcomes. Bentham and John Stuart Mill, who are jointly known as the classical utilitarians, though the latter made advances over Bentham's view, agreed in regarding happiness as the greatest good, and each person's happiness as being equal in value to anyone else's. This means that working to produce the greatest happiness for the greatest number is done impartially, anyone's reason for promoting the good is the same as anyone else's reason for doing so. It is clear that there is a tension at the heart of this view. Bentham regarded pleasure and pain as sovereign masters which, as he put it, govern us in all we do, in all we say, in all we think. This view is known as hedonism, and it is in essence an egoistic or self-regarding view. How is this fact about each of us consistent with the demand to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, when my own sovereign masters might drive me to act in ways that give me advantages at the expense of the general happiness? Bentham tried different ways to overcome this difficulty. One was to say that we promote our own happiness by promoting as much happiness as possible for others. Another, more plausibly, was to moderate the hedonistic view, and to accept that we sometimes act out of benevolence towards others. Some theorists have indeed sought to make enlightened self-interest the rule of action, but two obstacles lie in the way of accepting this. First, the empirical fact that we sometimes do indeed act in others' interests at a cost to our own, and second, the bad taste left in the mouth by the idea that, in the end, all we do is ultimately self-serving. Although Bentham was influenced by Hume, he rejected the latter's moral psychology. Hume thought that actions tell us about a person's character, and he held that character is the morally interesting matter. For someone interested in applications of morality to actual social affairs, as Bentham was, character is too subjective to be useful. Only individuals themselves can know what they intend or desire, yet the reasons they have for their actions can often be opaque even to themselves. How can this help us judge right and wrong? Bentham sought a more practical basis. Bentham's patron was the first Marquis of Lansdowne, a leading Whig politician who introduced Bentham to a Genevan exile called Etienne Dumont, who was a tutor to Lansdowne's sons. Dumont was responsible for Bentham's fame in Europe, for he translated a number of Bentham's manuscripts into French and published them in 3 volumes as Traits de législation civile et pénale, 1802, the first 2 volumes of which were translated back into English much later as The Theory of Legislation, 1840. Lansdowne also encouraged Bentham to address the question of how perpetual peace might be achieved in the international order, together with how relations between states can be made subject to law. In the process of drafting the essays that came to form his book Principles of International Law, Bentham coined, as noted, the word international, and there put forward his idea of a court for settling international disputes. The revolutionary situation in France especially engaged Bentham's interest. Even before the revolution itself he began to write a series of pamphlets, with Dumont's help, proposing political solutions and judicial reform for France. They were published in French and disseminated among leading figures in Paris. In the period after the fall of the Bastille, the proposals were discussed by France's National Assembly. His support for the revolution resulted in his being given honorary French citizenship in 1792. Bentham had no parallel influence in England. He wrote about poor law reform, policing, economics and taxation, and above all about law reform, the latter giving him an opportunity to vent his critical attitude to what he saw as the muddled nature of common law and the arbitrary nature of judge-made law. He accepted the view that law is by its nature negative, in the sense that its whole essence lies in imposing restrictions and limits, thereby reducing individual liberty. His idea of liberty was, like that of Hobbes, what is now called negative liberty, that is, absence of restraint. This view has a straightforward consequence when conjoined with Bentham's version of utilitarianism. It is pleasant to be free and painful to be restricted. Since pleasure and pain are the criteria of value, it follows that liberty is a good. But Bentham would have no truck with the idea that liberty is a natural right, an idea on which he poured unreserved scorn, calling all talk of natural rights nonsense on stilts. This is because he rejected the idea of a social contract which had brought people out of a state of nature in which they had enjoyed primitive rights and freedoms, some of which they forfeited in exchange for the benefits of community. He thought that people had always lived in society, and that laws are the commands of whoever or whatever holds authority in it. This anticipated the legal positivism of the theorist John Austin later in the 19th century, the view that law is expressly the product of the will of a sovereign. This view entails that whether or not a law is good or bad, moral or otherwise, it is nevertheless law if so enacted. This idea further entails that all rights are created by legislation, and that liberties are conferred either explicitly by law or implicitly by the law's silence. A more attractive feature of Bentham's legal views concerns the question of evidence. He viewed the law of evidence and its admissibility as extremely muddled. It was full of distinctions, exceptions, and a host of obscure technicalities that had accumulated through the process of judge-made decisions. Bentham saw the legal profession's adherence to this unsatisfactory state of affairs as malignly self-interested because it prolonged hearings and added much to lawyers' purses. Previous legal theorists had attempted to impose order on the chaos, and to justify some of the more bizarre doctrines that underlay evidential practice. Bentham took a more robust approach. He sought to sweep aside all rules of evidence and to replace them with a natural approach on utilitarian grounds, an approach premised on ordinary daily experience and common sense. Bentham corresponded with President Madison in the United States on the subject of codification of laws, and with each of the state legislatures in America. His views bore indirect fruit in another direction. One example is the partial codification of civil procedure in the state of New York, the Field Code, as a result of the indefatigable labors of David D. Field II, who had been influenced by Bentham while on European travels undertaken to research legal codes. A similar service to Benthamite ideas was performed by David Hoffman, the legal scholar, who introduced utilitarian theory into law studies at the University of Maryland in the 1820s. Bentham was widely read in South America, his writings provoking controversy in Chile and Colombia. In the latter, Simon Bolívar, as president, succumbed to pressure by the Catholic Church and banned Bentham's books. Bolívar's successor as president, Francisco Santander, revoked the ban and restored them to the university curriculum. In Greece, after it had liberated itself from Ottoman rule, Bentham's views influenced the drafters of the new constitution, chiefly as a result of the writings of Anastasios Polyzoides, a disciple of his. All of Bentham's schemes for the improvement of society and its institutions, from penal reform to his views on political economy and the law, faced formidable barriers in Britain because of tradition and vested interests. He came to realize that the only hope for them lay in fundamental political reform. He was encouraged in this by James Mill, who in 1808 became his lieutenant and coadjutor. Bentham had written about political reform earlier in his career, but had put his manuscripts aside. Now with Mill's encouragement he revised and extended them. He had come to think not only that substantive reform was impossible without political reform, but that the only alternative to political reform was revolution, and he preferred the former. In his view, the key to the problem lay in the influence exercised over political institutions by individuals and claques in the establishment from the king downwards, acting through an unrepresentative parliament which was in the pockets of wealthy patrons. To combat this, parliamentary representation needed to be reformed. He therefore set about arguing in favor of an extension of the franchise, annual elections by secret ballot, basic qualifications for those who stand for parliament, a system of fines to enforce regular attendance by MPs, accurate reporting of parliamentary debates, and abolition of royal patronage in offices and honors. He associated himself with James Mill's published condemnation of the exclusion of women from the franchise, though he said the franchise should be extended to them only once all adult males had it. Reform of the system of representation was by itself not yet quite enough. He further argued that there was waste and corruption in government, that public expenditure needed to be reduced and the efficacy of the civil service improved, chiefly by better selection and training of civil servants. When his proposals on parliamentary reform were published in 1817, and his attacks on waste and incompetence in public administration were published in 1824, he was confirmed as the country's leading voice of political radicalism. This by itself would have been enough to marginalize him in establishment terms, but he exacerbated his marginalization by his attitude to religion, which he saw as a barrier to progress. He wrote scathingly about the church's hold over education, and shocked many of his contemporaries with his "Not Paul, but Jesus," 1823, in which he described Jesus as a political revolutionary and St. Paul as a liar. Characteristically, though, Bentham was in favor of religious liberty, and in particular defended nonconformists against the disabilities they suffered as a result of their refusal to subscribe to the 39 Articles of the Church of England. This kept them out of the universities, public schools, parliament, and any civil or military office. As a result, nonconformists had founded their own schools, mostly superior in curriculum and teaching methods. When therefore proposals were put forward for a secular school in London and then a university, University College London, today one of the world's great institutions of higher education, Bentham was enthusiastically in favor. At his request, his skeleton, surmounted by a wax model of his head and wearing his clothes and hat, sits in a glass box in the entrance hall of the university's main building, watching the students go by. Bentham's influence in his home country grew when the son of his associate James Mill, namely John Stuart Mill, reintroduced his countrymen to Bentham's thought, first by editing and publishing the 5 volumes of Bentham's Rationale of Judicial Evidence, 1838-43, and then by developing the utilitarian doctrine he had inherited from him. With growing influence came growing criticism. Almost all critics commented unfavorably on Bentham's view of human nature, a rather impoverished, mechanistic picture in which he neglected wholly that side of human beings where imagination, love, and sentiment play their typically dominating part. In Hazlitt's opinion, Bentham's neglect of these factors rendered his philosophy fit neither for man nor beast. This view of Bentham was shared by Karl Marx, who called Bentham an arch-Philistine, and regarded utilitarianism as irredeemably superficial and bourgeois. Particular criticism was leveled at Bentham's claim, in support of utilitarianism, that pleasures could be quantified in a felicific calculus giving an objective measure of what act should be performed in a given set of circumstances. His view was condemned as pig philosophy because a pig would come out higher than Socrates on the scale of felicity, so long as it had plenty of mud to wallow in and plenty of garbage to eat. Above all, and predictably, Bentham was vilified by the clerical lobby, who were delighted by the exposé written by one John Calls, an Anglican clergyman who, before becoming such, had briefly served as secretary to Bentham, and who wrote an attack called Utilitarianism Unmasked, 1844, portraying Bentham as a dangerous, bigoted, and malign subversive. Among philosophers, the consensus is that Bentham erred in seeking to reduce all human motivation to the desire for pleasure and avoidance of pain just as such, for even if it is right to hold that happiness is the summum bonum, the roads to it are many and varied, and without an account of these, and the conflicts between them, as they arise in human nature, a theory premised on the idea is in danger of being too crude. Hegel, 1770–1831. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's thought plays a major role in 19th and 20th century philosophy, not least through its influence on Marx and Marxism and on Heidegger and other thinkers, but also both directly on the British idealists and indirectly through the reaction to them of the founders of analytic philosophy. For some scholars, Hegel ranks as equivalent to Kant in stature. Certainly one major similarity between them is the difficulty and range of their work, for they were both thinkers on a large, ambitious, and innovative scale. For some other scholars he is seen as even more significant than Kant because of the impact his thought has had on major strands of philosophy, politics, and practical world affairs since his day. For yet other scholars he barely registers. Many of those who teach and write about philosophy in the Anglophone analytic tradition pay little attention to his work, some have scarcely read a word he wrote, and never feel the need to do so. Hegel was born at Stuttgart in 1770. His father was a civil servant in the government of the Duke of Baden-Württemberg, his mother was the daughter of a lawyer in the Duchy's High Court. She died when Hegel was aged 13. His brother George Ludwig was an army officer, who died on active service during Napoleon's Russian campaign of 1812. Hegel was educated at a Protestant seminary attached to Tübingen University. While there he became friends with Friedrich Schelling and Friedrich Hölderlin. All three were enthusiasts for Hellenic culture and the French Revolution, and by the same token opponents of the stifling atmosphere of the seminary and what they saw as the reactionary nature of politics in the German-speaking states. Although Schelling had already embarked on his philosophical ambitions while a student, Hegel did not follow suit until later, after Schelling became a professor at Jena University and invited him to teach there as a Privatdozent. Until then Hegel had been earning his living as a private tutor. While at Jena, Hegel embarked on what became the most celebrated of his works, the Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807, the manuscript of which he finished as the sounds of Napoleon's victory at the Battle of Jena rolled over the city. He was still not securely employed, having to accept the editorship of a magazine for a short while before becoming headmaster of a school, a post he held for nearly 10 years. School teaching was a prompt to his idea for an encyclopedic work in 3 parts respectively covering logic, the natural world and Geist, mind or spirit. While at the school he wrote the first part of this ambitious undertaking, The Science of Logic. In 1816 Hegel at last received a salaried university position, at Heidelberg, where he wrote the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline, 1817. The following year he moved to the University of Berlin, his fame growing and his lectures attracting students from all over the German world and beyond. He published The Philosophy of Right in 1821, and in 1829 became rector of Berlin University. He died 2 years later in a cholera epidemic. A legend repeated in various forms is that his dying utterance was a lament that his philosophy had not been understood. One version, doubtless untrue, has him whispering to a disciple, "No one has understood me except you, and even you haven't got it right," expiring before the anxious student could get a clarification. From the outset Hegel saw philosophy as part of a movement of political and social reform. He believed that it is necessary as a response to divisions in society, in particular by serving as a means of restoring harmony between ideas and practice, as he and his friends Hölderlin and Schelling believed had been the case in classical Greece. In the earliest of his publications, A Defense of Schelling's Philosophy against Fichte, Hegel wrote, "Division is the source of the need for philosophy." He and his friends were dismayed by what they saw as the lack of integration in German culture, and they were at one in believing that the only thing German culture could be proud of was Kant. Even so, they were critical of Kant's philosophy. Hölderlin said that Kant was like Moses in that he had led his people out of exile, but his people still needed guidance into the promised land. Between them the three friends produced a document, conceived probably by Hölderlin though for a long time thought to be an early work by Hegel, because its manuscript version is in his handwriting, called the oldest system program of German idealism. The project it outlines begins with the Kantian idea of the individual as a radically free moral being, where freedom is subjection to laws that individuals impose on themselves. But the document goes beyond Kant in saying that the fact that reason can devise and self-apply such law is a sign that it is not limited in the way Kant described. Instead, reason should be seen as capable of transcending the boundary of empirical experience and giving an answer to the question, what must the world be like for a moral being? That answer is cast in terms of a metaphysics of ideas. It seemed clear to the document's authors that science would benefit from being released from the constraint of what they described as merely plotting experimental procedure. But more importantly still, the concept of ideas showed how to give a wholly new theory of the state. This was to be done by demonstrating that in fact there is no idea of the state, there is no idea of the state, any more than there is an idea of a machine, because the state is something mechanical. Only what is an object of freedom can be an idea. So we must go beyond the state. For every state will only treat people as cogs in its machine. And the task of philosophy in this program is to provide a basis for a new kind of society in which all are equal and free because their minds are liberated, educated, and autonomous. There will be an absolute freedom of all minds that carry the intellectual world within themselves and seek neither God nor immortality outside. These revolutionary beginnings to Hegel's thinking did not last long. By the time he wrote the Phenomenology of Spirit, he had come to think that the period of history in which he lived was the culmination of a process of cultural transformation, and that therefore philosophy's task was not as he had at first conceived it, but something different, namely, to make everyone aware of what he saw as the following fact, that the dialectical journey of Geist had reached fulfillment. These last 7 words encapsulate the nub of Hegel's philosophy. The explanation of them is as follows. The word Geist means mind or spirit, and for Hegel it meant a universal mind or agency in which all individual human minds participate. The notorious difficulties over how exactly to translate Geist usually, and wisely, prompt some translators and most philosophical commentators to use the word Geist itself, think of it as meaning a world mind or world spirit in which our individual finite minds have a share. As Hegel's later work The Philosophy of History was written to show, he sees history as the story of the development or unfolding of Geist, its coming to greater and greater self-realization and self-fulfillment over time. One way of clarifying Hegel's point is to note that history has indeed witnessed a development of mind in the sense of an increasing degree of understanding, awareness, and insight achieved by humanity as knowledge has progressed from the superstitious ignorance of our cave-dwelling ancestors, as they are caricatured, to the degree of sophistication that science has made possible, accompanied by a more extensive knowledge of history and society than our ancestors had. Hegel thought that Geist had reached the summit in these respects. He saw his own time as marking the culmination of its fulfillment, and even, rather startlingly, that the Prussian state, the authoritarian monarchical Prussian state, of which he was a subject, was the embodiment of that fulfillment. The word phenomenology in the title The Phenomenology of Spirit means a study of appearances. The word phenomenon means appearance, and does not mean the thing itself that is appearing, or seeming to appear, to us. So the sun appears to us as a fiercely bright object in the sky above us that we could cover with a coin. If you close your eyes after catching a glimpse of the sun, there will be a persistent after-image behind your eyelids. That too is a phenomenon, but in this case the real thing is not immediately behind the appearance any longer, for this after-image phenomenon is caused by the continuing excitation of the visual pathway in the eyes and brain. So phenomenology of spirit means the way Geist appears at different stages in its unfolding or development to self-fulfillment in history. More precisely still, Hegel's view is that this unfolding is an unfolding of self-awareness or self-understanding of Geist, and the greater the degree of this self-understanding, the more free Geist is, until it reaches the state of absolute freedom. It attains this state because it is simultaneously the state of absolute knowledge. The two are the same thing. This knowledge of reality as it is in itself, which he called knowledge of the absolute, is achieved as we develop from mere sensory knowledge through increasing degrees of self-consciousness. Hegel made a particular point of the fact that as self-consciousness requires consciousness of others, it is felt most strongly through desire for what is not itself, for another consciousness, and for possession of things in its environment, desire, in other words, for changing and appropriating the world or aspects of it. This was an idea that greatly interested Marx, for whom the point of philosophy was not merely to understand the world but to change it. The need that a self-consciousness has for a relationship with another self-consciousness arises from the fact that this is how self-consciousness is achieved, through recognition and acknowledgement of another consciousness. One of the most celebrated parts of the phenomenology of spirit is Hegel's discussion of the relationship between master and slave, and the preceding claim that the first and most natural expression of mutual recognition between two self-consciousnesses is not amity but conflict, even indeed combat to the death. But, he says, combatants soon recognize that destruction of the relationship is inevitable if one does not give way, so an accommodation is reached that ends the conflict, an accommodation that typically takes an asymmetrical form in which the victor has ascendancy over the vanquished, a master-slave relationship. But this relationship is unstable. The slave acknowledges the master's existence, but this is not satisfying to the master, for whom the slave is a mere thing. The minimal and exploitative recognition by the master of the slave makes the latter seek satisfaction in shaping parts of the material world into objects, the plants he grows, the table he makes out of wood. This would give him a sense of self, and of self-worth. But alas, the objects he makes are not his, but are appropriated by the master, he is alienated from the fruits of his work. This key idea inspired Marx to develop his theory of the alienation of labor. The slaves, the workers, products are not only taken away from him, denying his self-affirmation as their maker, but become a major aspect of what oppresses him. Hegel saw Stoicism in ancient philosophy as an attempted route out of alienation, by means of finding inner strength and consolation in the solitude of one's own mind, making it a matter of indifference whether one is a slave, like Epictetus, or an emperor, like Marcus Aurelius. But this detachment from reality is ultimately barren, says Hegel, and leads eventually to the unhappy consciousness or alienated soul, in which master and slave are discordantly united within a single consciousness. This consciousness yearns to be independent of material things, yet it is ineluctably part of the world, the physical condition of which, with all its pleasures and penalties, is inescapable. Accordingly, the torn consciousness suffers. Hegel's target is Christianity, or any religion that does what Christianity does, namely, that turns human nature against itself. He sees the alienation of the soul as the inevitable result of postulating a God that exists apart from human beings and outside the world. The idea of this God is a projection of one side of human nature, the more spiritual side, alienating this aspect from the rest of itself, thereby creating the discordance in question. The goal of Geist's evolving self-awareness is absolute knowledge, knowledge of reality as it is in itself. Possession of this knowledge is complete freedom. The term Hegel used to describe his philosophical outlook is absolute idealism, denoting his conviction that ultimate reality as it is in itself is mental. In less developed states of consciousness, mind does not realize that it constitutes reality, it thinks reality is independent of itself, and that our perception and reason are instruments for discovering the nature of that independent reality. The failure of these instruments to grasp the nature of reality as it is in itself is what led Kant to say that they can operate only in relation to the world as it appears to us, given that the way it appears to us is in large part the result of how the mind configures it. But when mind arrives at the point where it realizes that all reality is its own construction, it ceases to yearn after further knowledge, for there is nothing beyond the self-knowing mind itself. Absolute knowledge accordingly is mind knowing itself as mind. Note the implication of this. Mind, Geist, has achieved the final goal of its journey to self-awareness because he, Hegel, has understood the nature of reality. World history as the development of Geist has reached its consummation, Hegel's account of reality is the record of that fact. One might in short say that in Hegel the universe has found its point. This returns us, of necessity, to the question of what Geist is. Since Hegel uses the term absolute idealism to distinguish his view from subjective idealism, in which reality is described as somehow dependent on individual finite minds or on a collectivity of such minds, it might be natural to think of Geist as a universal mind, a cosmic consciousness. It might even be natural to think of it as a God, but if so, it cannot be God as usually conceived, because it would be a God which or who, until Hegel came along, was not fully aware of itself and the nature of reality. Moreover, it mattered to Hegel that the individual mind should be understood socially, and the suggestion in his theory therefore seems to be that the universal mind is either constituted by or is shared by all individual minds together. The ideal he postulated in his earliest thought, the ideal of harmony in society, turns on the idea that individuals at their best and most rational, once all selfishness is set aside, would act in accord with each other because they are all partners, so to speak, in the cosmic consciousness. The method Hegel employed is dialectics. In Plato, dialectic was the process by which, in a question and answer discussion, an approach is made towards truth, the opposing arguments helping each other, pushing each other, to evolve in the direction of that goal. In Hegel, dialectic is the process in which any oppositions can, through the clash between them, produce something new, which in its turn could be opposed by something in another clash, producing yet a further new outcome. Hegel saw his use of the method as going far beyond Plato's, which was confined to particular problems or concepts. In Hegel, the entire history of the world, as the history of the development of Geist's increasing self-awareness, is to be understood in terms of the constant evolution of new syntheses out of clashes of opposites. A given state of affairs can be thought of as the thesis to which an opposite, an antithesis, poses itself. From the confrontation between them emerges a new state of affairs, the synthesis. The synthesis becomes a new thesis to which another antithesis opposes itself, thus producing a further synthesis. This again becomes the thesis to which an antithesis opposes itself, and so on and on. The final self-understanding of Geist is the final synthesis of the historical dialectical chain that brought it to that point. Dialectic is both the process by which history unfolds and the method of philosophical argument and inquiry employed by Hegel. The method is set out in his Logic. A point to note is that his view explicitly overts the idea in standard logic that when a thesis is opposed by an antithesis, the result is contradiction, a dead end from which nothing further can follow, given that, as standard logic has it, anything whatever follows from a contradiction. Instead, the particular contents of the thesis and the antithesis respectively determine what arises from the interplay of their opposition. In the Logic, he illustrates this at the very beginning by considering the opposites being and nothingness, the relationship between them generating, as synthesis, becoming. As applied to history, the dialectical process is one in which conflicts, within a society, or between states, cause disintegration which is overcome by reconciliation and new arrangements, which in their turn become the theses to new antitheses requiring solution in new syntheses, and so on again. Fn1. This last remark draws attention to Hegel's philosophy of history, in which he traces what he sees as the dialectically progressive course of history from its beginnings, as he views the matter, in the East, in Asia, to its culmination in the Europe of his own day, particularly in Prussia. The history of the world, he wrote, is nothing other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom. This remark could stand as another encapsulation of his whole philosophy. An unavoidable impression has to be recorded here, that Hegel's view of history seems like a Procrustean bed on which the facts are stretched or shrunk to make them fit. This impression is immediately given by his claim that China and India are outside history because they seem to him to give no evidence of the workings of Geist's dialectical development. He chose Persia as the starting point for true history because it was the first great empire to cease to exist. Persia's desire for empire was the thesis, the Greek city-state's desire for independence was the antithesis, the moment of contestation was the Greek victory over the Persian navy at the Battle of Salamis in 480 BCE, and the synthesis was the formative rise of classical Greek civilization that followed, and especially of its philosophy. But Greek society itself depended on slavery, so the principle of freedom was very imperfect in its arrangements, Hegel thought, even though it represented an advance over Persian despotism. Moreover, the Greeks relied on auguries and oracles in their decision-making, another mark that Geist was still at a relatively rudimentary stage. But the acceptance by Socrates of the Delphic injunction to know thyself, marked a turning point. He introduced the principle of independent thought against the custom-dominated culture of the Greeks, and this Hegel saw as one of history's crucial moments. Hegel's psychological generalizations play a significant role in his view. People of the East completely lack freedom, they have no will of their own and no individual conscience, but are in abject submission to a ruler. The Greeks had a higher but still relatively undeveloped degree of self-awareness, which Socrates subverted by his opposition of a yet higher standard of the same, which is why they condemned him to death because he had so disturbed their outlook. Hegel traces this evolution, not always smooth and linear, onwards through Rome and the different forms of pre-Reformation Christianity, until the beginnings of Geist's approach to perfect self-awareness become discernible in the German world, at the Reformation. Hegel did not see the Reformation as solely of religious significance. The Reformation idea that each individual must be responsible for his or her own choices opens minds to more general questions about morality, politics, and nature, and this led to the Enlightenment's project of applying reason to all aspects of life and society, with the concomitant development of ideas about rights to freedom of the person, thereby challenging old barriers to individual advancement and promoting greater equality and opportunity in society. But this is not to imply that anarchy would be a yet higher stage of development. It is not subjective freedom which is the point, at least until the world is organized in completely rational ways, because law and morality are still required. In a completely rational order, individuals will always choose to behave in conformity with their highest conceptions of law and morality in harmony with all others. The Prussia of Hegel's day was not quite at that point, but, he appeared to think, was close. The political philosophy implied in these remarks is set out in Hegel's philosophy of right. It is worth noting that he wrote the philosophy of history at a moment when Prussia, after undergoing a series of liberal reforms, had begun to return to a more authoritarian regime under its king, Frederick William III. Hegel's concept of individual freedom was not, as the foregoing indicates, a libertarian one, rather it is that one is free if one does one's duty, because doing so liberates one from the tyranny of mere impulses and desires. Being a member of a society whose values I am infused by, values that the society has adopted in its own best interests, means that acting against the duty I owe to that society is in effect to act against myself. That is what Hegel meant by saying that to choose freely is to choose rationally. For Hegel, the best socio-political arrangement is a constitutional monarchy, somewhat, if not exactly, like the Prussia of his day. He was not a liberal. He did not think the populace should have a vote. He upheld the principle of monarchy, and his view of freedom of expression was a limited one. It seems easy to agree with Karl Popper's strictures on Hegel's political philosophy when one considers his claim that the state is the manifestation of the divine idea on earth and that we must therefore worship it. Defenders of Hegel point out that these remarks are reported by his students in their lecture notes, and that by the state he meant society as a whole. Moreover, his championing of freedom, even if this meant an idealized conformity with the rational sense of duty, and his correlative championing of the rule of law temper the appearance of what would look unpleasingly like support for authoritarianism. Still, he was clearly neither a liberal nor a democrat. Hegel's legacy is more important than the details of his thought. Very soon after his death, his disciples fell out among themselves, forming two camps, the old or right Hegelians who emphasized the politically conservative aspects of his views, and the young or left Hegelians who saw the radical implications of his views as a call to bring about freedom, a reconciliation of the individual and society, and a world governed by reason. They took it that Hegel had shown this to be an inevitability, because it is the destination of an historically necessary process. But they also thought that he had failed to follow through on the implications of his ideas, and they were determined to do so themselves. Whereas the right Hegelians ceased to be influential within just a few decades of Hegel's death, matters were quite otherwise with the left Hegelians. Their first target was religion, which they saw as a major obstacle to human progress. They took their start from Hegel's concept of the unhappy consciousness and described religion as a form of alienation. Humanity creates the idea of God, projects all that is best about human beings onto this fiction while depreciating human nature. In contrast, treats the being it has invented as the world's creator and bows down before it. The young Hegelians who argued this line most tellingly were David Friedrich Strauss, 1808-74, and Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804-72. Strauss' Life of Jesus treated the Gospels as any other historical source would be treated, thereby launching a new, critical, and secular approach to the study of religion and its documents and tenets. Feuerbach in The Essence of Christianity examined religious psychology and anthropology, focusing on the projection of positive human traits onto an invented being with all that follows from doing so. Both Strauss and Feuerbach were translated into English by George Eliot, Marian Evans, the English essayist and novelist, which gave their views a wide reach even before Hegel's own philosophy was much known outside Germany. But even as Hegel's ideas were beginning to be known, so the young Hegelians were standing them on their head. Feuerbach argued for a materialist inversion of Hegel's idealism. Reality is not created by thought, instead thought arises from matter, in the form of human beings. Mind is of the essence of humanity, not something separate from and higher than humanity, as Hegel believed, a view which, Feuerbach argued, is itself a form of alienation. He therefore further argued that philosophy and theology need to be replaced by a science of humankind, focusing on real people in real life. This revised, materialist version of aspects of Hegel's thought was an inspiration for Karl Marx. The sociological turn one might see in Feuerbach's view had important parallels elsewhere in 19th-century thought, of course in Marx, but also in Auguste Comte's positivism and the movement it temporarily inspired. G. H. Lewis, George Eliot's consort and author of A Biographical History of Philosophy, was a Comtean who, in rather Hegelian fashion, thought that the history of philosophy had come to an end with Comte, and would thereafter be replaced by sociology. Schopenhauer, 1788-1860. Among those who acknowledged Arthur Schopenhauer's influence were Richard Wagner, Friedrich Nietzsche, Gustav Mahler, George Santayana, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Erwin Schrödinger, Albert Einstein, Thomas Mann, Jorge Luis Borges and many more. Unlike Hegel, Schopenhauer was a gifted and lucid writer, and his thought applies to life as it is lived rather than to world historical generalizations about politics. His foremost influence was Kant, but another influence was Indian philosophy. He lived a solitary and ascetic life in adulthood, reading in the many languages he had at his command, and taking his greatest pleasure from music, which he regarded both as the highest of all the arts and as a universal language that alone promises liberation from humanity's suffering. Arthur Schopenhauer was born in Danzig, now Gdansk, in 1788. His father Heinrich Floris Schopenhauer was a wealthy merchant of Dutch descent, his mother was a well-known novelist. As an ardent disciple of Voltaire and a passionate Anglophile, Heinrich Schopenhauer wished his first child to be born in England. When Johanna Schopenhauer fell pregnant, the family duly moved there, but Johanna was too homesick to stay, so husband and wife returned to Danzig, and there Arthur Schopenhauer was born. As compensation, Heinrich Schopenhauer furnished his house completely in the English style. Heinrich had enlarged ideas about education, which included sending Arthur to study in Paris for 2 years while a schoolboy, and for some months in London. Arthur's command of languages, English, French, Italian, Spanish and Latin, in part explains the high quality of his German prose. When Schopenhauer was 17, his father died, a major blow to him. His sister and mother moved to Weimar, the cultural capital of the German world, where Johanna Schopenhauer began her celebrated salon attended by Goethe, the brothers Grimm, Friedrich and August Schlegel, Christoph Wieland the poet, Heinrich Meyer and others. Schopenhauer studied at Göttingen University, then attended lectures in Berlin where he heard the Kantian philosopher Johann Gottlieb Fichte and the theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher. The relationship between mother and son became an increasingly difficult one. Schopenhauer's closeness to his father made him deprecate his mother's indifference to his father's death. In fairness to her, it must be recorded that it was always understood that she had not married Heinrich Schopenhauer for love, and had never claimed otherwise. She had been 18, he nearly 40, when they married. The tension between mother and son came to a head when Schopenhauer offered his doctoral dissertation to his mother's publishers, F.A. Brockhaus. Johannes Schopenhauer's novels were not of great quality, but they were popular and sold well, so to please her Brockhaus accepted the dissertation. It was his fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason. Johannes said no one would read it. Schopenhauer retorted that his works would still be read long after her trashy novels, as he called them, were forgotten. He was right. The fourfold root and personal acquaintance with Goethe prompted the latter, who was much impressed by him, to invite Schopenhauer to collaborate on investigations into color, a subject to which Goethe had made scientific contributions of note. Schopenhauer later said that this work was one of the inspirations for the development of his philosophical views. While traveling in Italy in 1818 he had with him a letter of introduction to Lord Byron from Goethe, but he made no use of it, being, he said, too shy to do so. In 1818 Schopenhauer published his principal philosophical work, The World as Will and Representation, and in 1820 he became a lecturer at Berlin University. He had developed a profound antipathy towards Hegel's philosophy, and in the hope of drawing students away from it scheduled his lectures at the same hour as Hegel's. Fn2 Whereas hundreds flocked to hear Hegel, only 5 students came to Schopenhauer's class. In disgust he abandoned university teaching and left Berlin, eventually settling in Frankfurt, where he thereafter lived alone with a succession of dogs, devoting himself to writing. He was not always solitary. In 1819 a serving girl in his lodgings fell pregnant by him, but the child died when just a few months old. By his own acknowledgment Schopenhauer owed most to Kant's philosophy in the development of his own. He accepted from Kant the idea that the world as it appears to us, the phenomenal world, consists in representations in our experience, its structure and character being the product of the way we experience and conceptualize it. And he accepted also the distinction between the phenomenal and noumenal worlds, the latter being reality as it is in itself. Where Schopenhauer parts company from Kant is in the question of our access to noumenal reality. Kant said that we have no access to it, and that all that can be said of it is that it has nothing of the character of phenomenal reality. It follows that the concepts by which phenomenal reality is constituted, such as causality, do not apply to noumenal reality. This was the chief obstacle to reception of Kant's view, for if causal power cannot be attributed to the noumenon, what explains the occurrence of intuitions, the sensory input on which the understanding operates to produce experience and thus the phenomenal world? In Schopenhauer's view, the noumenon is indeed accessible, we experience it as will. Will is the noumenal reality underlying all appearances, and therefore the whole of nature. We experience will directly, intimately, within ourselves, it predates conscious knowledge, and is completely separate from it. To say that will manifests itself independently of knowledge is to say that it does so independently of the application of concepts. Accordingly, knowledge is secondary. As the substratum of everything, as the single, fundamental, primary reality, everything else being appearance, will is the source of all existence and action. Schopenhauer viewed will as a blind force, and its relentless expression of itself, manifesting in human experience as desire, craving, yearning, and inevitable dissatisfaction, causes suffering. To be released from suffering one must be released from the power of will, in other words, from thraldom to desire. Here one immediately recognizes the parallel with Buddhist thought. Schopenhauer tells us that he found with delight that Buddhism chimed with the views he had himself developed. The World as Will and Representation was published at about the same time as he first became acquainted with Buddhist teachings. He had however already come to know and greatly admire the Upanishads, a copy of which always lay open on his work table, and some of which he read every night of his life before sleeping. In the Upanishads the idea of moksha, liberation, from samsara, suffering, and, in the Upanishads, rebirth, is achieved or at any rate advanced by understanding the unity of Atman, the Self, and Brahman, underlying universal reality. See Indian philosophy in Part V below. Among the guests at Johannes Schopenhauer's salon in 1814 was a scholar of Indian antiquities, Friedrich Mauger, who was engaged in writing a book about Hinduism. It was published in 1818. Schopenhauer had made notes about Indian culture in anthropology lectures he had attended at Göttingen University in 1811. Now, as a result of encounters with Mauger and another Indologist called Klopstock, he borrowed a translation of the Upanishads from the Weimar Library. At the time he was writing his Fourfold Root, and soon thereafter began work on the world as will and representation. It is probable therefore that the idea of desire as a source of suffering connected well with his idea of will as noumenal reality, the metaphysics of the noumenon immediately providing a route to an ethical outlook premised on suffering's universality, and the demand for a response to this fact from us. A relief from suffering, though a temporary one, is provided by aesthetic experience. Rapt contemplation of art and especially of music takes us out of ourselves, collapsing the distinction between the self and its representations and immersing each in the other. Music is the most potent route to this transcendence of suffering. Schopenhauer regarded it as the purest of the arts, universal and timeless. Schopenhauer's view that to exist is to suffer provides the ground of his ethics. This ground is compassion, not only for other people but for all animals and nature. Compassion is the immediate participation, independent of all ulterior motives, primarily in the suffering of another and thus in the prevention or elimination of it. If an act is performed for any other motive it cannot have real moral worth. The point for Schopenhauer is that other systems of morality ultimately come down to a form of egoism. In religion the motive is to please the deity and thus to receive a reward or escape a punishment. Although Kant was right to distinguish between treating people as ends and treating them as means, and to assert that it is morally illegitimate to treat anyone as a means, said Schopenhauer, it is still an egoistic morality because it treats the agent and the patient of the moral act as two separate beings. Compassion, on the other hand, involves identification of the one who feels compassion and the one who suffers. He included all animals in the moral universe because they too are manifestations of the underlying reality of will, and likewise suffer. He believed that any human being who is unkind to animals of other species cannot be a good person. In The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer devoted 2 chapters to the subject of sex, the first serious philosophical discussion it had ever received. His account is quoted with approval by Charles Darwin in The Descent of Man. Schopenhauer's view of the powerful and disruptive nature of sexual desire influenced Freud also. He assigned sex a central place as an example of the relentless driving power of will, as one would expect, yet at the same time took a liberal and relaxed view of homosexuality. In his many essays other applications and extensions of his philosophy are to be found, demonstrating the variety of his views on life and society. He was a liberal in politics, agreed with Plato on eugenics and expressed the view that though women are more sober in judgment and more compassionate than men, they are nevertheless best suited to the roles of nurses and teachers of children because they are themselves childish, frivolous, and short-sighted. When he came to know the sculptor Elisabeth towards the end of his life he changed his mind to a far less patronizing view, saying, if a woman succeeds in withdrawing from the mass, she grows ceaselessly, and more than a man. By the end of the 19th century Schopenhauer was the most famous philosopher in Europe, and his influence extended into the intellectual life of the 20th century outside philosophy as such. Pictures of Schopenhauer show a grim-looking old man with puffs of white hair sticking up like rabbit's ears from the back of his otherwise bald head. They belie the humor, insight, and compassion which, despite some unappealing views such as those on women and his inability to suffer fools gladly, are everywhere evident in his writing. Positivism. The label positivism has been attached to a number of 19th and 20th century outlooks, so it is worth clarifying its various uses. The most famous version is the logical positivism of the 20th century, which is described later in these pages. In the 19th century the concept is associated with legal theory, and with the thought of Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857. In legal theory, positivism means the view that the answer to the question what is a valid law, is that it was enacted by a properly constituted authority or derived from recognized precedent, which explicitly means that the validity of law has nothing to do with whether it is intrinsically moral or just, that is, has nothing to do with its merits. Even a thoroughly bad law, there are plenty of them, is valid if the proper authorities enacted it. There has been a highly influential school of legal positivists in England, from Bentham through John Austin, 1790 to 1859, to Herbert Hart, 1907 to 92. Much closer in meaning is the positivism of Comte. Indeed, he invented the name positivism. For him, as for the logical positivists of the Vienna Circle later, positivism is the view that the only knowledge worth the name comes from empirical scientific sources, from systematically and logically organized experience of natural phenomena. A corollary is the rejection of metaphysics and theology as sources of knowledge. The difference between Comtean positivism and that of the Vienna Circle is that the former was a view about politics and social theory, whereas the Vienna Circle positivists were interested in philosophy of science and epistemology. Comte did not claim that positivism was original to him. He believed that Galileo, Bacon, Descartes, and Newton, indeed, anyone who had made a genuine contribution to knowledge, were the founders of positivism even if they had not used the word. Comte thought that humanity's attempts to explain the world had developed through three historical phases: an early theological phase relying on supernatural explanations, a metaphysical phase in which the first speculative efforts at naturalistic explanation were made in terms of unknown forces and principles, and finally the positive stage, in which scientific understanding has been achieved of the scientific laws that govern the world. Along with Hegel, Marx, and others, Comte believed that the laws governing the behavior of individuals and societies were just as scientific as those discovered in natural science. He drew an analogy with medical science, then increasingly revealing the formerly hidden causes of disease. His early work attracted the attention and agreement of John Stuart Mill, G. H. Lewis, who ended his biographical history of philosophy with a paean to Comte, George Eliot, T. H. Huxley and others. He and his views became famous, and eventually his fame went to his head. He decided that because positivism should replace religion, and because religion's attractions and its hold over people depended on ritual, worship, hymn singing, church-going, saints, martyrs and the like, positivism needed to compete on direct terms. Accordingly he set up a secular religion, the religion of humanity, complete with a catechism, a calendar of saints, priests, rituals, prayers, sacraments, and places of worship. He borrowed all the lineaments of his religion of humanity from the Catholicism of his native France, except for God and Christ. The serious adherence of his earlier scientific attitudes to matters of society and public policy fell away, and the endeavor collapsed in ridicule. Something of the intention was perceptive and had value, the execution failed the intention. Mill, 1806 to 1873. In his autobiography, John Stuart Mill records the rigorous education he was given by his father James Mill, Jeremy Bentham's collaborator. Mill began his study of Greek at age 3, of Latin at age 8, and by the age of 10 was teaching his younger siblings mathematics, history, and the classics. History was his principal love, but he read science and composed poetry, this latter at his father's insistence. His first poetical work, written at the age of 12, was a continuation of the Iliad. Mill's father was the author of the monumental and influential History of British India. Mill Sr. had never visited India, knew no Indian languages and was critical of, indeed, hostile to, almost everything Indian, yet his book was used by the British in India as a handbook for the conduct of the Raj. Like Bentham, the senior Mill was a man for whom theory was superior to reality, The relentless education he gave his precociously gifted son illustrates that fact. Inevitably, the younger Mill suffered a nervous breakdown. At the age of 20 he found himself sunk in dry, heavy dejection, and the purpose he had set himself in life, which was to promote social justice, lost its savor. He was rescued from this misery and attendant suicidal thoughts by reading the poetry of Wordsworth. It taught him to value what had been wholly absent from his father's instruction, the internal culture of the individual as an important part of the process by which the great end of happiness, the test of all rules of conduct, is to be achieved. Achieving happiness is to be done, Mill said, not by seeking happiness. Ask yourself whether you are happy, and you cease to be so, but by seeking the happiness of others, helping to improve mankind, or pursuing artistic or other goals that are worthwhile in themselves. Happiness will attend these activities, it will be inhaled with the air one breathes. This insight underlay Mill's liberalism and his version of utilitarian ethics. Mill was born in London in 1806, and grew up in the rarefied air of the great schemes for social, legal, and political reform of Bentham and his father. As a nonconformist in religion, though personally an agnostic, he was unable to attend either Oxford or Cambridge because he would not subscribe to the Articles of the Church of England. He attended lectures at University College London, founded by his father and Bentham among others, but did not take a degree. Instead he joined the British East India Company, which he served in increasingly senior positions for nearly 30 years. He did not agree with the 1858 change of administration of India, when the Crown took direct control from the company, and therefore refused a seat on the Council of India. In 1851 Mill married the woman who had been the object of his affections for many years but who had until then been married to someone else. This was Harriet Taylor, who shared in the research and writing of some of his work. She died in 1858. Mill became a Member of Parliament in 1865, and was the first MP to advocate votes for women. The book he wrote in collaboration with Harriet Taylor, The Subjection of Women, Arguing for Equality of the Sexes, was published in 1869. Mill's System of Logic, 1843, was a contribution to discussion of scientific method, a significant point given the historical stage at which science then found itself, and which had attracted the attention of other thinkers, among them John Herschel and William Whewell. Along with the essays that Mill was then publishing on a wide range of subjects in the Westminster Review, his book on logic and scientific method helped to establish his reputation. But the work for which Mill is principally remembered is found in two relatively short and accessible books, On Liberty, 1859, and Utilitarianism, 1863. The central question of On Liberty is, what should be the limit of the power that a society can legitimately exercise over individuals? Mill held that individuals are not accountable to society for things that concern only themselves, and correlatively that society cannot interfere with individuals except when their actions are likely to harm others. Together these commitments entail that individuals should be free unless a good reason exists why they should not be. It is natural to think that the concept of liberty has its life principally in opposition to ideas about tyranny and lack of individual rights. Mill argued that liberty also has to be defended against social coercion to conform, not least in morals. People should be free to live as they choose, he argued, provided they do not harm others, for this allows the widest possible exploration of ways for human beings to live flourishingly. Mill is regarded as a classical liberal because of this view, and in line with it he supported the abolition of slavery. But it has to be noted that he thought that authoritarian government over populations in backward states of society is legitimate. He also invites difficulties by saying that we can harm others not just by what we do but also by what we fail to do. This leaves it open to society to coerce people to do things like go to school, pay taxes and refrain from smoking tobacco in public places. An admirable feature of On Liberty is its defense of freedom of expression, which Mill regarded as fundamental to civil society and progress. Censorship could result in important truths not being known, he argued, and unless there is open debate, ideas can ossify into mere dogma. Mill is one of the chief advocates of a form of utilitarianism in ethics, the view that actions are made right or wrong by their consequences. Kant had argued for a deontological view: right and wrong are matters of an agent's intentions, and whether the behavior they produce conforms to universalizable moral rules independently of their consequences. Consequentialists argue by contrast that no act is intrinsically right or wrong, and that the only measure of moral value is outcome. As consequentialists, utilitarians argue that the measure of an action's moral worth is the degree to which it promotes a positive result, the aim of any action that seeks to be of moral worth being the greatest good for the greatest number. This is the principle of utility. Mill shared with his predecessor utilitarians the view that what is good is happiness, and that happiness consists in pleasure and the absence of pain. This hedonistic, pleasure-based, view is not, however, egoistic, but other-regarding. Mill argued that the decision whether or not an action is likely to maximize happiness for the greatest number should be made as if from the point of view of a benevolent and disinterested observer. Bentham's idea of a felicific calculus had been criticized because it makes a pig come out higher than Socrates on the scale of felicity it measures, if the pig has enough garbage and mud to enjoy. Mill combated this criticism by arguing that there are higher and lower pleasures, and that the person best fitted to judge which is the person who knows both. A person who knows only the lower pleasures knows only one side of the question, and a person who knows the higher pleasures, and who has a conscience and refined feelings as a result, would not take pleasure in things that are base. This elitist view does not quite square with what is commonly thought about human psychology, given that some of the higher pleasures, reading Aeschylus in the original Greek, going to the opera, can seem hard work to some, while the desire to slump onto a sofa before a television set with an alcoholic beverage in hand is felt often enough even by the most epicene of epicures. Mill was a classic or act utilitarian, in holding that the consequences of each individual action constitute the measure of its moral worth. This view is not entirely consistent with two other important views he held, namely, that no individual is more special than any other individual when it comes to measuring the consequences of actions, and that a fundamental principle of liberty is that everyone's rights should be upheld. A crude utilitarian view would appear to justify neglecting the rights and interests of those in the minority on any question. If you could save 6 people by killing another 5, a crude utilitarian view is that you should do so. In response, some utilitarians have abandoned act utilitarianism for a rule utilitarian view, this being that we should live according to rules which are likely in general to produce the greatest happiness for the greatest number, even if on some occasions a particular act does not do so. Mill's insistence on the rights of minorities and the equal value of all sits more naturally with rule utilitarianism than with his own version. Mill's godson Bertrand Russell said of him that he merited the high reputation he had in his own day because of his intellectual virtues, his personal moral probity and his elevated view of the aim of life. It is hard to disagree. He certainly merits the reputation he still enjoys because of his defense of individual liberty and his championing of the cause of women. Marx, 1818–1883. Karl Marx was the descendant of a line of rabbis who had served the Jewish community of Trier in Prussia's Lower Rhine province since the beginning of the 18th century. His father Heinrich Marx was the first in this succession to break with tradition, becoming a lawyer and vineyard owner, and taking the even more revolutionary step of converting to Lutheranism. His forename Heinrich replaced his baptismal name Heschel. Marx's mother Henriette Pressburg was the daughter of a wealthy Dutch family, also Jewish, related to the Philips family whose name became famous for its electronic products in the following century. When Marx was later living in impoverished exile in London, his Philips relations were generous with financial help. Henriette followed her husband in converting to Lutheranism. Marx's father was interested in philosophy and political reform. He had his 9 children educated privately in their early years, then sent the sons among them to the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium, whose headmaster, another liberal and Enlightenment-inspired thinker, was a friend. The school attracted hostile attention from the authorities for promoting liberal views among its students. While Marx was there, the school was raided and a number of staff dismissed. These antecedents accord well with Marx's eventual direction of travel. But at the time he went to Bonn University at the age of 17, he was not yet quite the radical he became. Excused military duty because of a proneness to chest infections, Marx took to student life at Bonn in typical fashion, skipping classes, fighting a duel and being arrested for drunkenness. His father made him transfer to Berlin University with the admonition to take his studies more seriously. Marx had wished to study philosophy and literature, but his father insisted on law. At the time of his transfer to Berlin, Marx had an added reason to become more serious. He had proposed to Jenny von Westphalen, daughter of an aristocrat to whom he later dedicated his doctoral dissertation. Hegelian ideas lay at the center of discussion at Berlin University, as they did in most intellectual circles of the Europe of the day. Marx joined a group of radicals who came to be known as the Young Hegelians, centered on Bruno Bauer and Ludwig Feuerbach. The Young Hegelians were not uncritical epigones of Hegel. It was his dialectical methodology rather than his metaphysical views they adopted. At this juncture Marx's literary interests were still alive. He wrote a novel, a play, and a number of amorous verses addressed to Jenny von Westphalen. But his attention was increasingly focused on philosophy. With Bauer he worked on an edition of Hegel's Philosophy of Religion, and in his doctoral dissertation he argued for philosophy's sovereign authority, a quotation he took from Hume, over inquiry in general and especially theology. Although the dissertation's main dedicatee is Jenny von Westphalen's father, it has another, the most eminent saint and martyr in the philosophic calendar, namely Prometheus, he who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humankind, whose words Marx quotes with relish in the preface, in simple words, "I hate the pack of gods." FN 3. Marx's hopes of a career as an academic were thwarted by increasing hostility to the radicalism of the Young Hegelians. Instead he became a journalist, moving to Cologne to work for the Rheinischen-Zeitung. His political sentiments and his views about economics were sharpened by the experience, partly by his examination of actual conditions in society and partly by the newspaper's treatment at the hands of the authorities, who soon banned it. Marx moved to Paris to join an even more radical journal, the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, for which Mikhail Bakunin had also been recruited. Marx contributed two of his most significant early publications to the only issue to be published. He met Friedrich Engels in Paris, and the two immediately began what was to prove a lifelong collaboration. Engels' condition of the working class in England persuaded Marx that the proletariat could be the vehicle of the revolution required to bring about social and economic justice, by hastening the dialectical process which must, on his view of historical inevitability, bring about that state of affairs. In the writings Marx produced in Paris and Brussels between the years 1843 and 1848, including the economic and philosophical manuscripts and the theses on Feuerbach, his close study of economics, political economy, and history fueled the development of ideas that eventuated in his great work, Capital. Students of Marx agree in nominating the book he wrote with Engels, The German Ideology, as marking his break with the Young Hegelians and with philosophical idealism, asserting instead a concept of historical process as driven wholly by material conditions of life. This book was a prelude to the most famous of the joint Marx-Engels writings, the Communist Manifesto, published in early 1848, a few months before the outbreak of a series of revolutions in Europe. Marx had inherited money from his father's estate, and now he used it to give direct aid to the revolutionary cause and to found a newspaper in support of it. He was expelled from Belgium on suspicion of buying arms for insurrectionaries. Back in Paris his newspaper was soon suppressed. In the summer of 1849 he and Jenny left France for England, and settled in London. He spent the rest of his life there, supported mainly by Engels but nevertheless living in great poverty. At first he continued with the promotion of revolutionary activities in the Communist League and among exiled German socialists in London. For a number of years he was the London correspondent of the New York Daily Tribune, a newspaper with a working class appeal in the United States. The work was intermittent and poorly paid, but it gave Marx a wider readership. Political activity, such as playing a leading role in the International Workingmen's Association, the First International, consumed large amounts of Marx's time and energy, not least because, with the diminishing of revolutionary activity across Europe, activists turned to infighting over questions of strategy and direction. Marx opposed Bakunin's attempt to move the International in the direction of anarchism, and won. By then, however, the success of his A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, which anticipates the more detailed Capital then still in manuscript, had persuaded Marx to devote his main energies to the latter. Among other considerations, he regarded the failure of revolution in Europe as necessitating an examination of capitalism itself. Poor health, poverty, disappointment in practical politics and relentless work were Marx's lot since his university days. One admires the comradeship provided by Jenny von Westphalen in that life, in which she bore 7 children, only 3 of whom survived. Whatever one's view of Marx's momentous legacy, one has to agree with 2 points: his was an epic life, and it proves how philosophy can, as he himself said it must, change the world. Marx's principal efforts were apportioned between practical political activism and the theory that provided the justification for it. A sketch of the activism is given in the foregoing. The theoretical side of his work divides between technical examination of questions in economics and a variety of topics that have more general philosophical interest. The 3 volumes of Capital are almost wholly devoted to the former. They contain extensive discussions of commodity production, requiring the existence of markets and the division of labor, the distinction between use value and exchange value and the labor theory of value that underlies it, the nature of capitalism, the argument that surplus value is the source of profit, and related topics. Critics identify flaws in Marx's technical case, but aspects of what he says, the tension between worker and capitalist, the former seeking higher wages and the latter higher profits, and the unstable nature of economic cycles, continue to be persuasive. The more directly philosophical ideas in Marx have been equally influential. Some of the more salient are as follows. There are critics of liberalism on both the right and left of the political spectrum. Liberalism is the political philosophy that values individual freedom, equality, the rule of law, democracy, religious liberty, and respect for rights such as privacy, freedom of expression, freedom of the press and the right of assembly. Criticisms of it from the political right are what one would expect from a viewpoint that seeks greater control over and uniformity among populaces, subordinating individual preferences to the demands of conventional morality, loyalty, and patriotism, a regimented state, perhaps military values, and the like. Think of a fascist state in recent history for an example. In this respect, a fascist state does not differ much from an authoritarian communist one. It is as if the opposite wings of politics bend so far at their extremes as to circle round and become indistinguishable in their practical effects, differing only in rhetoric. Marx offers a critique of liberalism from a left perspective. In his essay on the Jewish question, he criticizes Bruno Bauer's argument that religion is an obstacle to human emancipation. Bauer had as his principal target the lifting of proscriptions against Jews, not because he was an anti-Semite but because he thought all religion should be proscribed. He was writing as a robust atheist and militant secularist. Marx's response was to distinguish between political and human emancipation. The former consists in according people rights to protect them from the depredations of other people and institutions, the latter consists in promoting communion and fellowship, so that people do not need to be protected from each other. Of course, Marx welcomed liberalism as an advance over more repressive forms of society marked by religious discrimination and conflict, but he believed that it was itself a barrier to true emancipation, in that it placed protective walls between people rather than promoting their coming together. In a perfected state of society those walls will not be necessary, he said, because harmony will prevail, and people will make common cause with each other. This attractive idea is implausible. The thought that human nature might be so far perfected as not to require measures to protect the weak from the strong, as not to require active promotion of fairness, as not to require methods of resolving frictions when the diversity of human interests and desires conflict, is utopian. One sees why some might prefer to take their chances in a liberal dispensation. One of Marx's best-known remarks is that religion is the opium of the people. It occurs in the introduction to his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, where he argues that criticism of religion is the prerequisite of all criticism, and that man and society are the creators of religion, which is therefore an inverted consciousness of the world. Humanity suffers under oppressive social and economic arrangements, and religious feeling is the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. It is, he says, the task of philosophy to unmask religion by unmasking the sources of suffering. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. To achieve this, the material basis of history has to be understood to see how true community between people has so far been obstructed by the political and economic oppression of the masses. Understanding this will encourage people to break free by revolting against that oppression. These views arose in the context of Marx's reflections on Feuerbach's claim, striking and controversial when he made it, though he was not the first to say this, that God and religion are human inventions. Another of Marx's much-quoted statements also occurs in his thinking about Feuerbach: philosophers have only interpreted the world, the point is to change it. The theses on Feuerbach succinctly state Marx's critique of both materialist and idealist philosophy before him. Although he was himself a materialist in his metaphysical views, Marx charged preceding materialism with failing to recognize how human thought and action contribute to the nature of the reality they perceive. Idealists had seen that humans do this, but wrongly concluded that reality itself is therefore ideal. Their mistake was not to see that human activity is material activity, which affects the real physical world, digging tunnels to mine its ore, cutting down its trees, diverting the course of its rivers. This picture of the relationship of humanity to nature is historical materialism, a relationship of work, of labor, of muscle and sweat. A conception of history underlies so much of Marx's thought that, although there is no single text in which he sets it out, it is possible to put it together from various of his writings, most notably from his early collaboration with Engels, The German Ideology, 1845, and The Canonical Critique of Political Economy, 1859. Both make much the same point about the material conditions of human existence just noted, but conjoin with it the idea that as conditions of production change over time, so do human relationships. As people become more conscious of how their lives are shaped by the economic circumstances in which they live, so they will become more capable, said Marx, of freeing themselves from the oppression of those circumstances. The historical process is a dialectical one, in which contradictions between the material interests of different sections of society, peasant and landowner in feudalism, worker and capitalist in capitalism, express themselves as conflicts, in a dynamic representable as a Hegelian movement of thesis and antithesis producing a synthesis which in turn is the thesis to a new antithesis, and so forth, in a sequence of negating the negations as Engels put it, until this deterministic evolution results in a pure state of communism where the state withers away because human good fellowship will make laws and government unnecessary. Such at any rate is a standard view, influenced by later interpreters of Marx, chief among them Lenin. Experts on Marx differ as to whether he really had a philosophy of history, and if so what it was. Some say that when he writes about particular historical occurrences he does not place them into a fixed pattern of historical unfolding. An example cited is the essay The 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon on the revolutionary events in France between 1848 and 1851. Yet the opening remarks of that essay suggest otherwise. Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, they do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. However, the attribution to him of the idea that the historical process is deterministic, that society must necessarily arrive at a communist endpoint, can only with difficulty be made consistent with the idea that the working class must engage in revolution to bring it about, for if one tries to say that this is merely encouragement to hasten the processes of history, one is thereby contradicting the view of those processes as necessary. Perhaps, on the other hand, Marx did not think that historical materialism is a deterministic process, but then the account of the process by which feudalism was supplanted by capitalism, and his view that certain societies were not yet ready for revolution because they had not reached the level of industrialization required for an urban proletariat, seemed to oblige a reading of him in the opposite direction. Although Marx's analysis of labor is central to his economic and political theory, it has a powerful philosophical dimension also. In his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 he sets out his view of alienation. He argues that workers in a capitalist system suffer alienation in four ways: they are alienated from the things they produce, from the satisfaction of work because their work is harsh and disagreeable, from the exercise of their natural powers, and from other people, their relationship with whom becomes one of exchange rather than mutuality. Everything about the capitalist system is, he argues, connected with alienation, rent, wages, profits, and the rest. His preferred alternative is not fully sketched, but turns on the idea of labor which is satisfying to the laborer and which genuinely satisfies his or her own needs and the needs of others. An underlying assumption of all Marx's work is that economic systems up to and including capitalism are unjust and oppressive, and that communism, properly realized, would be a good state of affairs, because it would be premised upon the mutuality of human beings, fellowship, sharing, and true freedom. The question whether there are kinds of society that could be just and humanly good without requiring that we wait to see if utopian hopes for human nature can come true remains as the more immediate question requiring answer. Nietzsche, 1844–1900. Around the name Friedrich Nietzsche plays a romance of genius and madness, of profound insight and philosophical revolution. His writings have the Vedic character of the Old Testament prophets, deliberately so. His longest book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, is cast in the form of a revelation brought down from the mountains by a seer. It does not impugn the originality and power of Nietzsche's thought to say that he was a dramatist of ideas as much as a philosopher. Indeed, in utterance, in appearance, and in biography he is the paradigm of thinker as lightning flash, deliberately shocking those who encounter him, either into outrage or into a different way of thinking. Nietzsche was born near Leipzig in Saxony, the son of a Lutheran pastor who died of a brain disease in his mid-30s, when Nietzsche was aged 5. He had a brother who died in infancy, and a sister, Elizabeth, 2 years younger, who came to play a significant role in his posthumous reputation. Because his father had been a state employee, pastors were on the public payroll, Nietzsche was given a scholarship to the prestigious Sculpfurta school at Naumburg. There he studied classical and modern languages and music, fell in love with the then little-known poetry of Friedrich Hölderlin and first came to hear of Richard Wagner. At Bonn University he studied theology and philology, at first thinking of becoming a pastor. To the great disappointment of his mother and sister he lost his faith as a result of reading David Strauss' Life of Jesus and Ludwig Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity. Instead he devoted himself to classical philology as a student of Professor Friedrich Ritschl at Leipzig University, and there acquired a passion for philosophy as a result of reading Schopenhauer's World as Will and Representation. In 1867 Nietzsche volunteered for a year's service with the Prussian Artillery Division. He was a good horseback rider, which in the eyes of his superiors was the chief qualification for being an officer. This might have been his fate had he not had an accident while leaping onto his horse one day, serious enough to invalid him for many months. He therefore returned to his studies, and soon afterwards met Richard Wagner and his wife Cosima, who were to exert a great influence on him. Nietzsche's teacher Professor Ritschl held him in high esteem, and helped him secure the chair of classical philology at Basel University in 1869 at the amazingly young age of 24, even before he had been awarded a doctorate. At Ritschl's instigation, the University of Leipzig gave Nietzsche an honorary doctorate to somewhat regularize matters. Nietzsche's inaugural lecture was on Homer, though the dissertation he had been writing but never finished was an examination of the sources used by Diogenes Laertius for his Lives of the Philosophers. Richard and Cosima Wagner lived not far away at Lucerne, and he became a regular visitor at their house, their meeting Franz Liszt among others. At Basel, Nietzsche became acquainted with the great historian of the Renaissance, Jacob Burckhardt, and with two others who exercised an influence on his thinking, the theologian Franz Overbeck, who remained a lifelong friend, and a Russian philosopher called African Speer. During the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, Nietzsche served as a medical orderly in the Prussian army, falling ill in the harsh conditions of the war zone and perhaps contracting syphilis at a brothel frequented by troops. This is hypothesized as the source of the ill health that was his chronic lot thereafter, and his madness in the last decade of his life, general paralysis of the insane being a consequence of syphilitic infection. In 1872 Nietzsche published The Birth of Tragedy, his first book. It was very poorly regarded by the academic community because it failed to observe the standard protocols for a work of scholarship, which Nietzsche did not intend it to be. In any case, he was a speculative and polemical philosopher, and this book set out his stall in that respect. He tried to transfer to the philosophy faculty, but without success. During the early part of the 1870s he wrote the essays published in book form as Untimely Meditations, including one on Wagner, though by 1876 his admiration for Wagner had begun to cool because he was surprised and disappointed by what he saw as the false glamour of the Bayreuth Festival and Wagner's self-promotion. In 1879, too ill to maintain his teaching duties at Basel, Nietzsche retired. He had just published a book of aphorisms entitled Human, All Too Human, and now took himself to Italy and the south of France in the winter time, and to Sils Maria in the Alps in the summers, devoting himself to writing. Between 1879 and 1888 he produced a series of major works: Daybreak, 1881, The Gay Science, 1882, Thus Spake Zarathustra, 1883, Beyond Good and Evil, 1886, The Genealogy of Morals, 1887, Twilight of the Idols, The Case of Wagner, Ecce Homo, The Antichrist, and Nietzsche contra Wagner, all 1888, together with draft materials for a book he proposed to call The Will to Power. In these years he was assisted by a secretary, Peter Gast, pseudonym of Johann Heinrich Koselitz, who was partly subsidized by Nietzsche's friend Paul Rie. Rie and Nietzsche both fell in love with same woman, the vivid and gifted Lou Andrea Salome, writer and later psychoanalyst, and friend of Freud and Rilke among others. Nietzsche proposed marriage to her a number of times, but his relationship with both her and Rie ended in bitterness as a result of her preference for the latter. It was a painful experience for Nietzsche, who blamed not only Andrea Salome and Rie but his sister Elizabeth, who had interfered because of her profound disapproval of Andrea Salome, whom she regarded as the type of modern woman that her conventional, indeed reactionary, attitudes could not tolerate. Nietzsche and Elizabeth had a difficult relationship at the best of times, but after this debacle he said that he felt a genuine hatred for her. Elizabeth later came to have a malign influence on Nietzsche's reputation, in framing him as a sort of Nazi avant la lettre after his madness and death. She had married a zealous proto-Nazi called Bernhard Forster, who had taken a group of blonde blue-eyed Aryans to South America to breed a master race, a plan foiled by the almost immediate deaths of all of them from tropical diseases. Forster himself committed suicide in despair. Elizabeth, adopting the name Frau Forster Nietzsche, edited and published her brother's works to give them the anti-Semitic, nationalistic, Nazi-anticipating twist she desired. But Nietzsche was emphatically against anti-Semitism and nationalism, and his doctrines were not political but ethical, in ways described below. partly as a result of falling out with his publisher Ernest Schmeitzner, over Schmeitzner's anti-Semitism, as it happened, and partly because his books sold hardly a copy, Nietzsche began publishing at his own expense. He printed 40 copies of the final volume of Zarathustra and gave them away to friends and acquaintances. All through the final decade of his life, a richly productive one, he kept thinking and writing at a furious rate. Nietzsche's poor health had seen little improvement during this time, and he had become dependent on opium to combat his insomnia. By late 1888 he was concerning his friends because of the wild letters he sent them, and his claims to be descended from Polish nobility, whose aristocratic virtues had descended to him despite, he said, the interference of 4 generations of German mothers. In early January 1889 he suffered a total collapse of his mental health, and never recovered. He lived under the care of his mother and sister, incapacitated by madness and also, in the very final years, by a series of paralyzing strokes, until his death in 1900. It is said that what finally tipped him into insanity was seeing a horse being mercilessly beaten by its driver. He rushed to protect the animal, throwing his arms about its neck and sobbing. Nietzsche's chief philosophical concern was ethics, and very much as it was understood by the philosophers of antiquity, namely, as an answer to the questions, what sort of person should I be? How should I live? What values should shape and guide my choices, my aims, my life? These questions are different from questions that are more narrowly about morals as such. What makes an action right or wrong? What are the principles of morality? It might come as a surprise to some to see that ethics and morals, although of course intimately connected, are distinguishable in this way. Ethics is a more inclusive matter than morality. It concerns character whereas morality concerns actions. Our actions will mainly of course flow from our character, but the targets of inquiry in ethics, seeking answers to what sort of person shall I be, and in debates about morality, what is the right thing to do in this case, are obviously not the same. Nietzsche thought that the values of Western civilization were wrong. He thought they had been distorted by the Judeo-Christian legacy of moral thinking. His criticism was leveled not only at Christianity itself, but at those philosophers who accepted much of the moral outlook of Christianity while arguing for an independent justification for it that did not require a theistic grounding. Accordingly, his announcement in The Gay Science that God is dead was not just an atheistic assertion, but a declaration that everything built on the foundations of theism had collapsed. If the entire culture and civilization founded on Christianity no longer has any basis, then a revaluation of all values is necessary. The confusion and anxiety of life among the ruins of the demolished order are exacerbated by realizing that the order not only had no foundation, but was actually harmful, its morality undermined, indeed perverted, what humanity could be. Putting this right is not an easy matter, Nietzsche said, but it has to be done. The first step is to understand what has happened. This is outlined in the genealogy of morals. It was once the case that what was good was determined according to the self-evaluation of the noble, high-minded, and powerful members of society, and what was bad was associated with their opposites, the low-minded, the vulgar, and the plebeian. But this order was upended by a slave revolt prompted by resentment, and the good, bad contrast predicated on the aristocratic view was replaced by a new contrast, between good and evil. Pride becomes a sin. The good are those who are humble, meek, and suffering, precisely the lot of those who had suffered enslavement or exile. It is good to be compassionate, and to have pity. Self-denial and sacrifice are virtues. Nietzsche calls them unegoistic virtues, so different from the assertion of the ego, which is a noble virtue. In the Antichrist he indicates the value system that he opposes to the slave morality introduced by the Judeo-Christian tradition, by asking, what is good? Everything that heightens the feeling of power in man, the will to power, power itself. What is bad? Everything that is born from weakness. What is happiness? The feeling that power is growing, that resistance is overcome. Not contentedness but more power, not peace but war, not virtue but fitness. Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche was able to make good use of such passages, which if misread yield a sinister interpretation indeed. FN4 but put in juxtaposition to Schopenhauer's views, one sees what he meant. Schopenhauer thought that the will to exist, which for him is the noumenon, the underlying reality, is doomed always to frustration, and is therefore the cause of the suffering that is ubiquitous in the world. Nietzsche insists instead that the will to overcome this frustration, to fight and conquer it so that one can live, create, and succeed, is the ethical way. To strive and to desire, to wish to grow and expand, are worthy things. To be one who strives and thereby overcomes the barriers to growth and expansion is to be an Übermensch, Superman in the sense of superior man, and thus truly moral. What this involves, said Nietzsche, is the affirmation of life, to be a yes-sayer. The idea is to live as if one were going to live one's life over and over again forever, the idea of eternal recurrence, contemplating which makes us determined to live as affirmatively, positively, and nobly as possible. But that is not to choose to live under any illusions. One has to be honest about what embracing life involves, for it involves suffering and loss, pain, and grief too. It therefore also requires courage. These ideas occur variously in the gay science and ecce homo. But there is a salve to the pain that we have to accept in embracing life and living it truthfully and courageously, and the salve, as Schopenhauer had argued also, is art. We possess art, Nietzsche says, lest we perish of the truth. Art helps us to know how to make things beautiful, as either creators or enjoyers. As the latter we can be poets of our lives and give ourselves satisfaction and style, treating our own lives as a creative work and giving it aesthetic value as part of its ethical character. And this requires that we be autonomous individuals, free spirits, rejecting the restrictions that society and conventional morality seek to impose. Nietzsche did not present his views systematically, but through polemics and the use of tropes such as the contrast between the attitudes to life and art represented respectively by Apollo and Dionysus. In his early book The Birth of Tragedy, which he later came to think badly written and confused, he argued that both the order and rationality of the Apollonian and the instinctive, sometimes ecstatic, and often chaotic nature of the Dionysian are essential for drama, indeed, that the tension between them is the source of all art. Whereas Aeschylus and Sophocles represent the high point of that fruitful tension, Euripides and Socrates emphasized the Apollonian over the Dionysian, rationality over feeling, and thus brought the great age of Greek culture to an end. Some commentators see nihilism at the center of Nietzsche's philosophy. In light of the affirmation and eternal recurrence themes, it is clear that he was not himself a nihilist. Rather, he attacked both nihilism and pessimism as outcomes of the loss of faith in traditional theism-based morality when nothing is put in its place. The higher species is lacking, i.e., those whose inexhaustible fertility and power keep up the faith in man, he wrote. The lower species, herd, mass, society, unlearns modesty and blows up its needs into cosmic and metaphysical values. In this way the whole of existence is vulgarized. Insofar as the mass is dominant, it bullies the exceptions, so they lose their faith in themselves and become nihilists. His recognition of the problem that results from repudiating traditional values wholesale is precisely what makes thinkers like Heidegger see him as a nihilist, but that misses his point. He does not devalue all values but revalues them. The ideas for which Nietzsche is best known, the immoralist, the Superman, the contrast between master and slave moralities, going beyond good and evil, the revaluation of all values, philosophizing with a hammer, recalling Zarathustra's smash the old law tables, have been studied and sometimes appropriated and adapted by thinkers in both analytic and continental philosophy in the century after his time. As often happens with fertile and original thinkers, Nietzsche's richly interesting views are open to anyone from any tradition of thought as a target for study and reflection. They repay both. Idealism. In the second half of the 19th century a number of idealist philosophies were proposed, chiefly in Britain but also in the United States. The principal figures were T. H. Green, F. H. Bradley, J. M. E. McTaggart, James Ward, Bernard Bosanquet, and the American Josiah Royce. These thinkers were not of one mind, though some, not all, agreed in thinking that reality fundamentally consists of one mind, but their motivations for espousing forms of idealism were similar. Partly they were reacting to what they saw as the thin and disagreeable gruel of empiricism and utilitarianism in the 2 centuries preceding their own time. Partly they were reacting to the impact on the plausibility of religion of German biblical scholarship, geology, Darwinian biology, and increased general literacy. And partly it was because they were under the influence of Hegel, for even when any of these thinkers explicitly repudiated the label Hegelian, as F. H. Bradley did, there is no doubt that Hegel's presence in their thought was large. For example, Bradley's ethical views were set out in an expressly dialectical series of essays which had to be read, he said, in the order they were printed for his view to be properly understood. The motivations just listed were connected. T. H. Green, 1836–82, led the fight back. One of Green's students at Oxford wrote that the dominance of scientific analysis made everything seem dry and without inspiration. We were frightened, we saw everything passing into the tyranny of rational abstract mechanism, of individualistic sensationalism, of agnostic mechanism, and the turn to forms of idealism that had a significant religious dimension, providing a new perspective on thinking about deity and the moral life that seemed to rescue both from the reductive and debunking implications of science, was therefore eagerly embraced by some. Green himself wrote an influential study of Hume in which he characterized Hume's philosophy, with its psychological atomism, as sceptical and therefore destructive of the possibility of knowledge and social morality. Prompted in part by Green's hostility to the empiricism that had dominated British philosophy since Locke, the interest prompted by publication of J. H. Stirling's The Secret of Hegel in 1865 led to renewed attention to idealism. In the preface to the collection of papers Essays in Philosophical Criticism edited by Andrew Seth, later known as Seth Pringle Pattison, and R. B. Haldane in 1883, Edward Caird wrote, "The writers of this volume agree in believing that the line of investigation which philosophy must follow, or in which it may be expected to make most important contributions to the intellectual life of man, is that which was opened up by Kant, and for the successful prosecution of which no one has done so much as Hegel. Idealism is the metaphysical view that the fundamental nature of reality is mental, that is mind or consciousness. In Berkeley, see pages 226–32 above, the world exists as ideas in the mind of God, or, to put it in terms he himself used, eternal spirit is the substance of the world and keeps it in existence by an act of continual creation, namely, by conceiving it, thinking of it. Fn 5 Because of the motivations that prompted the idealistic turn in late 19th century philosophy, nothing quite as straightforward as Berkeley's theistic idealism sufficed. Perhaps the closest to it is offered by Green, whose idea of the underlying nature of reality might, not so inaccurately, be caricatured as an Hegelianized and internalized version of Berkeley. Green postulated the idea of an eternal consciousness and described it under the headings of 2 connected unfoldings, or one unfolding describable in 2 ways, the unfolding of the evolution of an individual will, and the unfolding of the increasing presence or actualization of God in the world. He described the eternal consciousness as the law of nature or the will of God or its idea. Green meant that the eternal consciousness is immanent, indwelling, in humanity, and fully exists only when people themselves properly understand that it is within them, and accordingly help to actualize it in themselves. To say that the divine exists the more fully that individuals actualize it within is almost to say that God exists if people believe in him, though a characterization of Green's point closer to his intention would be to say that the evolution of human self-awareness consists in God making himself gradually more manifest in the world. The Hegelian inspiration of this idea is obvious. Individuals must however further understand, Green argued, that each of them contains only a spark of the eternal consciousness, and that the full realization of the divine in the world requires cooperation and communality. The self of an individual exists as part of a society of selves, and individual self-realization is a contribution to the self-realization of all. Green developed a complete moral and political theory from the idea of the essentially social character of human beings thus implied. It turns on the idea that we have free will, which is at its freest when it acts to achieve the best and most satisfying state for itself. But this is allied to recognizing that working with one's fellows requires the idea of a common good which a voluntary acceptance of shared laws and customs helps to foster. The relation between the individual and society is reciprocal. Individuals together form society and simultaneously are formed by it. Accordingly, the state, at both national and local levels, is important, because it provides the circumstances in which individuals can act for the best. But the state should not be too interventive, rather, its role should be to uphold the rights and duties that best conduce to individual self-actualization. Green has a significant place in 19th-century idealism because of his criticism of Hume and his adoption of a philosophical approach that, as it seemed to contemporaries, could reinvigorate moral and political thought on a less reductive basis than the then prevailing empiricism. But he was not the chief flag-bearer of the new idealism. This role was played by F. H. Bradley, 1846 to 1924. Bradley's first work was in Ethics and Logic, but his main claim to the considerable fame he enjoyed in his own lifetime was his metaphysical view as set out in Appearance and Reality, 1893, and the essays written in expansion and defense of its doctrines afterwards. The ideas in this book were extremely influential, though chiefly in a negative sense, for they prompted the reaction from G. E. Moore and Bertrand Russell that resulted in the emergence of 20th-century analytic philosophy. Bradley argued that our ordinary way of thinking and talking about the world, and indeed the more sophisticated discourses of philosophers and scientists, contains internal contradictions which become apparent only when we try to make systematic sense of our experience. Revealing these contradictions obliges us to reject two commonplace assumptions, that there are many independently existing things in the world, and that they exist independently of our or anyone's knowing anything about them. The first assumption is pluralism, the second is realism. Rejecting pluralism and realism together entails thinking of reality as a single complete whole, which he called the absolute reality as it is in itself and as the all-inclusive totality of being. The term is a direct borrowing from Hegel's Das Absolut, and, analogously with Hegel's identification of Das Absolut as spirit, Geist, Bradley further argued that the absolute consists of experience or sentience. Bradley's argument for rejecting pluralism and realism turns on his account of relations. Relations come in two kinds, external and internal. Examples of external relations are on and to the left of. A cup placed on a table makes no difference to the cup or the table, a chair standing to the left of the table makes no difference to the chair or the table. Take the cup off the table, it is still a cup. Move the chair to the other side of the table, it is still a chair. External relations do not affect the nature of their relata, the things thus related to each other. But internal relations are essential to their relata and make them what they are. Brother of is an example. You cannot be the brother of someone unless you are male and have at least one sibling. Being married to makes its relata both spouses. You cannot be a spouse unless you stand in the relation of being married to someone. Get divorced and you are no longer a spouse. External relations are contingent, internal relations are necessary, are essential to their relata having the nature they must have in order to stand in that relation to each other. Bradley's argument is that there are no external relations, and if that seems to imply that everything is internally related to everything else, one quickly sees that there cannot even be internal relations. This is because there are not many things in reality, and that means no relations, not even internal ones, but only one thing, namely, everything, the absolute. The argument to the first point, that there are no relations, is known as Bradley's regress, and it is most simply described as follows. If A is related to B by relation R, then A must be related to R by some relation R1. But then A must be related to the relation R1 by some relation R2, and so on in regress. Bradley takes a lump of sugar as an example of a thing which has the properties of whiteness, hardness, and sweetness. Iterating the argument of Berkeley, he asks what is the supposed underlying thing in which these qualities inhere? Is there a lump of sugar without any properties, and, independently of it, the properties of whiteness, sweetness, and hardness which somehow belong to it? Or is it just a bundle of these properties? But if the latter, what ties the properties together into the bundle? A relation? But what is that relation? He sees these questions as being translatable into the problem of what we are doing when we predicate a property of a thing, when we predicate whiteness of, that is, ascribe it to, the lump of sugar. If the whiteness is the sugar, because it is one of the constituent qualities which, bonded with the others, constitutes the sugar, then you are saying nothing at all, and if you are saying that whiteness is not the same thing as the sugar, then to say the sugar is white is to say of the sugar something it is not. Note that he is treating the is as the is of identity, which means that when you say S is P you are asserting that S and P are the same thing. The idea that in external relations the relata are independent of and unaffected by the relations in which they stand seemed incoherent to Bradley. If the relation R is separate from the relata A and B, then, as above, there has to be a relation to relate the relata to R, and therefore regress. So much for external relations. He then shows that the idea of internal relations is equally incoherent. If these are grounded in the nature of their relata, then there must be some aspect of the relata which grounds them. For example, for there to be a relation of brother of, the person standing in this relation to someone else must be male and must share at least one parent with the other person, but then these parts of the relatum, the maleness, the shared genetic inheritance, stand in a relation to each other too, and each of them to the relation of being a brother of. And if so, on both counts regresses again and Fn 6. The incoherence of the concept of relations, as Bradley sees it, is his reason for rejecting pluralism. If there is not a plurality of independent things, then holism is true, there is just one thing, and this one thing is therefore everything. Bradley's reason for thinking that this one thing is experience or sentience could be reconstructed. He does not give an argument as such, by saying that if it were not experience or sentience, then it would not be one thing, because there is experience, he and you and I have it, and if reality is not itself experience, then there would be more than one thing, experience, and what is experienced, which by hypothesis is itself not experience. But if there is only one thing and there is experience, then experience must be that one thing. He argues that the appearance of diversity and plurality is an artifact of our finite and partial thought, which imposes distinctions and differences. But these, and the contradictions we soon notice when we try to think about them rationally, are reconciled and included in the whole. All contradictions are holistically overcome and resolved in the absolute. In his ethical thought, Bradley addresses the question, why should I be moral? Note that this question appears to presuppose that there is morality, and asks why one should conform one's life and actions to it. His answer to the question is that to be moral is to achieve self-realization, and self-realization is explored in the dialectically arranged essays in his ethical studies, 1876, each of which takes up a suggestion from another ethical doctrine only to reject it as such, while nevertheless retaining some aspect of it which is helpful. On the way there are highly interesting discussions, particularly in the essays Pleasure for Pleasure's Sake and My Station and Its Duties, but the terminus of the discussion is an unsatisfactory one, for it is that the ideal self, the good self, is unattainable because it depends for its existence on the evil it must overcome to be what it strives to be, and since this is so, ultimate goodness is unachievable, because evil has to exist. Of the names mentioned above as among the leaders of idealist thought, one has bequeathed a problem which still bedevils philosophers. This is the proof offered by J.M.E. McTaggart, 1866–1925, that time is unreal. McTaggart's first works were extensive studies of Hegel. He published 3 books and a significant short monograph on Hegel's philosophy before setting out in substantial form his own version of idealism in his chief work, The Nature of Existence, first volume 1921, second volume published posthumously 1927. He was also an admirer of Bradley, and much influenced by him. Despite these acknowledged influences, the views he developed were distinctively his own. The interest some folk take in the oddities of philosophers would be much tickled by MacTaggart. He had an odd appearance, a large head and a shuffling sideways walk, and he rode a tricycle around Cambridge and was scrupulous about greeting cats whenever he saw them. By contrast, Bradley in Oxford shot at cats with his revolver if they ventured into the grounds of his college. MacTaggart was very shy, as was Bertrand Russell when young. The latter reports that when MacTaggart first called on him at his rooms in Trinity College, Russell was too shy to ask him in and MacTaggart was too shy to enter, and so there was a long stand-off with MacTaggart hovering at the door. The monograph that MacTaggart published in 1893, more a pamphlet than a book, entitled The Further Determination of the Absolute, argued that reality is spiritual and timeless, and consists in a community of mutually loving spirits. This idea remained his fundamental conception of reality throughout his work. Contrary to Bradley's view, it is a pluralistic and relational version of the absolute rather than a monistic and holistic one. MacTaggart had already stated in his studies in the Hegelian dialectic, 1896, a commitment to the idea that there is no such thing as time, but the arguments he there offered are not the same as those set out in his enduringly famous paper on the unreality of time in the journal Mind in 1908. His argument is as follows. There are two ways of talking about time, one consists in an ordering of events as earlier than and later than, and the other turns on nominating the present and ordering events as past or as future relative to the present. He called the latter ordering, past, present, future, the A series, and the former ordering, earlier than / later than, the B series. He then argued that if time is real we need both series, though it might be said that the A series is more fundamental than the B series. The reason is that the place that events hold in the B series is fixed. Two events X and Y are such that if X happened earlier than Y then it is forever the case that it did so. But there is no time without change, and change involves events unfolding from the past through the present into the future. So there is only change if the A series exists. But the A series involves a contradiction. This is because it will be true of everything that happens that it is all three of past, present and future from some given standpoint for each. If something is happening now, it was in the future before now and it will be in the past when it is over, but in the past it was now and the current now will be from that point of view, and now will be past when the event has passed into the future. So for any event X we can say that all three descriptions X is past, X is present and X is future apply, and which of these three is now applicable is relative to a choice of when now is. No two of these descriptions can simultaneously apply without contradiction, but because it is arbitrary how the ordering is made as to which is past, which is present and which is future, we cannot say which description is preferable let alone correct. Put another way, if you try to argue that X is past, present and future at different times, then you have to use the A-series concepts to select a point from which X can be said to be past or present or future, but to use the A-series descriptions to position that point, call it point 1, in the time series both begs the question, is circular, and generates a regress. As one can see, to justify choosing point 1 you need to invoke the series to choose a point 2 in order to fix point 1, but then, to justify invoking a point 2 from which to fix point 1, you need to invoke the series to fix a point 3, and so endlessly on. So the A-series is contradictory, and if there cannot be change without the A-series, there is no change, and if there is no change, time does not exist. From the point of view of the way the world, misleadingly, as all idealists think, appears to us in experience, descriptions of events in B-series terms as earlier and later have a certain usefulness, as indeed does use of the A-series concepts, if we are given an arbitrary specification of now, but the B-series does not allow for change and is therefore less fundamental than the A-series. The latter is essential to the nature of time if it exists, which is why its contradictory nature is fatal to the idea of time itself. However, the usefulness of the B series for our dealings with the way the world, misleadingly, appears to us requires that we explain how this can be. McTaggart does so by offering what he calls the C series, which is the B series understood without reference to time, that is, without reference to the idea of change. The C series puts events into an earlier/later ordering that is fixed, linear, asymmetrical and transitive, which is what the B series is, except that our normal use of the B series concepts carries the implication, which the C series dispenses with, that things that were earlier than became or changed into being later than, that is, it quietly assumes the A series. C series perspectives on apparent events are thoughts or experiences, and McTaggart suggests, in the nature of existence, that they are perspectives particular to individual minds, the minds which, mutually related by love, constitute reality, which suggests that although C-series experiences are individual to each mind, nevertheless they somehow coordinate. Philosophers still struggle with McTaggart's argument for the unreality of time. Even those who wish to find a way of proving time to be real accept that the A-series/B series distinction has to be the starting point for discussing the matter. One might briefly mention the last idealist, the remarkable T.L.S. Timothy Sprigge, 1932–2007, whose views, although chiefly influenced by Spinoza, Bradley, William James, and Santayana, were somewhat like McTaggart's in that he believed that reality is fundamentally a community of minds which in their interrelationships constitute the absolute. Reality is a single divine consciousness within which an inconceivably vast number of streams of finite experience interact and interweave. His metaphysics made a genuine difference to how he lived his life. If reality is the totality of experience, the experience of everything, animals, and nature itself, is of great value. His book The Vindication of Absolute Idealism, 1984, stands as so far the last monument to a tradition of philosophy that was otherwise swept away by the analytic movement which was in part a reaction to it, though it was also a continuation, empowered and enhanced by developments in logic and science, of the empiricist tradition that idealism sought to supplant. Pragmatism. In the last decades of the 19th century, contemporary with the British idealists, a group of philosophers in the United States, Charles Sanders Peirce, 1839–1914, and William James, 1842–1910, prominent among them, evolved a philosophical outlook to which they gave the name pragmatism. A somewhat later adherent of this outlook, John Dewey, 1859–1952, continued the line of thought they proposed, and was influential in the period between the First and Second World Wars. The movement thereafter went into abeyance for a time before some of its themes resurfaced in the work of several American philosophers in the later 20th century. Peirce recorded how he and some friends started a metaphysical club in the 1870s in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to discuss philosophy. It met either in his study or in that of William James, and its other members included Chauncey Wright, Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. and Nicholas St. John Green, to whom Peirce gives the credit for being the grandfather of pragmatism because he insisted that the group take seriously the definition of belief, given by the psychologist-philosopher Alexander Bain, as that upon which a man is prepared to act. Peirce wrote, "From this definition, pragmatism is scarce more than a corollary." Alexander Bain, 1818–1903, was a Scottish philosopher and psychologist who was one of the first to apply scientific methods in psychology, and was a major influence on William James in this respect. Bain held that it is natural for people to believe, and that doubt is an uncomfortable condition from which inquiry liberates them by leading to what he described as the serene, satisfying and happy tone of mind which is believing. Peirce adopted this view because it fitted well with his opinion that inquiry is a process aimed at correcting and adapting behavior so that it is more effective in the world. Problems arise when our conduct is inadequate for achieving a goal. The solution to the problem is finding a rule of action that overcomes the problem and advances us towards the goal. And that is the aim of inquiry, the acquisition of stable and enduring beliefs. Such beliefs we call true, Peirce said, and we give the name reality to what they are about. Peirce acknowledged that people employ different methods to try to arrive at stable beliefs, chief among them appeals to authority and a priori reasoning. But he insisted that the methods of science are the best way to settle differences of opinion about what to believe, because all who use such methods will converge on the most stable beliefs in the long run. The opinion which is fated to be ultimately agreed by all who investigate is what we mean by truth, he wrote, and the object represented in this opinion is the real. One of the most influential of Peirce's writings is a paper entitled How to Make Our Ideas Clear. In it he enunciates the pragmatic maxim, as follows: consider what effects, which might conceivably have practical bearings, we conceive the object of our conception to have. Then, our conception of these effects is the whole of our conception of the object. For example, our idea of hardness, of something being hard, is just our idea of what this means in practice, such as how difficult it is to break, scratch or pierce a hard thing. To define hardness in this way is similar to what is called an operational definition, or relatedly to saying what a thing is by saying what it does. When we consider the meaning of the word hard and distinguish its meaning from other words, says Peirce, we see that there is no distinction of meaning so fine as to consist in anything but a possible difference of practice. Note that this is a theory about meaning, not truth, for obviously both true and false beliefs are meaningful. But it guides us towards the appropriate conception of truth. Truth is attained when the application of scientific method has eliminated beliefs of no practical worth, and settled on those that prove their utility. Peirce had to acknowledge that beliefs widely held at one time might come to be revised, and therefore he accepted a fallibilist epistemology, although his doing so was chiefly directed against those foundationalists who argued that there are firm starting points for knowledge, innate ideas, as some rationalists argued, or the givens, data, of sensory experience, as empiricists argued. This poses a problem for his view, because it implies that to fix the sense of truth and reality something else has to be at work in addition to convergence among inquirers. William James attempted to deal with this problem, but his doing so resulted in a rather different viewpoint. Instead of focusing on convergence, James focused on a belief's effectiveness. Truth, he said, is what works. The true is only the expedient in our way of thinking, just as the right is only the expedient in our way of behaving. The choice of terminology in the case of what is, morally, right seems rather shocking, but the idea that we call expedient beliefs true is a natural enough view for a pragmatist to take. The objection to it is, however, obvious. There are useful falsehoods, and there are truths that have no practical utility, so the fact that believing something turns out to be useful is no guarantee of its truth. James thought that he had solved a problem left unsolved by those who assert the truism that, in some sense, truth is agreement between our ideas and reality. He asked, what is this agreement, and what is this reality? The nature of the relation of agreement, correspondence, or match between what is in our heads and what is out there in the world, or in some other realm, for example the realm of abstract objects such as numbers, has always been extremely difficult to specify. If you deny that the mind is merely a mirror that somehow reflects reality, but instead interacts with reality for practical purposes, then you see how truth can be regarded as jointly constituted by that relationship. How we carve up reality, and what we believe about it, has a great deal to do with our needs and interests, and of course with the perceptual and cognitive faculties that have evolved in their service. There is a distinct Kantian flavor to this view. James' motivations for adopting pragmatism have much to do with the intellectual climate of the second half of the 19th century. Following the rise of science and the work of Darwin, there were tensions between the worldview implied by science and the traditional worldviews of religion and the moralities associated with them. He described those who insisted upon the scientific approach as tough-minded and the others as tender-minded. He accepted the deliverances of science, but wanted there to be room in its worldview for religion too. He saw pragmatism as the answer, because while conforming to the demands of a tough-minded stance it offers a defense of tender-minded views also, by noting that they are useful and beneficial to believe. This was challenged by Bertrand Russell, who argued that it committed James to holding that the proposition Santa Claus exists is true. Dewey developed Peirce's view of inquiry as the quest for settled belief by describing it as beginning in an unsettled situation and aiming to transform that situation into a coherent one. The unclarity in which inquiry begins is not solely a matter of the inquirer lacking appropriate beliefs, but rather is a function of both the inquirer's inadequate beliefs and the objectively unsettled nature of the situation in which she holds them. They thus jointly prompt the need for the situation to be rendered determinate. This implies that situations are objective states of which the inquirer and her beliefs are part. It relates to the further idea, shared by all the pragmatists, that experience, perception, thought and inquiry, is a whole in which we are not merely passive recipients of sense impressions, but actively inferring and conceptualizing a world, and justifying our beliefs about it by reference to how they hang together, a coherence view of justification. Dewey pointed out that we start from the perspective of participants in the world, in the midst of things we are already interacting and dealing with. Even before we start to philosophize, we do not start from a blank slate position. It follows from the pragmatist view of beliefs as, in essence, tools that skepticism is not an option, and therefore not a valid starting point for inquiry, as Descartes had proposed. The fallibilism implicit in pragmatism does not constitute a form of skepticism, because, as Peirce argued, accepting the fallibility of beliefs is not the same as saying that they are false, and is consistent with optimism that all inquiry will converge on at least many of them, thus validating them. In any case, a posture of doubt itself requires justification, and because it is unproductive by itself, it motivates the effort to remove it in quest of the stable and useful beliefs we need. Commentators on pragmatism connect it with behaviorism in psychology and instrumentalism in the philosophy of science, this latter being the view that scientific theories are ways of organizing our thought about phenomena and predicting their behavior, and that the concepts in them do not refer to actually existing entities and processes. Interpreting Dewey in this way is prompted by his identifying, as the philosophical fallacy, the idea that the terms of our theories about the world and the mind are referential, rather than devices invented for the purpose of problem solving. The pragmatists took it that this enabled them to steer a path between idealism and realism in metaphysics, a path truer to the dictates of scientific method, while at the same time, as James desired, respecting the validity of other, more tender-minded regions of belief. There are significant differences between the pragmatists, however. Peirce thought that the application of scientific method would result in views that are impersonal and objective, a tough-minded outlook for tough-minded inquirers. The features of beliefs that satisfy this approach are the observational outcomes of applying them. James' interest in making room for tender-minded concerns meant that the satisfaction in question is not only observational but emotional. The book that gave pragmatism a wider currency in its day, James' Pragmatism, a new name for some old ways of thinking, made pragmatism serve a personal, subjective agenda, to Peirce's disappointment, for where Peirce was interested in making philosophy more scientific, James made it more psychological. Dewey's interest was different again. His focus was on society and social ethics, and he saw beliefs as instruments made by human beings so that they can navigate the social reality they inhabit. Arguably, he took James' cash value account of truth a step further, saying that what validates a belief as true is the agreement in society to regard it as such, based on society's approval of it. But this was not something to be left to chance. Education is the royal road to ensuring that society will always monitor itself regarding which beliefs it would be best to live by. There is an inconsistency in this view. Valuing education as what produces a society whose approval validates the beliefs it lives by implies that there is some other yardstick for identifying the beliefs that merit approval and which education can help us live our lives by. Dewey extolled the idea of a rational community, and education as the process which produces it, but the idea of rationality is empty if whatever the community happens to like in the way of beliefs constitutes their truth. Adjudicating between competitor beliefs requires something other than the happenstance of preferences. A number of American philosophers have self-identified as pragmatists in recent philosophy, among them Richard Rorty, Hilary Putnam, Robert Brandom, and Cornel West. The differences between them make application of the label to all of them slightly puzzling, unless Putnam's characterization of pragmatism as the combination of the following views will apply to them all: that skepticism requires as much justification as belief, that no beliefs are immune to the possibility of revision if new evidence comes along, and that considerations about the practical application of our beliefs constrain what we can say and think. Neo-pragmatism might be a somewhat different thing. It is sometimes identified as the postmodernist view that truth is always relative to social context. Although one can see how this version can claim inheritance from Dewey, it would be resisted by Peirce. Part 4. Philosophy in the 20th century. Someone observing the history of 19th century philosophy as it unfolded against the background of developments in natural science, mathematics, and logic, the social effect of the Darwinian debate about evolution, and the systematic and scholarly approaches, especially in Germany, to textual criticism and the social sciences might have been able to guess at what would prompt a dividing of the ways in approaches to philosophy's task in the 20th century. That division consists in two strands, one fairly well-defined strand called analytic philosophy, and another, more diffuse and various strand or set of strands misleadingly, but now conventionally, called continental philosophy. The first strand, analytic philosophy, is dominant in the mainly Anglophone world. It is not a school or a body of doctrine, but instead is recognizable in its widely shared methods and interests, and by continuity with the mainly empiricist tradition in the history of philosophy. It has been influenced by innovations in logic and science and, using or informed by them, focuses on a set of considerations about truth, meaning, knowledge, the nature of mind and the concepts employed in thinking about value. The motivating idea for this strand is that through a detailed analysis of these matters the traditional concerns of metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics will be illuminated, or, at least for some traditional philosophical problems, as in their different ways logical positivists and Ludwig Wittgenstein and his followers thought, shown to be spurious. The founders of analytic philosophy, meaning the early 20th century thinkers whose work gave the style of philosophy its first distinctive impulse, are Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore. The former's work in particular had a large part in bringing formal logic into the center of analytic philosophy's methods and concerns. Other major names include Rudolf Carnap, Ludwig Wittgenstein, W. V. Quine, Elizabeth Anscombe, Richard Hare, P. F. Strawson, Michael Dummett, Donald Davidson, and Hilary Putnam. Most histories of analytic philosophy also give a prominent place to the German logician Gottlob Frege as one of those who should be identified as a founding figure. This is because his work influenced Russell, and because Wittgenstein, who for a while in the 20th century attracted an enormous following, claimed to have been influenced by him. In fact, Frege became generally known in philosophy only after the Second World War, and it is chiefly through the monumental studies of his work by Michael Dummett in the last third of the 20th century that he was given the recognition, and the status, that has led some to accord him that founding position. What is true is that his innovations in logic were of great significance in their own right, and the few who knew and appreciated them included Russell, who could not have developed his own innovations in logical formalism without the work of Frege, Giuseppe Peano, and other logicians of the 19th century. The rise of analytic philosophy coincided with the largest and most rapid expansion since medieval times in the numbers of people teaching and writing about philosophy at academic institutions. The century accordingly produced dozens of outstanding philosophers whose work has attracted the attention and applause of their colleagues. Books and professional journals, conferences, and lectures, flourishing philosophy departments in universities, together make for a rich and fertile field of activity. The short list of big names could be well supplemented by a long list of notable individuals who merit mention, and who would not be absent from an encyclopedia. The other strand of 20th century philosophy, given the somewhat misleading label continental philosophy because some of its foremost earlier figures wrote in German and French, continued and expanded the endeavor of understanding experience and the nature of reality in the tradition of Hegel, and applied philosophical reflection more broadly to matters of life and society somewhat after the manner of Nietzsche. The major names here include Edmund Husserl, Martin Heidegger, Jean-Paul Sartre, Jacques Derrida, Gilles Deleuze and, in connection with the spread of the philosophical remit into sociology and beyond, Michel Foucault and Jürgen Habermas. But continental philosophy has many adherents and contributors in the Anglophone philosophical community also, thus belying the geographical implication of its name, and it is as informatively associated with trends and movements as with big-name thinkers, phenomenology, postmodernism, deconstruction, existentialism, Frankfurt School critical theory, psychoanalytic theory, and more. As with analytic philosophy, continental philosophy has seen a large expansion of personnel, and not only in the university setting. Although there are philosophy departments in universities all round the world which are principally or exclusively continental in their focus, those interested in or in some way influenced by continental philosophers are found not only in philosophy departments, but in the literature, sociology, law, and other departments of universities too. This is a function of the broad attraction of both the thinkers and the themes involved. In what follows I treat analytic and continental philosophy separately, in each giving an overview of some leading thinkers and some major themes. Analytic philosophy. Analytic philosophy is not a body of doctrine, it is a style of philosophizing, directed at a recognizable set of core concerns. It is not really a new style, except in one particular, which is its employment of tools drawn from the new logic that Frege, Russell, and others developed on either side of the turn of the 20th century. Otherwise, the careful argumentation and clarification practiced by most of the great philosophers throughout history are familiarly in play. In seeking clarity and precision, in clarifying concepts and their relations to each other, in using new logical tools, and in being attentive to ideas from science that can illuminate philosophical problems, analytic philosophers emphasize detail over big-picture accounts of what they study. The core concerns, as mentioned above, truth, meaning, knowledge, the nature of mind, the concepts of ethics, are of course not new to philosophy but have been central to it throughout its history. What is new is what the emphasis on detail, and the improved tools of logic, have enabled philosophers to achieve in dealing with them. The best explanation one can give of analytic philosophy is to show an example of it at work. What was described as a paradigm of philosophy by the Cambridge philosopher Frank Ramsey, who died tragically young in 1930, is a theory advanced by the chief founder of analytic philosophy, Bertrand Russell. The theory is that if you analyze the underlying structure of things we say, using logic to make that structure completely explicit, you will be able to solve a number of important philosophical problems. To explain this idea requires some context, as follows. Recall that John Locke, in the third book, entitled Of Words, of his essay concerning human understanding, had advanced the view that the meaning of a word is an idea in the mind of the person who uses it. That seems superficially plausible, but a very little thought shows that it cannot be right. Ideas are private, words public, words have to have the same meaning for most users of them, but how can anyone be sure that the idea in one person's mind matches the idea in someone else's mind when both use the same word? Locke's theory implies that in communication what happens is that an idea is encoded into speech or writing, transmitted by sound waves or marks on paper, then decoded by a hearer or reader. What are these coding and decoding relationships? The same problem arises as before. What guarantee is there that the coding manuals of transmitter and receiver match? What guarantees that what is intended by the transmitter is understood by the receiver in the same way? And again, what kind of thing is the idea meant by a general term like, say, dog? Is it a mental image of a particular dog of a particular breed with a definite size and color, or is it an image of a mixture of all breeds, sizes and colors? If the former, how does it represent all dogs? If the latter, well, how could there be such an image at all? In light of the difficulties with Locke's suggestion, a better seeming and indeed very old view recommended itself, that the meaning of a word is what it denotes. This proposal might also seem plausible. If you wish to teach someone the meaning of the word handkerchief, a good way is to show him a square of cotton of the kind used to wipe one's brow or blow one's nose. This view is called the denotative theory of meaning. Unfortunately, only some words in the language, nouns, denote things, other words, verbs, convey information about activities or happenings, yet others, adjectives and adverbs, describe the properties of things or the manner of happenings, and yet other words neither denote nor describe, but merely have functions in sentences, such as and, or, the, and the like. These small words have a big name, they are called syncatagormatic words. Moreover, many nouns denote things which are not in space and time, but are fictional, like unicorns and gods, or are abstract, such as the number 9 and the property of whiteness. Of course, a realist about universals would say that whiteness denotes an existing thing, but as several times shown in earlier pages, that view is at least controversial. But what of unicorn and the like? What is denoted by this word? These questions accordingly raise difficulties for the denotative theory. The difficulties are well illustrated by the consideration that if a word must denote to be meaningful, it follows that a meaningful word denotes something. So the word unicorns, which is meaningful, must denote unicorns, and since we do not think unicorns exist in space and time, as physical entities in the zoological realm, we are pushed towards thinking that they must have some kind of non-physical existence. One suggestion is that they do not exist but subsist, a kind of semi-existence, an uncomfortable and ill-defined metaphysical category which appears merely ad hoc to shore up the denotative theory of meaning. It has the absurd consequence that if I say my millionth and first brother, I immediately have a million subsisting brothers in addition to my one real flesh and blood brother. Bertrand Russell was persuaded by the idea that meaning is denotation, and at first thought that this meant we have to swallow the idea of subsisting entities. But then his vivid sense of reality, as he described it, revolted against this idea, and he came up with a solution to the problem of how to retain the denotative theory of meaning without the florid ontology, catalogue of what exists, it seems to require. This was to say that there are only two words in the language that are genuinely denoting expressions, and that all other apparently denoting terms are really disguised descriptions. The two genuinely denoting words are the demonstrative pronouns this and that, which are guaranteed to denote something every time they are used, as when one points at an object and says that thing there. But when we employ the word unicorn, we are using it as shorthand for something that has the property of being a unicorn, and since there is nothing of which one can say this, or that, has the property of being a unicorn, nothing is denoted. Consider how this analysis works in connection with a problem like this. Suppose someone says, the present King of France is wise, when there is no King of France at present. Is this true or false? One's inclination is to say that it is false. So does this make the present King of France is unwise true? Again, one's inclination is to say, no, it's false. So both claims, that the present King of France is wise and that he is unwise, are false. How can that be? If one of the claims is false, must it not be the case that the opposite claim is true? But when we reflect for a moment, we see that the reason for their both being false is that there is no King of France, there is nothing to which the description the present King of France applies. Russell took this insight to show that whereas the surface forms of language can be misleading as to what is really being said, what is really being said can be shown by making explicit its underlying logical form. Doing so shows that the phrase "the present King of France" looks like a denoting expression, but is in fact shorthand for the something that has the property of being King of France. So the sentence is really two sentences, saying, 1. There is something that has the property of being King of France, and 2. That something is wise. Now you can see that there are two ways for this claim to be false, either if 1 is false, or if 1 is true but 2 is false. Russell further remarked that when the definite article "the" is used, it implies uniqueness, that is, that there is one and only one thing with the property in question, the present King of France. So we should really analyze the present King of France is wise into 3 sentences. 1. There is something which is the present King of France. 2. There is only one such thing, and 3. That thing is wise. In collaboration with his colleague A. N. Whitehead, Russell had devised a notation for formal logic and regarded it as providing a completely perspicuous way of rendering the underlying structure of statements like the present King of France is wise. He thought of this notation as the perfect language for making everything clear. Analysis of the present King of France is wise in this notation yields the string of symbols x, f, x and y, phi rightward arrow y equals x and gx. Pronounced, there is something, x, which has the property f equals being the present King of France, and anything else whatever, call it y, which has the property f, is identical with x. This takes care of the uniqueness, and x has the property g equals being wise. Russell had a second very important motivation for this theory of descriptions, as this famous theory is called. It has already been hinted at in the foregoing. It concerns the fact that classical logic is based on there being 2 and only 2 truth values, namely true and false, such that if a claim or proposition is not true, it is false, and if it is false, it is not true. This is known as bivalence, 2 values. It seems obvious that truth and falsity exhaust all possibilities between them, but this is not so. There are more ways in which a proposition can fail to be true than just by being false, for example, by being meaningless, or by not having a truth value at all, or perhaps because there are more than 2 truth values, say 3, or 4, indeed there are now logical systems with many truth values. The idea that a proposition can have a third truth value neither true nor false is suggested by the following. Suppose I say, the man in the street is whistling. You look out of the window, there is a man, and he is whistling. True, you say. Suppose when you look out of the window you see a man but he is not whistling. False, you say. But what if, when you look out of the window, you see no man there? Is the proposition the man in the street is whistling true or false when there is no man there? It is neither, you might say, and you thereby commit yourself to a third truth value, neither true nor false. Sometimes the expression truth value gap is employed to describe this third option. Why not treat the present King of France is wise as being neither true nor false on the same grounds? Russell, and he is far from alone, refused to take this route. Abandoning bivalence creates difficulties. For an important example, it involves giving up the law of double negation, in which to say not P is the same as saying P because 2 nots cancel out, and this is only the case if the truth values of not P and P are direct and exclusive alternatives. And where the law of double negation does not hold, neither does the law of excluded middle, which says that everything is either A or it is not A, no third possibility permitted. Giving up this latter law entails that there are things which are neither A nor not A. On the face of it, that seems flatly illogical. One should note, however, that the law of excluded middle does not apply in quantum physics. As Hamlet observed to Horatio, the world is an odder place than we think. The same applies in intuitionistic mathematics and logic where the truth values are not true and false but provable and not provable. Consider, whereas to say it is not is to say it is because 2 nots cancel each other out. Saying it is not provable that it is not provable is not the same as saying it is provable. So in intuitionistic logic and mathematics the laws of double negation and excluded middle do not hold. But there are other reasons for holding on to bivalence. Without it there are risks of indeterminacy and ambiguity. For example, suppose you argue, as a number of philosophers do, that knowing the meaning of a sentence consists in knowing its truth conditions, that is, what makes it true or false. This implies that every meaningful sentence must be regarded as determinately either true or false, whether or not we know which. If sentences could also be neither true nor false, if we allow that there can be truth value gaps, then the explanation one gives of what meaning consists in becomes greatly more complicated. Some of these points are explained more fully below. This excursus into Russell's theory of descriptions, and some of the philosophical and logical implications of it, illustrates analytic philosophy at work. Around all the points just sketched there is detailed debate which explores and refines these and other points about reference, descriptions, meaning, truth, bivalence, logical form, and more. A common feature of all these investigations is the method of examining concepts by analyzing them, investigating what they involve and what they imply, what they really mean when scrutinized and how they connect to other concepts. Some readers will be relieved to learn that analytic philosophy is not written in logical symbols, as might seem to be the case from the foregoing, and they will note that careful argument, and methodical examination of concepts and theories, is in fact not much different from what Plato, Locke, Hume, and others have always done. The new part is what is borrowed from advances in logic. It is worth mentioning at the outset that the word analysis itself denotes a number of different techniques. It can mean breaking something down into its constituents, that is decomposition, as when one takes a watch apart to inspect the mechanism. It can mean showing that something can be explained in terms of something else which is more basic than it, that is reduction, as when one shows that thoughts in the mind are electrochemical activities of neurons in the brain. It can involve looking for the essence or defining properties of something. It can involve putting a concept into an illuminating relationship with other concepts, as when one sees that understanding the concept of necessity is fruitfully enhanced by understanding its relations with possibility and actuality. It can involve interpreting or translating a concept into other, clearer concepts. It can involve tracing the history of the development of a concept. Standardly, the techniques of analytic philosophy are a combination of some, most or all of these procedures. The aim is clarification and understanding, the ambition is that the knottiest problems of philosophy might thereby be solved, or, as some thinkers hope in relation to some traditional problems, dissolved, that is, shown not to be problems at all. Russell, 1872–1970. Bertrand Russell had a long life, and he devoted himself to far more than just logic and philosophy, twice standing for Parliament, in support of votes for women, and, both in the First World War and in the last 2 decades of his life, campaigning for peace and disarmament. He wrote both technical and popular books, founded and for a time ran a school, was a columnist for an American newspaper for several years, and won the Nobel Prize for Literature. His was an amazingly active and vigorous life, lived in championship of liberally progressive causes always, and made sparkling by the wit, clarity, and incisiveness of his mind. It was also, and therefore, a life of controversy. Trinity College at Cambridge took away his job to punish him for his opposition to the First World War, and his anti-war activities resulted in prison terms both then and again in the last decade of his life, on this latter occasion for his opposition to nuclear weapons. Earlier in his life he campaigned for sensible views about divorce and sex education, later in life he campaigned against the Vietnam War. Indeed, the older he grew the more radical he became. Early in life he was, and cheerfully described himself as having been, a prig, an outlook inherited from the austerely moralistic grandmother who brought him up, Countess Russell, widow of the former Prime Minister Earl Russell. Experience liberated his attitudes. He married several times, and one of his more controversial books, Marriage and Morals, both lost him a job in New York as the result of a campaign by outraged moralists, nearly leaving him destitute, and 15 years later won him the Nobel Prize. When he was awarded the Order of Merit, which is the highest possible distinction in the British honours system, King George VI said to him at the award ceremony, "You have sometimes behaved in a manner that would not do if generally adopted," to which Russell replied that what one does depends upon what one is. "Consider," he said, "the difference between a postman and a mischievous small boy ringing every doorbell in a street." The king did not know what to reply. The founding impulse Russell gave to analytic philosophy was aided by his younger contemporary at Cambridge, G. E. Moore. Indeed, Russell, always generous in his praise of others, said More, gave him the first push towards abandoning the Hegelian idealism he had espoused as a student. But the ground for his doing this was already fertile. When he first arrived at Cambridge, Russell was a disciple of his secular godfather John Stuart Mill, though he disagreed with Mill's account of mathematics. His first philosophical book, published 10 years later, was a study of Leibniz. In it he wrote, that all sound philosophy should begin with an analysis of propositions, is a truth too evident, perhaps, to demand a proof. But in between, under the influence of the philosophy dons at Cambridge, he became a neo-Hegelian. MacTaggart persuaded him to an unfavorable view of empiricism, and G.F. Stout persuaded him to believe in the absolute. He decided that understanding the nature of the absolute could and should be achieved from the perspective of science, and he decided to undertake a highly ambitious project to write something similar to Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Sciences, but using the advanced scientific knowledge available in the 1890s, he made this plan while residing in Berlin in 1895. The concept was Hegelian, but despite Bradley's strictures against piecemeal investigations which, he argued, always lead to contradictions, Russell made use of Kant's technique of transcendental arguments FN1 to examine particular aspects of experience and reality, aiming by this means eventually to construct a single comprehensive account of the absolute. He started with geometry and then arithmetic, and soon found the project running into difficulties. This is because the theory of relations necessary to support an absolute idealist thesis is unsustainable. One cannot make sense of there being differences between spatial points, or between numbers, unless one accepts that there are asymmetrical and external relations. Russell had been trying to write a paper, perhaps a book, speakingly called An Analysis of Mathematical Reasoning. Parts of it survived into his first major philosophical work, The Principles of Mathematics, 1903, in which he was trying to overcome the contradiction-prompting implications of the doctrine of internal relations. FN2 When he saw that this could not be done, he turned the argument on its head, and used the contradictions as a reductio of the doctrine instead. A significant prompt for his doing this was his encounter with G.E. More, 1873 to 1958. More arrived at Cambridge 2 years after Russell, almost wholly ignorant of philosophy and quietly aiming for a life as a schoolmaster teaching classics to sixth formers, as he put it himself. At Cambridge he heard MacTaggart and others lecture, and decided to devote the second half of his degree to philosophy. He was taught by MacTaggart, whom he admired, and as a result he also became a neo-Hegelian. But only for a while. He soon yielded to a sense of amazement at some of the things asserted in philosophy, and in particular came to think that MacTaggart's claims about the unreality of time were not just absurd but perfectly monstrous. He said that although most philosophers claimed to be motivated by a sense of wonder at the universe, his own inspiration was quite different. It was a sense of wonder that such silly things could be said by philosophers. The net result of discussions between Russell and More was that they rejected neo-Hegelianism's key doctrines of monism and idealism in preference for pluralism and realism. During this process they became committed to the idea that the right method in philosophy is the analysis of judgments or propositions which, in More's view, exist independently of acts of judging them, and which consist of complexes of concepts. More's thinking in the period between the mid-1890s and the beginning of the 20th century led him to write his chief philosophical work, the Principia Ethica. In the same period Russell was working on ideas that eventually led to the immense project, which he wrote in collaboration with A. N. Whitehead, of the Principia Mathematica. As suggested by the starting point of his grand scheme for an absolute idealist encyclopedia of all sciences, mathematics lay at the center of his philosophical interests. It was one of his reasons for writing about Leibniz, whose metaphysics was significantly influenced by his mathematical and logical ideas. Leibniz had imagined a characteristica universalis, a perfectly clear and ordered language, in which mathematics, science, and metaphysics can be expressed without ambiguity, and in which problems could be solved by calculation, thus overcoming disagreement. This idea was to inspire Russell's belief that logic can be just such a language. it shaped an aspiration on the part of many of those influenced by Russell and Freya that the logical analysis of language would be the royal road to solving the fundamental problems of philosophy. In the second half of the 1890s, Russell produced a series of intensive studies, his fellowship dissertation on the foundations of geometry, 1897, an analysis of mathematical reasoning, sometime between 1897 and 1899, an unpublished manuscript entitled Fundamental Ideas and Axioms of Mathematics, 1899, an unpublished draft of the Principles of Mathematics, 1899 to 1900, his book on Leibniz, 1900, and then the Principles of Mathematics itself, 1903. He had also written a book about Marxism in Germany, German Social Democracy, published in 1896. When work was underway thereafter for Principia Mathematica, it generated important philosophical spin-offs, including the paper on denoting mind, 1905, containing the celebrated theory of descriptions described above, and the germs of ideas Russell later developed about space, time, and matter as logical constructions. The development of Russell's ideas in the years leading to the Principles of Mathematics had convinced him that pure mathematics, arithmetic, analysis, and geometry, rests on logic. All pure mathematics deals exclusively with concepts definable in terms of a very small number of fundamental logical concepts, and all its propositions are deducible from a very small number of fundamental logical principles. This idea, that mathematics is reducible to logic, is known as logicism, and the inspiration for it was the powerful new developments in logic in the 19th century. A major such development was Freya's revolutionary work, including his treatment of quantification, explained below, and of ideas prompted in association with it, which Freya applied to his own attempt to derive arithmetic from logic. Russell learned of Freya's work from Giuseppe Peano at an international congress of mathematics held in Paris in 1900, and adapted some aspects of it to his own logicist project. Logicism was motivated by the desire to solve two large puzzles about mathematics, one epistemological, the other metaphysical. The epistemological puzzle is, what justifies us in claiming to know mathematical truths such as 1 + 1 = 2? The metaphysical puzzle is, what are the entities or objects referred to in mathematics? The puzzles connect. We would be justified in claiming to know that 1 + 1 = 2 only if we know what 1 and 2 are, together with how we understand plus and equals. These puzzles had not been put to rest by Kant's treatment of mathematical truths as synthetic a priori, based on the forms of sensibility which organize intuition, sense experience, spatially and temporally, thereby underwriting geometry and arithmetic respectively. The first suggestion that mathematics is analytic as opposed to synthetic is attributed to Richard Dedekind, 1831–1916, who like Freya was influenced by the trend towards arithmetization in certain branches of mathematics, premising the idea that the foundations of arithmetic and analysis, a part of mathematics developed from calculus, are purely conceptual. Freya continued to believe that geometry was synthetic a priori, but held that arithmetic has a completely different basis. Dedekind likewise had argued that geometric intuitions should have no place in thinking about a scientific basis for arithmetic. When Freya developed his Begriffsschrift, concept script, it was with the aim of basing arithmetic on general logical laws and definitions, establishing that the truths of arithmetic are analytic. Russell himself had a long-standing desire to see mathematics placed on unassailable foundations. When he was a boy, his elder brother Frank taught him geometry, and when he questioned the starting points for it, the definitions and axioms, his brother said he just had to accept them, otherwise they could not go on. Russell was delighted by the beauty of Euclid, indeed by the whole realm of mathematics, but was troubled by the fact that it rested on foundations that had to be taken on trust. The prospect of showing that mathematics rests on logic was a deeply attractive one, therefore. It was on the last day of the 19th century, December 31, 1900 FN3, that Russell completed the first draft of his Principles of Mathematics. Just 5 months later he discovered a paradox which threatened the whole enterprise, and which, when he communicated it to Freya in a letter the following year, caused Freya to abandon logicism in despair. Freya wrote back to Russell, "Your discovery of the contradiction has surprised me beyond words and left me thunderstruck, because it has rocked the ground on which I meant to build arithmetic. It is all the more serious because it seems to undermine the only possible foundations of arithmetic as such." Freya not long afterwards gave up his efforts, but Russell continued, struggling to find ways round the problem, eventually unsuccessfully also. The tale of Russell's project and the devastating paradox is, in summary terms, this. First, note the intuitive idea of a collection, or set or class, of things, a collection of teacups on a tray, a collection of cows in a herd. Freya and after him Russell sought to define number in terms of classes. Take a class whose members are a knife and fork, another class whose members are a husband and wife, another class whose members are a cow and a bull, they are all classes of couples or pairs. This provides a way of defining the number 2, 2 is the class of all classes of couples. Likewise the number 3 is the class of all classes of triples, the class containing all the classes like this, a class containing a knife, fork and spoon, another class containing a mother, her husband and son, another class containing a cow, another cow and a bull, and so on. This can be repeated for all numbers. A little more precisely, the number of a class is the class of all those classes that are similar to it, where similar is a technical term in set theory stating that a one-to-one relationship obtains between the members of the classes in question. Despite appearances, this is not the paradox in question, though it looks circular, for the concepts of pairs, triples, quadruples and so forth do not contain the concept of number. A waiter who cannot count can nevertheless know to put the triple of knife, fork and spoon at each place in a table setting. Now, however, paradox looms. To prepare for it, consider this related paradox: there is a barber in a village who shaves the men, all the men, and only these men, who do not shave themselves. Does he shave himself, or not? If he does, he doesn't, and if he doesn't, he does. For obvious reasons this is called the barber paradox. Russell's paradox is this: consider the fact that some classes are members of themselves, and some are not. The class of all classes is, obviously, a member of itself, for it is a class, but the class of men is, equally obviously, not itself a man. Now, what of the class of all those classes which are not members of themselves? If it is a member of itself, then it is not a member of itself, and if it is not a member of itself, then it is a member of itself. The fact that the concept of classes can yield a contradiction is fatal for any system built upon its use. Although the details of how this created problems for Freya's and Russell's endeavors are complex, this sketch is enough to indicate why it wrecked Freya's hopes, and why it obliged Russell to seek various ad hoc and in the end unsatisfactory ways round it, chiefly by means of a theory of types which sought to order classes into a hierarchy such that, speaking very schematically, only classes of a lower type can be members of classes of a higher type. Without a means of circumventing the paradox, Russell could not have proceeded with his logicist program. The devices he proposed, the theory of types and two controversial axioms, eventually allowed him and his collaborator A. N. Whitehead to complete the enormous Principia Mathematica, published in 3 volumes respectively in 1910, 1912, and 1913. The expense of printing the volumes, with their hundreds of pages of logical symbols, was so great that Russell and Whitehead had to supplement the cost out of their own pockets. The huge manuscript was wheeled to the offices of the Cambridge University Press in a perambulator. Principia Mathematica has been described as one of the 3 most important works of logic ever, the other 2 being Aristotle's Organon and Freya's Grundgesetze Arithmetic.fn. For one reason offered is that the notation developed by Whitehead and Russell made logic greatly more effective and accessible as a tool, and revealed far more of its possibilities and uses. This opened the way to significant further developments in logic and philosophy, some of them developed by Russell himself. Other opinions about Principia Mathematica, while recognizing its philosophical fruitfulness, have not been so complementary. The brilliant Austrian logician Kurt Gödel wrote of it, "It is to be regretted that this first comprehensive and thoroughgoing presentation of a mathematical logic and the derivation of mathematics from it is so greatly lacking in formal precision in the foundations that it presents in this respect a considerable step backwards as compared with Freya. What is missing, above all, is a precise statement of the syntax of the formalism." Although true, this judgment is harsh. Without the advances made by Principia Mathematica itself, it would have been less easy to see what is required for a fully precise formal account of the foundations. Among the significant outcomes of this work was Russell's own philosophical endeavors in the long remainder of his life. Released from his labors on the Big Book, he turned his attention to a question which was central to almost everything he did in philosophy thereafter, the question of how science is derived from experience. Note that this is not the same as the question of how, or whether, science is justified by experience. It is not an effort to refute skepticism about the possibility of scientific knowledge. Instead, Russell wished to explain the foundations of knowledge in empirical experience, just as Locke, Hume, and Mill in their different ways had tried to do. And for him the paradigm of knowledge was science. He remained consistent in pursuing this aim throughout, though his strategies for doing so changed a number of times, and his later views involved significant compromises. At the outset, Russell's endeavor took the form of showing how the fundamental concepts of physics, which in 1912, when his Problems of Philosophy was published, were taken to be space, time, causality, and matter, are exhaustively verified by observation and experiment. By the time of his last attempt at this task, in Human Knowledge, 1948, physics had dispensed with causality and matter, space-time had replaced space and time, and Russell had come to accept what he had once emphatically rejected as Kant's Ptolemaic counter-revolution against scientific objectivity, by putting the human mind back at the center of the phenomenal universe, namely, that there are ineliminable a priori aspects to any account of how science arises from experience. This late shift in his thinking was a significant one for Russell, because it meant abandoning his early pure form of empiricist commitment to the idea that sense experience is the foundation of knowledge. He had distinguished knowledge by description from knowledge by acquaintance, the former being derived from the latter, and the latter consisting in direct cognitive contact with something. We have acquaintance with anything of which we are directly aware, without the intermediary of any process of inference or any knowledge of truths. Knowledge by description, in contrast, is knowledge that is indirect, its justification resting on being ultimately inferred from acquaintance. For example, my knowledge that Everest is the highest mountain is indirect, but ultimately rests on the fact that there is knowledge by acquaintance, not necessarily mine, of what provides the ground for it. The technique Russell applied in the earlier phases of this program was logical construction. He coined the term sense datum to denote a sense impression, the immediate object of awareness in experience, and proposed that physical objects be regarded as logical constructions out of actual and possible sense data. Think of perceiving a table. We visually experience shaped patches of color which we regard as the tabletop and some of the legs, say, and we anticipate that if we gave ourselves the experience of doing such things as looking underneath and going round to the other side, we would have further sense data of a similar kind. The totality of the sense data we do and could have constitutes the table is a logical construction out of them. This view, which in developments of it came to be known as phenomenalism, phenomenalists included Rudolf Carnap and other logical positivists of the Vienna Circle, and A.J. Ayer, is very similar to Berkeley's idealism, but is distinguished from it in a crucial way. The existence of an object currently unperceived by me, or by any other finite being, is explained by Berkeley as consisting in its being perceived by a ubiquitous and omnipresent infinite spirit, or God. That is why the table in my room exists even when neither I nor anyone else is there to perceive it. The infinite spirit is perceiving it. For phenomenalists, the currently unperceived existence of the table consists in the bare truth, this being a truth not explained or supported by anything else, of a counterfactual conditional statement that says, if I were in my room now, I would see the table. A conditional statement is an if-then statement. A counterfactual conditional is one whose if part states something that is not the case, is contrary to the facts. Note that the verbs in a counterfactual conditional are in the subjunctive mood. If I were, then I would, thus showing that what is meant is if I were, but I am not, then I would. The reliance on barely true counterfactual conditionals is one of the main flaws with this approach. What makes such conditionals true? It is an unhelpful fact about conditionals in general, for these purposes, that they are anyway always true if the if part of them is false. This is a result purely of the logic of conditionality. See the appendix on logic below for the truth table of P rightward arrow Q, if P then Q. How can an epistemological theory turn on this? Yet without accepting the bare truth of counterfactuals it is impossible to construct physical objects out of sense experience of them, because the experience of them is always partial and limited, so that the number of actual and possible sense data putatively constituting the object is such that one could never exhaustively reduce the object to experiences. The point can be put another way: to say that an object is a construction out of actual and possible sense data is to say that statements about physical objects can be translated into statements about actual and possible sense experiences. But such translation can never be effected without remainder. There are always statements about objects which outrun statements about actual or possible experience. They include statements about other people's sense experiences, and statements in which reference is made to all places and times at which sense data constituting the object are or could be experienced. These points relate to a problem Russell refused to address, because he took the same dismissive attitude to it as Locke had done, namely, the problem of sceptical challenges to experience as a basis for knowledge. Other sense datum theorists, such as A. J. Ayer, took this problem seriously, and discovered that it defeats the phenomenalist project. For if phenomenalism were right, there would have to be, said Ayer, a deductive step from descriptions of physical reality to descriptions of possible, if not actual, appearances. And conversely, the occurrence of the sense data must be a sufficient condition for the existence of the physical object. There must be a deductive step from descriptions of actual, or possible, appearances to descriptions of physical reality. But as Ayer then adds, the decisive objection to phenomenalism is that neither of these requirements can be satisfied. In the preface to Human Knowledge, Russell observes that the terms belief, truth, knowledge, and perception all have imprecise common uses which will require progressive clarification. The concepts of them have to be analyzed as a preparation for the synthesizing task of showing how the objects of belief and perception are logically constructed from experience. This was his methodology throughout. But at last, after various attempts to work out an account of how experience underlies science, from our knowledge of the external world, 1914, through the analysis of mind, 1921, the analysis of matter, 1927, and acceptance of a view called neutral monism, first put forward by William James, that mind and matter are expressions of a more fundamental single stuff, he came to the conclusion in Human Knowledge, 1948, that one can only get from experience to science by aid of certain a priori principles. Either we know something a priori, he there wrote, or science is moonshine. But science is not moonshine. So we know something a priori. These a priori principles are what he called postulates, and they embody beliefs about causality, the relative enduringness of physical things, and the validity of inductive generalizations. He described them as instinctive beliefs, as Hume had similarly done. But in being known a priori while applying to how things actually are in the world, they are synthetic a priori in Kant's sense, though Russell did not claim that they are transcendentally necessary. Indeed, the epistemology of human knowledge is fallibilist and tentative, a far cry from the search for certain foundations that had prompted his work in logic and mathematics, and which he had said, in the opening sentence of his Problems of Philosophy, was what philosophy sought to discover. Perhaps the most important phase in the journey just described, from the point of view of its connection with both the early philosophy of Wittgenstein, see below, and the development of phenomenalism, was the logical atomist phase of Russell's thinking. He sometimes said logic is the essence of philosophy, to express his view that the surface forms of language are misleading and that it is therefore necessary to analyze its underlying structure using the perspicuous language of logic. This analysis is demonstrated in the theory of descriptions. Applying the same structural analysis to the world over which language ranges, and showing the connections between the respective structures of world and language, offered Russell the account he sought. In his lectures on logical atomism, written while in prison in 1918, he argued as follows. The world consists of a plurality of things, each possessed of qualities and standing in relations to other things. A description of the world would require to be more than just a list of objects, but an explanation of their qualities and relations too. Things with their qualities and relations are constituents of facts, and facts are expressed by propositions. Propositions which express basic facts, that is, which simply assert that something has a certain quality or stands in a certain relation to some other thing, Russell called atomic propositions. When atomic propositions are combined together by means of the logical words and, or, and if, then, they constitute complex or molecular propositions. These are exceedingly important because the possibility of inference depends on them. Finally, there are general propositions such as all men are mortal, and they require acceptance of some general principles in addition to the empirical evidence provided by acquaintance with the objects and properties referred to in atomic propositions. The atoms of the world arrived at by analysis are particular sense data, little patches of color or sounds, momentary things, and they are also properties like whiteness and relations like after or next to. One reason for calling them atoms is that, in this context, they are things which are both basic or fundamental, and logically independent of each other. Analyzing complex symbols, propositions, into the simple symbols out of which they are built, the atomic propositions, enables us to make a direct connection between the terms in them and these atoms of experience. In a logically perfect language, the logic of Principia Mathematica, the ultimate components of the atomic propositions will correspond one-to-one with the atomic constituents of facts. In the ideal, each atomic object will have its own individual simple symbol corresponding to it. The atoms of the world are simples, things that are not further analyzable, and they are very short-lived, they are fleeting sense data, so the complexes they constitute, the facts, are logical fictions constructed out of them. We are acquainted with the atoms, everything else we know by description. The lectures on logical atomism sketch a program rather than offering a detailed metaphysics and epistemology, but even so they suggest difficulties, among them the following. The theory ambitiously tries to provide an empiricist account of meaning comprising views about knowledge, perception, and mind, and does so by assuming that there is a uniquely correct way of representing the underlying structure of language in logic. That is at least questionable. Russell includes among objects of direct acquaintance not just simple objects but their qualities and relations, treating these as simples, as unanalyzable, also. He cites color patches as examples of such atoms, but colors cannot be atomic because they are not logically independent of each other. Quite quickly he had to row back on the idea that the simples at the bottom of the logical structure are sense data, atoms of experience, saying that they can only be known inferentially as the limit of analysis. But then the ambition to connect physics, which is a body of descriptive knowledge, to a ground in experience which supplies a direct connection between simple symbols and simple entities is derailed. Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus puts forward a version of this view in a much more rigorous, systematic, and pared-down way, see below. Some of the ideas that Russell and Wittgenstein developed in their own ways had been discussed by them when Wittgenstein was Russell's pupil in Cambridge before the First World War. Russell never thought of himself as a moral philosopher, though he was certainly a moralist, not of a puritanical kind, quite the contrary, but in fact he made genuine contributions to moral theory, anticipating emotivism, the idea that ethical judgments are disguised expressions of how the judger feels about the matter in question, and error theory, the view, associated mainly with J. L. Mackie, that because ethical judgments are not objective, they are false. In light of the fact that Russell had emphatic views about what is right and wrong, the First World War was wrong, nuclear weapons are bad, smacking children is wrong, hypocrisy is bad, kindness and compassion are right, peace is good, there is no straightforward link between his theory and practice. Russell's popular writings on matters of society and morality were among the influences that helped to liberate at least the Western world from some of the excesses of Victorian moralism, and his popular writings on philosophy brought many to the subject. He became a sage, asked in his old age what message he would like to leave the world, and he rose to the challenge in his old-fashioned tones, saying in effect that he hoped rationality and peace would eventually overcome the follies to which humankind is prone. King George and some others might have had reservations about Russell's private life, but taken in the round there is no denying that he was a great man. Freya, 1848–1925. Russell was introduced to Gottlob Freya's work by the logician Giuseppe Peano, but by his own admission did not properly understand all of it, largely because of the unintuitive notation that Freya devised to set out his new and powerful extension of logic. Among the earliest to appreciate the significance of this work, apart from Peano, Russell, and a few others, were the logicians Alonzo Church and Kurt Gödel. The beginnings of Freya's philosophical reputation might be traced to Russell's allusion to him in his Lowell Lectures at Harvard in 1914, published as Our Knowledge of the External World, in which he said that Freya had given the first complete example of the logical analytic method in philosophy. In the Monist for 1915 excerpts from the first volume of Freya's Grundgesetze der Arithmetik were published in a translation by Johann Stahelroth and Philip Jourdain, who quote Russell's remark in explaining Freya's project in their introductory comments. But Freya came more fully into the cognizance of the philosophical community when, in 1952, Peter Geach and Max Black published translations of some of his work. FN5 they wrote, "One aim of this volume is to make available to English readers Freya's more important logical essays, which have long been buried in various German periodicals, mostly now defunct. Professor Ryle and Lord Russell have been most helpful by lending works of Freya that were otherwise almost unobtainable." As these remarks show, Freya's ideas were largely inaccessible unless one were a mathematically knowledgeable reader of German and could get hold of rare journals and books. Their volume was followed by the extensive treatment of Freya's ideas by William and Martha Neal in their Development of Logic, 1962, which in its turn predated by a decade publication of the major work by Michael Dummett, Freya, Philosophy of Language, 1973, the first of a magisterial series of books by him about, and influenced by, Freya, which confirmed Freya's place as a seminal figure in analytic philosophy. Indeed, in his own History of Analytic Philosophy, which he idiosyncratically and controversially defined as the view that a philosophical account of thought can only be attained through a philosophical account of language, Dummett attributes its origin to Freya's Grundgesetze, saying that it offers the first clear example of the linguistic turn which is analytic philosophy's essence. Some of the distinctive themes in analytic philosophy do indeed come from Freya's need to provide far sharper tools than ordinary language provides for carrying out his plan to show that arithmetic and logic are the same thing. He described his concept script, Begriffsschrift, as bearing the same relation to ordinary language as the microscope bears to the eye. But in the process of creating this new logical language, philosophically important considerations about ordinary language and concepts were themselves magnified into salience. Freya was born in the Hanseatic town of Wismar on the Baltic coast of Germany, son of the founder and headmaster of a girls' school. He was brought up as a Lutheran and educated at a local gymnasium before attending the universities of Jena and Göttingen. After his habilitation he became a Privatdozent at Jena, over the next 5 years lecturing on various aspects of the undergraduate curriculum in mathematics. The little book in which he set out his Begriffsschrift was published in 1879, whereupon he was appointed Professor Extraordinarius, Associate Professor, which meant a salary and security. The Begriffsschrift was a revolutionary advance in logic, but its difficult notation prevented it from being appreciated as such, or even indeed much understood. In 1884 Freya published Die Grundlagen der Arithmetik, a prospectus in relatively informal terms for the technical work he later carried out in the Grundgesetze der Arithmetik, in 2 volumes, 1893 and 1903. The Grundlagen is however the work that both contains and prompted his most important philosophical contributions, as demonstrated by 3 papers that much later proved highly influential, Function and Concept, 1891, and On Sense and Reference and On Concept and Object, both 1892. As the dates of publication of the Grundgesetze volumes show, the second appeared shortly after Russell communicated to Frege the devastating discovery of the paradox. In the exchange of letters between them, about 10 on each side, Russell set out a number of the points he went on to develop, and Frege, after the initial shock, tried out his own solution to the problem. Because the second volume of the Grundgesetze was just about to appear, Frege added a postscript explaining Russell's discovery and suggesting a way of shoring up his project despite it. He persisted in trying to find a solution until 1906, when, it seems, he lost heart altogether, and abandoned the endeavor which had been his life's work. But in the process he had made contributions to logic and philosophy of the very first value. It is regrettable to report that in old age Frege, always politically conservative, came to express outright fascist and anti-Semitic views, along with others who supported the rise of Nazi ideology in that place and period, among them Martin Heidegger, whom we meet later. Frege's importance to logic speaks for itself. He revolutionized it by inventing a formal system and associated notation which is in effect the predicate calculus of modern mathematical logic. Russell and Whitehead invented an improved and more intuitive notation for representing quantification and the structure of complexes which Frege had developed, thus making the ideas more accessible. But in the process of developing his logic and the ideas necessary for applying it to his chief aim, which was to demonstrate the identity of logic and arithmetic, which is the same as saying, to demonstrate that arithmetic can be reduced to logic, which is analytic, Frege also developed a philosophy of language, and this aspect of his achievement is of equal importance. He arrived at a philosophy of language through the necessity of having to explain reference, how a term refers to objects or concepts, and this in turn required devising a theory of sense, which is, to speak very roughly at this juncture, what one has to know about a term to be able to identify what it refers to. It is important to note at the outset Frege's rejection of psychologism. Psychologism is the view that concepts are to be explained by reference to the mental processes or states in the minds of those employing them. Among other things, this implies that the laws of logic and mathematics are generalizations from the way minds work. Logic was said to describe the laws of thought, and psychology is the science of how we think, hence the connection. On some views, Mill's, for example, mathematical concepts such as number were thought to be empirically grounded in the experience of counting. Against such views Frege emphatically argued that logic concerns an objective realm which has nothing to do with how people think, and therefore cannot be reduced to empirical or psychological considerations. He offers the example of self-identity in proof of this claim. Self-identity is the principle that everything is identical with itself, and it is true by definition of the word identical. We do not have to tour the world inspecting each thing to see if it is self-identical. If psychologism were true, the meaning of identical would be constituted by ideas in the brain of someone thinking about identity, or more correctly, it would be constituted by the ideas in the various brains of various people thinking about identity, perhaps differently from each other, and perhaps over time coming to think about it differently from how they earlier thought of it. But the meaning of identical is not subjective nor liable to fashion, said Frege, it is objective. Another way to put the point is to say that there is a difference between the belief that some proposition P is true, and P's being true. Frege's argument was that the truth of P cannot be reduced to the belief that P is true. This was his chief argument against psychologism. The debate about psychologism on either side of the turn of the 20th century, especially among German philosophers, was intense. Frege convinced Edmund Husserl to abandon his earlier psychologistic stance, and it was Husserl's anti-psychologism that prompted the vigorous debate in which defenders of psychologism claimed, among other things, that the laws of logic are normative and based on considerations of value. On this view, the law of non-contradiction, not both A and not A, is a prescriptive law, an imperative, instructing one how to think correctly by, in this case, showing what cannot be thought. Fn 6 Freya argued that laws of logic are not prescriptive but descriptive, describing how things objectively are. Because empiricism and naturalism are forms of psychologism, the debate has in effect continued since, anti-psychologism itself being rejected, by, among many others, Moritz Schlick of the logical positivists and W. V. Quine, on empiricist and naturalistic grounds. As noted, in order to show the identity of logic and arithmetic, Freya needed to explain reference, how a term refers to objects or concepts, which, in line with his anti-psychologism, are to be understood as existing independently of acts of referring to or thinking about them, and therefore he had to develop a philosophy of language. To see the connection between logic and philosophy of language, note first that the aim in the latter is to give an account of how expressions in a language relate to the universe of discourse to which the language applies. Ordinary language relates to the world of teacups, people, trees and mountains. Arithmetic relates to numbers and functions like addition and subtraction. The language of physics relates to quarks and leptons, forces and fields, and so on. One of the key relationships is the one that makes what we say true or false, roughly speaking, a correspondence, or, in the case of falsity, a lack of one, between what we say and the way things are. Among the simplest kinds of assertions are those that say a certain thing has a certain property. For example, the ball is round, and we take it that the subject term ball refers to an object of the appropriate type, and the property introducing predicate term round is the word for that particular shape. To see whether the sentence is true, we need to see if the subject and predicate terms are being correctly used so that they each make the appropriate contribution to the whole sentence. The sentence is composed of the subject and predicate terms and the way they are joined, in this case by the is of predication, so the truth value of the whole sentence is determined by its parts. This is known as compositionality, and it shows why it is a central task in the philosophy of language to analyze sentences into their components and to understand the contributions they make to truth and meaning. Fn 7. Such analysis also matters to logic, because the inferential connections between sentences also turn on how their parts are related to each other. Here is where logic and the philosophy of language share an interest. Aristotle long before had recognized that valid inferences depend upon how terms occur in sentences. His theory of the syllogism distinguished between subject and predicate terms, and demonstrated how the arrangement of the terms, and whether the sentences in which they occur are universal or particular, negative or affirmative, determines the inferences that can be drawn. But a weakness in his logic is its inability to deal adequately with sentences containing more than one quantifier expression. Quantifiers are such expressions as all, many, most, some, at least one, and all the natural numbers. This is known as multiple generality. A standard example is everyone loves someone. This is ambiguous between there being one person loved by everyone, and everyone loving a person who is in most cases different from all individuals loved by others. There is someone who is loved by everyone, and for every person there is some other person whom he or she loves. Note how clarifying the original sentence requires a paraphrase to reveal how the parts are contributing to the whole. Representing the sentences in a perspicuous logical symbolism leaves no trace of ambiguity, and does it very simply by ordering the quantifiers all and at least one suitably. X, Y, Lyx, pronounced there is an X such that for all Y stands in the relation L to X, there is someone whom everyone loves. And Y, X, Lyx, pronounced for all Y there is an X such that Y stands in the relation L to X, everyone has a someone he or she loves. Freya noticed, however, that the reference of terms occurring in sentences do not do everything required to explain those sentences' meanings and the inferential relationships they can enter into. He noticed this because of two connected puzzles prompted by referring terms. One concerns identity statements, and the other concerns contexts in which referring terms fail to contribute compositionally to the truth value of the sentences in which they occur. Consider the identity statements 1 + 1 = 2, Jane Austen is the author of Pride and Prejudice, the morning star, Phosphorus, is identical to the evening star, Hesperus. Logically speaking, these all have the same form, x = x, though they appear as A = B, where A and B are different referring expressions, and the meaning of Jane Austen is very different from Jane Austen is the author of Pride and Prejudice. For one big thing, the latter is more informative than the former. Whereas you can determine the truth of x = x just by looking at it, you cannot determine the truth of the morning star is the evening star without doing some astronomy. Freya dealt with the problem by distinguishing between the reference of a term, its denoting something, and the sense of the term, which very informally might be thought of as its meaning but is better described as what one knows when one knows how to locate the referent, the thing denoted, by the term. So the morning star is the evening star is a true identity statement in virtue of the fact that the expressions morning star and evening star both refer to the same thing, but they differ in sense, which is why, when what had been thought to be the two stars Phosphorus and Hesperus, the first lingering visibly in the morning and the second shining brightly in the early evening, were discovered to be the same heavenly body, in fact, the planet Venus, this was an exciting discovery despite being an instance of the unexciting x = x. The second puzzle also arises from a consideration of identity, this time in relation to the fact that if A and B refer to the same thing, are co-referential, then in the sentence A is round you can substitute B for A, yielding B is round, the truth value of the original sentence not being changed by the substitution. This is known as the principle of the intersubstitutivity of co-referential terms salva veritate, preserving the truth value. Any language in which this principle applies is called an extensional or truth-functional language. But consider this, suppose that Tom does not know that Cicero is also called Tully, his name was Marcus Tullius Cicero, but he does correctly believe that Cicero wrote to Amicitia, on friendship. By the principle of intersubstitutivity of co-referential terms, the truth values of Tom believes that Cicero wrote to Amicitia and Tom believes that Tully wrote to Amicitia should be the same. But because Tom does not know that Tully is another name for Cicero, he will not believe that Tully wrote to Amicitia, so we cannot substitute Tully for Cicero and preserve the truth value. Here the principle of intersubstitutivity fails. Expressions like believes that, knows that, hopes that, intends that are reports of propositional attitudes, that is, psychological attitudes towards the proposition that follows the that in each case, Tom believes that P, Tom hopes that P, and so on, where P is any proposition. Evidently, when a referring expression occurs inside a propositional attitude context, it does not refer in its normal straightforward way, and that explains the failure of the intersubstitutivity principle. Languages or contexts in which the principle does not hold are called intentional languages or contexts. Propositional attitude contexts are intentional. Note however that the principle of intersubstitutivity fails only if we treat referring expressions as functioning in the same way inside propositional attitude contexts as outside them. Using the sense, reference distinction, Freya proposed that this is not the case, that referring terms which occur inside such contexts refer not to their referents, but to their senses. Because the senses of terms are, in effect, ways of thinking about their referents, what is being referred to by Cicero in the propositional attitude report is not the man who bears that name, but the way of thinking that allows us to refer to that man. Because the senses of Cicero and Tully are different, they are different ways of presenting the man Cicero. The terms Cicero and Tully inside the propositional attitude context are not co-referring, they refer to different senses. Propositional attitude verbs like believes, hopes, and the rest effect a reference shift. Accordingly, the principle of intersubstitutivity is not violated, it remains good for all cases where two or more terms refer to the same thing, whether the thing in question is an object or a sense. These views have proved fertile in the philosophy of language, not least in prompting disagreement and defenses. Consider the fact that it seems very natural to say that in Cicero wrote to Amicitia and Tom believes that Cicero wrote to Amicitia. It is the same person, Cicero, being talked about, being referred to, in both cases. In ordinary conversation one would not think that in the first case it is the man we are talking about, but in the second it is a mode of presentation associated with his name. Moreover, taking the reference of the name to be the same across contexts seems indispensable when we say, Cicero wrote to Amicitia, and Tom believes that he also wrote to Senectute. This is a case of anaphora, where understanding who he refers to requires expressly understanding that it refers to the same thing that Cicero refers to. This is how pronouns work, their job is to preserve reference. Freya's view requires a theory of anaphora more complex than the intuitive one. Phrygians have their responses to these and other criticisms. The richness and technicality of the debate that has sprung from Freya's work are a testament to its significance. It is another illustration of the fact that, even though the goal of an endeavor might not be reached, the journey undertaken towards it can be very fruitful. Moore, 1873–1958. G. E. Moore's association with Russell has already been mentioned. As a student and later a prize fellow at Cambridge he was also friendly with Lytton Strachey, John Maynard Keynes and Leonard Woolf, through whom he had a significant influence on other members of the Bloomsbury Group as a result of his chief work, Principia Ethica. He concluded in that work that the two intrinsically most valuable things worth pursuing for their own sakes are beauty and friendship, a view calculated to resonate with the literary and artistic sensibilities of the group's members. FN 8. Moore's decision to exchange philosophy for classics as an undergraduate was inspired by MacTaggart, then a young and energetic Don. MacTaggart became his tutor, under whose guidance Moore adopted an idealist philosophy. His prize fellowship essay on the metaphysical basis of ethics acknowledged his debt to Bradley, and at the same time subjected Kant's ethics to a sustained critique. In particular, Moore criticized Kant for failing to distinguish between the psychological activity of making judgments and the question of the objective truth or otherwise of those judgments. This parallels Freya's rejection of psychologism, and is one of the two aspects of Moore's early views that survived his abandonment of idealism. The other aspect was his identification of what he argued was a fallacy in ethical thinking, namely, defining the good in terms of pleasure or desirability, that is, something that can be empirically identified as providing the concept of goodness with its content. Because the usual candidates for defining goodness are natural properties such as pleasure or happiness, Moore called this the naturalistic fallacy. He asserted instead that goodness, or the good, is indefinable. Any attempt to explain or define goodness is like attempting to explain or define yellow. One cannot define the color yellow in words or in terms of something other than itself. One can only show an example of yellowness to someone wishing to know what yellow means. This point was more fully developed in Principia Ethica. There, Moore's argument for the naturalistic fallacy is the open question argument. If someone identifies the good as pleasure, you can say this is pleasant, but it remains an open question whether it is good. For any natural property put forward as the analysis of good, one can acknowledge the presence of that natural property yet still ask whether what is claimed to be good is indeed good. These ideas have proved controversial. First, the naturalistic fallacy is not well named. It is not a fallacy. It might be wrong to identify the good with some natural property or state, but it is not a contradiction or logical mistake to do so, and it is not restricted to naturalistic candidates for explaining the good because, as Moore himself points out, it is an equal mistake to identify the good with something transcendent or metaphysical, like the commandment of a deity. Thus, X is good because God commands it is an instance of the fallacy on Moore's view. Moreover, it is not obvious that identifying a moral property with a natural one does indeed leave open the question, but is it good? For if a theory asserts, and, in the better cases, justifies the assertion, that the good is pleasure or happiness, then asking but is it good, misses the point of the theory, or begs the question against it. More's commitment to the naturalistic fallacy obliged him to address the question of how we can know or recognize the good when we meet it. His answer, forced by his view that the good is indefinable, is that we simply intuit it. We have a faculty of moral intuition which enables us to recognize the good when we encounter it. On the face of it, this is implausible. What is this faculty and how does it work? Is it different in different people, as the pervasive evidence of moral disagreement would suggest? The claim that a faculty of moral intuition exists leaves no room for consideration of what can justify a moral judgment or, conversely, be invoked to criticize it, leaving moral disagreements undecidable. The worst result would be a species of relativistic anarchy, in which different people intuit the moral value or disvalue of things in their own idiosyncratically different and even contrary ways. One result of More's view in this connection is what came to be called non-cognitivism in ethics, that is, the view that when people make moral judgments they are not stating something true or false, but manifesting an attitude or an emotional response, for there is nothing out there in the world, a moral fact or property, which one is talking about. Instead, moral utterances are expressions of psychological states such as approval or disapproval, which means that utterances of them are statements of preferences and desires, not judgments of right and wrong or good and bad. These aspects of More's views on ethics are certainly not standard fare, but when it comes to the question of how we are to determine the right thing to do, he reverts to a very standard consequentialist utilitarian view, that the right thing to do is what will produce the most good. And since act utilitarianism imposes the difficult if not insuperable burden on us of trying to decide, on each occasion of acting, what will produce the best outcome, he plumps for a form of rule utilitarianism which says that one should follow the rules whose observance tends to produce the best outcomes. More also advanced views in metaphysics and epistemology. In his paper The Refutation of Idealism, 1903, he characterized idealism as the thesis that esse est percipi, to be is to be perceived, or experienced. He takes the idealist's chief argument to be that denying that esse est percipi is a contradiction, and correlatively that because the est, is the is of identity, existence and experience are the same thing, yellow and the sensation of yellow are absolutely identical. If you can show that they are not absolutely identical, you will thereby refute idealism, and this More aimed to do. One argument he offers is that if yellow and the sensation of yellow are identical, there would be no reason to insist that they are, and insisting that they are indicates that in fact they are not. Freya's sense, reference distinction might have come in aid here, as one way of explaining why More's argument does not work. Another is to examine the motivation for asserting the identity statement, which is, as Berkeley argued, that claims that there are two yellow things, a yellow, or yellowness sensation prompting, something out there and a yellow sensation in here, the former lying inaccessibly behind the latter yet postulated as its cause, is to duplicate entities in defiance of Occam's razor, and moreover it is to claim as the cause of a mental entity, the sensation, something that is not a mental entity, an object in a material world, in defiance of the principle that only like things can cause like things, mental causes for mental effects, material causes for material effects. More ignores these kinds of argument for the esse est percipi claim and focuses only on an exhaustive analysis of the terms esse and percipi themselves, to the detriment of his own case. Fn 9. His second argument turns on distinguishing acts of conscious awareness from their objects, which by itself would refute esse est percipi if shown to be unavoidable. The key to his argument is that in a conscious awareness of greenness and in a conscious awareness of blueness there is something common to both, which is conscious awareness, and therefore this is not the same as what those acts of awareness are awareness of. This question beggingly assumes an object analysis of thought and experience. An idealist might argue instead for an adverbial analysis, in which thinking and experiencing occur in modes, such as experiencing greenly and experiencing bluely, where there is just the thinking and experiencing but with a particular greeny or bluey character of its own each time. The upshot of these arguments for More was, for a while, a commitment to direct realism, the view that we are acquainted with things outside the circle of our own ideas and sensations without the intervention of any representing medium such as ideas or sensations. There is a parallel here with his intuitionism regarding the good, and for obvious reasons it is no more plausible. He had to abandon it when he realized that it raised a problem about falsehood. How could we ever be wrong if we are in unmediated perceptual relationship with the objects of thought and experience? For a long time he tried out a version of a sense-datum theory in which sense data are literally identical with the surfaces of objects, thus trying to preserve at least something from the direct realist view. He felt this to be necessary because as soon as one makes sense data an intervening tertium quid between the world and one's mind, one has opened the door to skepticism. More's solution in the end was to accept that sense data cannot be identical with the surface of objects, but to block skepticism by a robust appeal to common sense. He claimed to know with complete certainty many things, such as that he had a body, that his body had always been in contact with or not far from the earth, that the earth had existed for a long time, and other such common sense beliefs. He said we can know that what the ordinary meaning of common sense propositions says is certainly and wholly true, and that it is simply perverse of philosophers to question them. For example, the ordinary meaning of the assertion that the earth has existed for many years says something indubitable, but philosophers attack it by saying, well, it all depends what you mean by earth and exists and many years. In his paper Proof of an External World, 1939, More defined external objects as things that do not depend upon being experienced to exist, and then said that he could prove the existence of two such things. He did it by holding up his hands and saying, here is one hand, and here is another. As a refutation of skepticism this is of course wholly inadequate, but More claimed that he was trying not to disprove skepticism but to prove the existence of external objects. This, however, might seem like a slight of, yes, hand, because it ignores the point made by Descartes, that any claim to know, rather than just believe, something must exclude the possibility of being wrong, and skeptical arguments demonstrate the ways in which we might be wrong even in claiming to know that here is a hand or I have two hands. To read more is to see one example of analytic philosophy at work, consisting in painstaking, minute, piecemeal examination of particular concepts. His practice is rather at odds with his strictures about the perversity of philosophers asking what do you mean by exists, and the like. His technique was aimed at showing that careful attention to concepts will dispose of philosophical problems. This idea, transposed into the view that careful attention to standard uses of language will dispose of philosophical problems, indeed, on one view, of philosophy itself, recommended itself to the later Wittgenstein and the ordinary language philosophers of Oxford in the 1950s. In More's case the unhurried oakum-picking technique produced, it has to be said, rather feeble results. In the hands of other leading analytic philosophers then and later the method of painstaking, minute, piecemeal examination of concepts and theories has produced results of great interest. Wittgenstein, 1889–1951 The Early Philosophy. Because of his unusual personality and unorthodox ways, and the Vedic, aphoristic style of his philosophical method and writings, Ludwig Wittgenstein attracted enthusiastic disciples, many of whom regarded him as the greatest philosopher of the 20th century. He is certainly a compelling figure, some of whose contributions have a permanent place in the thought of his time, while others have been influential beyond philosophy in spheres as diverse as theology and literary theory. Wittgenstein was born in Vienna, the youngest child in the family of a wealthy industrialist, Karl Wittgenstein, whose home was a center of Viennese cultural life. Brahms and Mahler were among the visitors. Ravel and Richard Strauss wrote concertos for Wittgenstein's brother Paul after the latter lost an arm in the First World War. His mother Leopoldine was a Roman Catholic. The family's ancestors on both sides were converts from Judaism in the 19th century, and Wittgenstein retained an interest in religion, albeit an unorthodox one, all his life. Karl Wittgenstein had his children educated at home, not very successfully, to a curriculum he devised himself. Eventually when Wittgenstein was aged 14 he was sent to school. Unable to gain entry to a gymnasium, he attended a Realschule in Linz, where a fellow pupil was Adolf Hitler. Although they were the same age, Wittgenstein was in a class 2 years senior to Hitler. He disliked the school and was unhappy there, in consequence failing to flourish. When he left 3 years later, he did not have the qualifications for university entry. This was a blow to Wittgenstein because he had conceived a desire to study physics under the famous Ludwig Boltzmann at Vienna University. His father sent him to a technical college in Berlin instead, to study engineering. Although he had an aptitude for this, having constructed a sewing machine as a boy, he was unhappy there too, and left after just 3 terms. But he had developed an interest in aerodynamics, in part prompted by a remark that Boltzmann had made, that what was then the very new science of aeronautics needed heroes and geniuses, heroes to risk their necks in the flimsy heavier-than-air flying machines and geniuses to work out how to make them fly. Accordingly, Wittgenstein took himself to Manchester in England to pursue his new interest. While working on the design of a propeller, Wittgenstein found himself becoming interested in the question of the foundations of mathematics. He asked around for advice on what to read on the subject, and was recommended Russell's Principles of Mathematics. This book had a revolutionary effect on him. He had little philosophical background before this, though Schopenhauer, enjoying a great vogue at the end of the 19th century, was much discussed in the Wittgenstein household, where he had admirers, so Wittgenstein had heard about his views. Excited by the ideas in Russell's book, Wittgenstein wrote an essay on the foundations of mathematics and sent it to Freya. The latter kindly invited him to visit, and proceeded, so Wittgenstein himself reported, to wipe the floor with him, telling him that he needed to make a serious study of the subject first, and advising him to go and do so with Russell in Cambridge. This he did, and spent 5 terms there. One of Wittgenstein's friends, David Pinsent, wrote that it is obvious that Wittgenstein is one of Russell's disciples and owes enormously to him. For his part, Russell wrote to his mistress, Lady Ottoline Morel, that Wittgenstein was the ablest person I have come across since More. In the year before the outbreak of the First World War, Wittgenstein spent a summer in Norway, devoting himself to the study of logic. He was visited by More there, who took notes of some of Wittgenstein's ideas. More thought that Wittgenstein was a genius because he was the only person who frowned in my lectures. The influence of these lectures on Wittgenstein was probably greater than either realized, given the nature of the latter's later philosophy. During the war, Wittgenstein served in the Austrian army, first on the Eastern Front as a mechanic in an artillery unit, then later, towards the war's end and after being commissioned as an officer, as an artillery observer. While in officer training camp, he became friendly with the Viennese architect Paul Engelmann, and discussed religion with him. He read Tolstoy's recension of the Gospels in brief, and was moved by them. Later, when he read the Gospels themselves, he thought them inferior to Tolstoy's version. At the end of the war, Wittgenstein was captured and interned at Monte Cassino, the manuscript of his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus in his knapsack. He managed to get letters to Russell and even, through the influence of John Maynard Keynes, a copy of the Tractatus manuscript. He was released in late 1919 and set about trying to get his book published. After much effort, a publisher was found who agreed to bring out the book if Russell would write a foreword to it. When Wittgenstein saw the foreword, he was angry. He said Russell had misunderstood him and misrepresented his views, despite the fact that the two had met in Holland shortly after Wittgenstein was released from prison camp, and had gone through the manuscript line by line. The Tractatus was the only book Wittgenstein published in his lifetime. He thought that it solved all the problems of philosophy, and therefore abandoned the subject and became a schoolteacher. This proved unsuccessful, so he turned to gardening, and contemplated becoming a monk. He was interested in architecture, and helped to design a house for one of his sisters. Eventually he was persuaded by some members of the Vienna Circle to meet with them to discuss his book. When he did so, it became apparent that he had not solved all the problems of philosophy, so he decided to return to the fray. He went back to Cambridge in 1929 and submitted the Tractatus for a PhD. This was the only degree he ever got. It was examined by Russell and Moore. The latter, who objected to the newfangled PhD degree, wrote in his examiner's report, "This is a work of genius, but it otherwise satisfies the requirements for the PhD." Russell arranged for Wittgenstein to have a 5-year fellowship at Cambridge, during which time Wittgenstein gave seminars. Students took notes, and the result was a pair of volumes, the Blue Book and the Brown Book, which circulated in samizdat copies, causing a stir in the philosophical community. When the fellowship came to an end, Wittgenstein decided to emigrate to Russia, but after a visit there changed his mind. In 1939 Moore retired from the chair of philosophy at Cambridge and Wittgenstein was elected in his place. During the Second World War he volunteered as a hospital porter, returning to Cambridge to teach at the war's end. He was not interned, having taken British citizenship. He did not like life as a don, never dining at high table and avoiding his colleagues, so in 1947 he gave up his professorship and went to Ireland, there continuing to work on the notes that were eventually published as his philosophical investigations. In 1949 he visited America to see his friend and former pupil Norman Malcolm, on his return discovering that he had cancer. He spent his last 2 years living with various friends in Cambridge, dying there in 1951. As might be guessed from this sketch, Wittgenstein was an unsettled individual, a haunted one. Some surmise that it was because of his homosexuality, a persecuted condition in those days, about which he might have suffered guilt. He was also an unsettling one, exercising a powerful hold over students who fell under his spell. His reputation, begun by the admiration of Russell and Moore in his early Cambridge days, confirmed by the difficult and Vedic tractatus, was amplified to the proportions of a cult by his devoted students and epigones, who imitated his way of speaking and gesturing, and treated philosophy as if it were wholly a matter of understanding, agreeing with and expounding Wittgenstein's views. The spell lasted for a generation after his death, sustained by a series of books made out of his voluminous notes, and by a number of influential followers who carried on interpreting his views and applying his methods. Wittgenstein's aim in the Tractatus was very much of its time. It was to show that the problems of philosophy can be solved by understanding how language works, and that we do this latter by understanding what Freya and Russell had sought to identify as the logic of our language. This thought was indeed the key to all his philosophy, both early and late, even though his later philosophy was based on a completely different view of how language works. The problems of philosophy to be solved by understanding the logic of language are the traditional ones of knowledge, mind, existence, reality, truth, and value. The solution to them, in Wittgenstein's view, is achieved not by tackling the problems themselves, but by showing that they are actually non-problems arising from misunderstanding of language. A correct account of how language works therefore lays an axe to the root of the problems. The fundamental idea in the Tractatus, acquired from Russell, is that language has an underlying structure, inspection of which shows what can be meaningfully said. For Wittgenstein, what can be said is the same as what can be thought, so once one has shown what can meaningfully be said, one has shown the limits of thought. Beyond these limits, language and thought are meaningless. It is in this outer zone, he argued, that traditional philosophical problems arise, as the result of trying to say the unsayable and think the unthinkable. At the beginning of the Tractatus he accordingly writes, "What can be said at all can be said clearly, and what we cannot talk about, we must consign to silence." Likewise the very last sentence of the Tractatus is the famous remark, "Whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must be silent." In a letter to Russell explaining these remarks, Wittgenstein wrote, "The main point of the Tractatus is the theory of what can be expressed by propositions, i.e. by language, and, which comes to the same thing, what can be thought, and what cannot be expressed by propositions, but only shown, which, I believe, is the cardinal problem of philosophy." Wittgenstein had an explicit agenda in arguing for this view. If the proper task of philosophy is to say nothing except what can be said, i.e. the propositions of natural science, i.e. something that has nothing to do with philosophy, and then, whenever someone wanted to say something metaphysical, to demonstrate to him that he had failed to give a meaning to certain signs in his propositions. Does this rule out ethics, aesthetics, religion, and the problems of life as nonsensical? No, Wittgenstein wished to establish that it is only the attempt to say anything about them which is so. There are, indeed, things which cannot be put into words, he says. They make themselves manifest. They are what is mystical. Here showing rather than saying is all that is possible. Indeed, Wittgenstein alludes to the more important unwritten second half of the Tractatus, meaning that the Tractatus shows from within the limits of language what is important. In another letter he wrote, "For the ethical is delimited from within, as it were, by my book. All of what many are babbling today, I have defined in my book by remaining silent about it. The natural sciences, including psychology, and the social sciences, including philology, archaeology, anthropology and history, were closing in on all three of ethics, aesthetics, and religion in reductive and debunking ways, explaining them in naturalistic and empirical terms. Religious experiences were hallucinations or delusions, said the psychologists. The Bible was the work of many people over large stretches of time, full of inconsistency and error, said the textual critics and historians. Different cultures thought about ethical questions in very different ways, said the anthropologists. The thesis of the Tractatus protects ethics and religion from these encroachments of science by placing them outside the realm of what can be talked about. The argument is as follows. Both language and the world have structure. Language consists of propositions, which are compounds of elementary propositions, which in turn are combinations of names. Names are the ultimate constituents of language. Correspondingly, the world consists of the totality of facts, which are compounded out of states of affairs, which in turn are combinations of objects. The names and objects, and the elementary propositions and states of affairs, are logically specified levels of structure. What they correspond to in reality is a question for a quite different inquirer to establish. This logically specified structure is purely abstract. It stands for whatever there is at the more elemental levels of the related complexes which are language and world. Each level of structure in the world is matched by a level of structure in language. Names denote objects. The combinations of names constituting elementary propositions correspond to states of affairs, and each of these in their turn combine to form, respectively, propositions and facts. The arrangement of names at the most fundamental level of language structure mirrors or pictures the arrangement of objects at the most fundamental level of the world's structure. This is the basis of the picture theory of meaning central to the Tractatus. The elementary propositions are logically independent of each other. Therefore we have to say which are true and which false to give a complete account of reality. This says that reality consists of all possible states of affairs, whether actual or not. Reality is everything that is and is not the case. Propositions are built out of elementary propositions by the logical connectives and the rest, actually, by one primitive connective from which the others can be defined, and therefore the truth value of propositions is a function of the truth values of the elementary propositions composing them. This does not apply, of course, in the case of tautologies, which are always true, and contradictions, which are always false. The true propositions of logic and mathematics are tautologies, analytic truths. They do not say anything about the world because their truth value is consistent with any way the world could be, with the existence or non-existence of any states of affairs. When a string of signs fails to express a proposition, it is nonsense. It is not false, it cannot be, because it says nothing capable of being either true or false. The propositions of philosophy belong to this class, including the propositions in which Wittgenstein tells us this. He says, "My propositions serve as elucidations in the following way. Anyone who understands me eventually recognizes them as nonsensical, when he has used them, as steps, to climb up beyond them. He must, so to speak, throw away the ladder after he has climbed up it." He borrows the image of the discardable ladder from Schopenhauer. And of course the propositions of ethics, aesthetics, religion, and the problems of life belong to the same class as philosophical propositions. They are not pictures of actual or possible facts, and therefore they are meaningless. The Tractatus sets out these themes in 7 numbered propositions, each of which has subordinate propositions appended to it, with the subordinate comments themselves having subordinate comments, and so on, in an elaborate system of decimal notation. The propositions and sub-propositions are highly compressed, but they make out in detail the nature of the structural levels and how they relate. We learn that it is of the essence of objects to be possible constituents of states of affairs, so that if we knew all the objects there are, we would know all the states of affairs there could possibly be. Objects themselves do not undergo change, it is only the combinations they enter into that do so. When they combine, the states of affairs they constitute are determinate. This is why a complete analysis of a proposition will terminate in the specification of a determinate combination of objects, given that there is only one complete analysis of a proposition, and that each of its constituent names denotes an object. Correlatively, the states of affairs that exist thereby settle the question of which states of affairs do not exist. The picture theory of meaning is based on these considerations. A proposition is a picture of reality and a logical picture of facts is a thought, thoughts being what are expressed by propositions. The totality of propositions is language, and the totality of true propositions is science. Wittgenstein had got his idea for the picture theory from reading a report of a Paris court case about a traffic accident, in which toys were used to portray what had happened. The relationship between the toy cars and their arrangements and the real cars was one of correspondence. The mock-up in the Paris courtroom was a model of the actual scene. Pictorial form is the possibility that things are related to one another in the same way as the elements of a picture. There must be something identical in a picture and what it depicts, to enable one to be a picture of the other. He gives an even better analogy later: a gramophone record, the musical idea, the written notes, the sound waves, all stand to one another in the same internal relation of depicting that holds between language and the world. The restriction of meaningful language to propositions that are actual or possible pictures of facts in the world is what makes talk of subjects other than science meaningless, but not, as noted earlier, therefore unimportant in Wittgenstein's view. Nothing can be said about them, and if efforts are made to say something about them, the result will be nonsense. That is the fate of philosophy itself, says Wittgenstein, even on the charitable view that the propositions of philosophy can be viewed as eventually disposable elucidations. Thus did Wittgenstein attempt to achieve his twin aims of solving all of philosophy's problems by showing philosophy itself to be spurious, and protecting what is truly important from the reductive ambitions of science. What he had to say in his own later philosophy about the success of this mission, we will see below. Logical positivism. Logical positivism is a school of thought associated primarily with the Vienna Circle of philosophers in the 1920s and 1930s. The Vienna Circle's influence was great, partly because some of its most prominent members left Europe for the United States or United Kingdom as a result of the 1930s political pressures, and partly because foreign visitors to its meetings, including W. V. Quine and A. J. Ayer, helped to report its discussions to Anglophone audiences. This is especially so with Ayer, whose bombshell of a bestseller Language, Truth, and Logic of 1936 set out positivistic ideas, and made him famous. But the main reason is that through the articles and books by its members, conferences, and its journal Erkenntnis, the logical positivists caught a tide at a significant moment. Physics in the first 3 decades of the 20th century had made giant strides, and the positivists' question, why has philosophy not made progress as science has? The same question Kant asked in the 18th century, was answered by themselves, because it was still mired in metaphysics, and had not clarified the question of what demarcates genuinely meaningful questions and answers from spurious ones. The logical positivism of the Vienna Circle is the view that the only forms of genuine knowledge come from empirical science, from systematically and logically organized examination of natural phenomena. A corollary is the rejection of metaphysics and theology as sources of knowledge, whatever other uses, if any, they might have. As noted earlier, the difference between Kantian positivism and that of the Vienna Circle is that the former was about politics and social theory, whereas the Vienna Circle positivists were interested in philosophy of science and epistemology. Logical positivism is also known by the names logical empiricism and sometimes neo-positivism, to distinguish it from the Kantian variety. The members of the Vienna Circle were intent on taking empiricism seriously, rejecting anything metaphysical and a priori, and clarifying the role of conventions and other framework principles of science without appeal to what is not either verifiable by experience or a matter of logic and definition. These commitments lay at the core of their outlook, but in other ways logical positivism was far from a settled body of doctrine. The debates of the Vienna Circle's members evolved, and they disagreed with each other over important matters. In the end, two divergent strands of the outlook were apparent, one associated with Rudolf Carnap and the Circle's founder, Moritz Schlick, the other associated with Otto Neurath. Moritz Schlick, 1882–1936, was born in Berlin and studied physics under Max Planck there, taking his doctorate in 1904 and for a time thereafter working as an experimental physicist. Planck, like Hermann von Helmholtz before him, was deeply interested in philosophy and had been influenced by the Neo-Kantian revival of the late 19th century in Germany, to which Helmholtz and other philosophical physicists contributed. Similarly inspired, Schlick moved to Zurich to study philosophy, later teaching in Rostock and Kiel before being appointed professor of Nature philosophy at Vienna University in 1922. He had made a name for himself with his book Space and Time in Contemporary Physics, 1917, which, as he said to Einstein in correspondence, was aimed at explaining the latter's comment on the effect of his general relativity theory, that it removes the last vestige of physical objectivity from space and time. The chair to which Schlick was appointed at Vienna had been created for his predecessor Ernst Mach, 1838–1916, in recognition of his contributions to both science and philosophy. Mach's views were decidedly positivistic, not least in their emphatic rejection of metaphysics and his emphasis on a strictly empirical, and therefore, in his case, instrumentalist, approach to questions about theoretical entities, such as the atom and its components. His positivism influenced the Vienna Circle. When Schlick took up his post at Vienna, he was invited by the mathematician Hans Hahn to join a study group on the Principia Mathematica of Russell and Whitehead. This in turn prompted Schlick's students Friedrich Waismann and Herbert Feigl to encourage him to start an extracurricular discussion group on more general philosophical problems. This was the nucleus of the Vienna Circle, in its early days called the Schlick Circle. Its members were not exclusively philosophers, but included scientists and mathematicians, and it became a very distinguished gathering. In addition to those already mentioned, there were the mathematicians Gustav Bergmann and Theodor Radakovic, the physicist Philipp Frank, the logician Kurt Gödel, the sociologist and philosopher Otto Neurath, and the philosophers Viktor Kraft and Rudolf Carnap. Others joined the circle's discussion from time to time, including Karl Popper, who was however a critic of its outlook, and there were exchanges with a group in Berlin with similar views, the Berlin Society for Scientific Philosophy, which included among its members the philosopher Hans Reichenbach and the mathematician Richard von Mises. Altogether this is a stellar litany of names. The circle's discussions continued informally for several years, until its leading members decided that it was time to make a more public statement of its outlook, as a contribution to the promotion of science and scientific philosophy. The occasion for this was the founding of the Ernst Mach Society in 1928, set up by the Austrian Freethinkers Association as a platform for popular lectures on science and philosophy. Schlick accepted an invitation to be its first president, Hahn became one of its vice presidents, and Carnap and Neurath became members of its secretariat. The following year Carnap, Neurath, and Hahn issued a pamphlet, dedicated to Schlick, entitled The Scientific Worldview, the Vienna Circle, its publication time to coincide with the first conference for the epistemology of the exact sciences. This was organized in collaboration with the Berlin Society for Scientific Philosophy and took place in Prague as a fringe event of the Fifth Congress of German Physicists and Mathematicians. One senses a certain Teutonic formality at work. The names of these events in German have a marvelous length and brontic quality, but the organization of the circle's endeavors proved highly effective in disseminating its debates and ideas. In the early 1930s the circle took over, in collaboration with the Berlin Society, a journal called Anländer Philosophie and renamed it Erkenntnis under the editorship of Reichenbach and Carnap. Two book series, one edited by Schlick and Frank and the other by Neurath, were set going, and conferences were held all over Europe under the joint auspices of the Circle and the Berlin Society in the following years. At the second conference for the epistemology of the exact sciences in 1930, Kurt Gödel announced his incompleteness theorem, a highly significant result in logical theory which shows that logicism, the attempt to base mathematics on logic, as Frege, Russell, and others had hoped, is not possible. Nazism and the advent of war destroyed this richness of ideas and debate, scattering its participants across the world. But the reputation of the Circle and its debates was already established, which is why Quine, Eyre, and others visited Vienna to learn at first hand more about what was being discussed there. The fundamental commitment of logical positivism, despite significant differences over detail and interpretation, is its insistence that meaningful discourse is either analytic, the statements of logic and mathematics, or empirically testable, the statements of empirical science. Everything else is cognitively meaningless. The claims of metaphysics, ethics, and theology fall into this latter class, for they are synthetic claims which are not testable by observation or experiment. The best brief statement of the positivist view was actually given 2 centuries before the Circle came into existence, by David Hume. At the end of his Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding he wrote, "If we take in our hand any volume, of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion." Factual and analytic statements constitute science. Schlick and Carnap both took the view that at base science rests on direct observational reports, which they called protocol sentences, and that the observational terms occurring in them are ostensibly defined, that is, defined by literally or figuratively pointing at the things being spoken about. Schlick wrote, "There is no way of understanding any meaning without ultimate reference to ostensive definition, and this means, in an obvious sense, reference to experience or possibility of verification. The equation of experience with possibility of verification is interesting. Having the experience reported by protocol sentences is precisely to realize the possibility of verification, that is, to make verification actual." Carnap put the point by saying that because protocol sentences consist in incorrigible reports of observations, they do not themselves require verification. Schlick agreed, writing that protocol sentences are the unshakable point of contact between knowledge and reality. We come to know these absolutely fixed points of contact, the confirmations, in their individuality. They are the only synthetic statements that are not hypotheses. Otto Neurath pointed out the problem with this account. It assumes that protocol sentences are incorrigible because they directly and neutrally correspond to experience-independent facts. But protocol sentences cannot be incorrigible, Neurath said, because at best it can only be a conventional matter which propositions count as basic, and no statement, not even a putative protocol sentence, is immune to revision or rejection. There is no way of taking conclusively established pure protocol sentences as the starting point of the sciences, he wrote. No tabula rasa exists. We are like sailors who must rebuild their ship on the open sea. We begin our inquiries already equipped with a full apparatus of assumptions and theories, and the result of our inquiries is sometimes to make us change some of these, like planks of wood being replaced in a ship at sea, and this further means that the test for truth is not whether a given statement corresponds with reality, but whether it coheres with already accepted and tested statements. Neurath's view anticipates theories such as the one held by Quine, who argued that observation is not neutral but theory-laden, that is, that our observations are conducted in terms of our antecedent theories, which therefore determine what we observe. As actual scientific practice shows, this means that if an observation does not fit with what is expected, it is just as likely to be ignored, dismissed as aberrant, or attributed to error as it is to make us change our theories to accommodate it. But if theory is carried to observation, then the meaning of observation terms, and the notion of observational confirmation of theory itself, is established in advance, logically speaking, of observation, and observation therefore cannot play the part attributed to it by Schlick and Carnap. A key concept in the positivists' outlook is verification, the possibility of which is what confers cognitive significance on synthetic statements. Because of its centrality to their position, it generated an enormous amount of debate. This debate lies in the background of so much that happened in different areas of analytic philosophy that it is worth examining it in some detail, as follows. The idea of verification can be understood in one of two ways. Either it can be regarded as specifying the nature of meaning, or it can be regarded as a criterion of meaningfulness. It does the first in Schlick's claim that the meaning of a proposition is its method of verification, while it does the second in A. J. Ayer's assertion that a sentence is factually significant to a given person if and only if he knows how to verify the proposition which it purports to express. Note that if Schlick's definition of meaningfulness is correct, then Ayer's verification principle is true, but the verification principle can be correct without Schlick's verificationist definition of meaning being correct, for even if it is right that a statement acquires factual significance for a given individual if he knows how to verify it, that is, if he knows what observations would settle its truth or falsity, it does not follow that the method of verifying the proposition constitutes its meaning. Thus, the canary is in the cage is verifiable by the verification principle, but the canary is in the cage does not mean go into the drawing room and lift the cloth covering the cage. The verification principle involves a distinction between sentences and propositions. A sentence is said to be factually significant only if the proposition it purports to express is verifiable. A sentence which does not express a verifiable proposition expresses no proposition at all. It is literally nonsensical, without sense. Consider the following two sentences: 1. God is in his heaven, and 2. The canary is in the cage. Since there are means of verifying whether the canary is in the cage, one can go and look. 2 expresses a proposition, and is therefore meaningful, but there is no way of verifying whether what one says is either true or false, so it expresses no proposition, and is therefore meaningless, or, more correctly, factually insignificant, for the positivists allow that one might have emotive or aesthetic meaning as expressing a particular non-cognitive attitude to the world. So far the verification principle has been given in a restricted form, as stating that a sentence is factually insignificant if for a given person there is no means of verifying what the sentence states. But the principle can be generalized. If what a sentence says cannot be verified by anyone, then the sentence is without qualification factually insignificant. In this form the principle itself requires qualification. Sentences which are factually insignificant are those for which there is no means of verification in principle. If one did not thus qualify the view, a particular sentence might count as meaningless in virtue of the merely contingent fact that no one had so far verified it, but would become meaningful once someone did so. There are obvious problems with this view. For one thing, the general laws of science are not, even in principle, verifiable, if verifying means furnishing proof of their truth. They can be strongly supported by repeated experiment and accumulated evidence, but they cannot be verified conclusively. Another victim is history. In what way can the truth of assertions about the past be verified by present or future observations? Yet both science and history are bodies of factually significant sentences. Worse still is the consideration that not even an assertion about some currently observed physical object can be conclusively verified, because the number of observations relevant to its verification might be infinite, and while there remains the possibility of a single future observation refuting what one says about the object, that statement is not and cannot be counted as verified. The verificationists' response is to suggest a liberalization of the principle, so that it admits of cases where all that is possible is evidence relevant to the truth of a statement. A sentence is factually significant, on this view, if empirical procedures are at least a necessary condition of efforts to determine its truth value. But this merely causes the problem to reappear in another quarter, concerning the nature of relevance. What is relevant evidence for or against an assertion about empirical matters of fact is to a large extent a matter of policy. What counts as relevant evidence might vary widely according to the conceptual strategy of observers, but only on a relativist view. Your truth is yours and mine is mine, even if they are opposites, would the meaning of terms vary with the relevant verifying context. For example, suppose that in some remote country during a drought it is made to rain. According to the scientists involved, the immediate cause of the rain was silver iodide seeding of clouds from an aeroplane. According to the local community, the rain was brought on by a witch doctor's rain dance. Each school of thought has different views as to what counts as relevant evidence in verifying what each has asserted. Of course, this is not an especially good example, because further tests would settle the matter, but it dramatizes the problem. A better example is offered by the paradox of the ravens. The statement "all ravens are black" is logically equivalent to the statement "nothing that is not black is a raven, all non-black things are non-ravens." Fn 10 This means that you can confirm all ravens are black by looking at anything that is not black to check that it is not a raven. This makes my white shirt evidence that all ravens are black. But obviously the color of my shirt has nothing to do with ravens, it is not relevant to settling the truth of all ravens are black. So, what is the criterion of relevance that makes an item of empirical evidence useful for verifying a proposition? More sophisticated attempts to substantiate the verification principle as a criterion of meaningfulness have turned on the idea that a sentence is verifiable if it entails statements about what can be observed. An objection to this is that the truth of a sentence about some physical state of affairs is consistent with the falsity of any observational report associated with it. Suppose someone says Jones is on the other side of the street, and I look but fail to see Jones, perhaps because he has just gone into a shop or has been obscured by a passing bus. My failing to see Jones, that is, the truth of the statement "I do not see Jones on the other side of the street," is consistent with the truth of "Jones is on the other side of the street." It would be absurd to take it that the failure of the observation cancels the latter statement's truth. If what a sentence says is true and the observation statement it is supposed to entail is false, we would have a contradiction on our hands, but there is nothing contradictory implicit in the example. An objection that opponents of verificationism were quick to make is that the principle itself falls into neither of the categories of significant propositions which it is used to demarcate. It is not a tautology, nor is it empirically verifiable. What status, its critics asked, is it supposed to have? One suggestion is that it is a convention, in the sense that it offers a definition of meaningfulness which accords with the conditions that are in practice satisfied by empirically informative propositions. Add the idea that the a priori propositions of logic and mathematics have meaning by definition, and a prescriptive element saying that only statements of these two classes should be regarded as having truth value, and then stipulate that only statements having truth value can be regarded as literally meaningful, and there you have the verification principle. The difficulty with this is twofold. The prescriptive element can be challenged as merely arbitrary legislation, and the descriptive element can be challenged as at most showing that the statements of metaphysics, ethics, aesthetics, and theology do not fall into the classes of statements preferred by the logical positivists, from which it does not follow that they lack truth value or fail to be meaningful. At most, the descriptive element affirms what is already recognized, that an account of the meaning and, if the notion is applicable, truth value of statements, or extremely general statements about the nature of the world or human experience, requires a treatment different from both that which accounts for assertions about observable phenomena and that which characterizes formal languages. This of itself gives no grounds for excluding metaphysics, or any of the other inquiries, in sole favor of what can be of use to natural science. These objections have been taken to undermine verificationism to such an extent that in its original logical positivist form, At least, it is no longer held. But, as mentioned, implications of the debate linger in the philosophy of science, the philosophy of language and metaethical theory, aspects of all of which we shall see below. Moritz Schlick was murdered on the main staircase of Vienna University in 1936, shot by a student called Johann Nelbach. Different stories are told about this. One is that Schlick was having an affair with Nelbach's fiancée. Another is that he had given Nelbach a failing mark. In either case, the murder was prompted by resentment. Much more likely is that Nelbach was a sympathizer of the Nazis and had been encouraged by them to assassinate Schlick, although Schlick, despite being a critic of far-right politics in pre-Anschluss Austria, was not especially influential in political terms. Nelbach was released after just 2 years in prison, immediately after Hitler's annexation of Austria had taken place. By this time most of the Vienna Circle's leading figures had fled from the dark shadow of Nazism looming over Europe. The most significant proponent of positivism's message in this diaspora was Rudolf Carnap. The much-discussed outlook of the positivists had already begun to prompt fertile and influential disagreement, not least from W. V. Quine and Karl Popper, but Carnap continued to develop the positivist project in significant ways. Carnap, 1891–1970. The philosopher who tried to work out in greatest detail, and with the greatest technical sophistication at his command, the program of logical positivism and the idea, central also to Russell's work, of achieving a logical construction of science from experience was Rudolf Carnap. It was in response to Carnap that W. V. Quine developed an influential alternative view which was in important part premised on repudiation of the concept of the analytic, synthetic distinction central to positivism, this being the distinction between statements of logic and mathematics whose truth or falsity is wholly a matter of the meaning of the terms occurring in them, and empirical statements about how things contingently are in the world. Carnap was born in Ronsdorf in Germany, and brought up in Barmen, now part of Wuppertal. 11 at Jena University. In the years before the First World War he studied physics and attended Freya's lectures on mathematics and logic, and also studied Kant intensively with Freya's friend and colleague Bruno Bosch, a leading figure in the Kant Society of Germany and editor of its journal Kant Study N. Carnap said he and Bosch spent an entire year discussing Kant's critique of pure reason together. In the war itself Carnap served at the front, returning to Jena afterwards to complete his studies. His thesis on space was said by the physicists to be too philosophical, and by the philosophers to be too physical. It was submitted in 1921 and the following year appeared in Kant Study N. At a philosophy conference in 1923 Hans Reichenbach of the Berlin Society for Scientific Philosophy introduced Carnap to Moritz Schlick, who invited him to visit the Vienna Circle. He did so, and was subsequently offered a post at Vienna University. As shown in the account of logical positivism above, he played a leading part in formulating the Circle's doctrines and promoting its activities. In 1928 he published 2 books, The Logical Structure of the World and Pseudo-Problems of Philosophy, published together in English translation, which are classics of the positivist outlook and program. In 1931 Carnap took the chair in philosophy of science at Charles University in Prague, and was visited there by Quine among others. FN 12 The rising threat of Nazism prompted him to leave for America in 1935, taking a job at Chicago University, and later at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton and at the University of California. Carnap worked on logic and semantics, modality, the logic of possibility and necessity, probability, and the nature of scientific theories, publishing influential work on all these topics. His influence on Quine and many others, whether directly or by stimulating productive disagreement from them, was great. Quine's own view of the history of 20th-century philosophy is instructive. Writing of Carnap after the latter's death in 1970, Quine said, "I see him as the dominant figure in philosophy from the 1930s onward, as Russell had been in the decades before." Russell's well-earned glory went on mounting afterward, as the evidence of his historical importance continued to pile up, but the leader of the continuing developments was Carnap. Some philosophers would assign this role rather to Wittgenstein, but many see the scene as I do. The language of scientific theories, Carnap argued, consists of sets of both logical and non-logical expressions, the former resting on axioms and rules of inference in the standard way, and the latter resting on a set of postulates that specify their meaning. Rules of correspondence connect the non-logical expressions to a domain, thus providing an empirical interpretation of the theory. The non-logical expressions themselves divide into those that are observational and those that are theoretical, distinguished by falling under two kinds of laws, respectively empirical laws and theoretical laws. Objects and their properties that can be observed and measured fall under empirical laws. Theoretical laws deal with non-observable objects and properties inferred from empirical observations. The line between them is not always clear, but one can identify focal cases of each. The gas laws, for example, predict an observation. Brownian motion of motes of smoke in a glass jar can be observed as an effect of the behavior of the molecules constituting the gas. Phenomena of the kind theorized by quantum mechanics, by contrast, for example, the action of gluons in holding quarks together in hadron particles, cannot be observed. As this suggests, the distinction between empirical and theoretical laws is largely predicated on the scale of phenomena under investigation. As the behavior of macroscopic phenomena invites more and more refined theory about microstructure, so the laws become increasingly theoretical. This distinction is, however, very problematic. There are good reasons for thinking, as already suggested, that even the most innocuous-seeming observational statements about macroscopic entities, motes of smoke, elephants, planets, are in fact theoretical, or at least heavily theory-laden. After all, how the world seems to us in everyday experience is a construct out of the interpretations our brains make of incoming sensory stimulation, and these interpretations are based on theories about what the incoming data might be conveying about the entities and events, outside our skulls, which we take to be the stimulation's causal origin. This problem might, in turn, be addressed in various ways, for example by accepting that observations are theory-based interpretations, but nevertheless differentiating them from classes of statements whose inferential distance from sensory stimulation requires additional non-stimulation-related features, such as hypotheses whose plausibility turns on how they organize our interpretations of our experience. But the distinction on which the entire Carnapian structure turns, that between analytic and synthetic statements, was made to seem even more problematic by the attack on it mounted by his student and friend W. V. Quine. Quine, 1908–2000. Willard Van Orman Quine, known to his friends and colleagues as Van, was born in Akron, Ohio, then the rubber tire capital of the world. His father was a successful businessman in that industry. A hidden connection with wheels might have prompted Quine's great love of travel. It was his ambition to visit as many countries as he could, even if it meant just putting a foot over the border so that he could say that he had been there. It was suggested that his autobiography, which is far more about his travels than about his philosophy, should accordingly have been called A Moving Van. His aptitude for logic began early, he wrote. I may have been 9 when I began to worry about the absurdity of heaven and eternal life, and about the jeopardy that I was incurring by those evil doubts. Presently I recognized that the jeopardy was illusory if the doubts were right. At Oberlin College as an undergraduate studying mathematics he heard of Russell and mathematical philosophy, and was enraptured by it. Another significant influence was the behaviorist psychology of J.B. Watson. Both shaped his philosophical outlook. Because A. N. Whitehead was by that time teaching at Harvard University, his association with Russell prompted Quine to apply for postgraduate study there. He began his studies under Whitehead's, apparently nominal, supervision in the autumn of 1930, and completed his Ph.D. in just 2 years. Its title was The Logic of Sequences, a generalization of Principia Mathematica. FN 13. He won a traveling fellowship in consequence, and went to Vienna, where he attended Schlick's lectures and meetings of the Vienna Circle, meeting Kurt Gödel, A. J. Ayer and Friedrich Waismann there. He hoped to meet the great Wittgenstein, as he described him in a letter to his parents, knowing that although Wittgenstein was at Cambridge he might return to Vienna in the summer. In the event he never met Wittgenstein. Quine went to Warsaw also, meeting the logicians Stanislaw Lesniewski, Alfred Tarski, and Jan Łukasiewicz, and to Prague, the most significant part of his visit, for here he attended Carnap's lectures and had many hours of discussions with him. I eagerly attended Carnap's lectures, Quine wrote. He was my greatest teacher. I was very much his disciple for 6 years. In later years his views went on evolving and so did mine, in divergent ways. But even where we disagreed he was still setting the theme, the line of my thought was largely determined by problems that I felt his position presented. With the exception of service in the U.S. Navy during the Second World War, Quine's entire career was spent at Harvard University. In a long life, he lived to the age of 92, dying on Christmas Day in the last year of the 20th century. Quine published over 20 books and scores of papers, contributing to theory of knowledge, logic, philosophy of language and philosophy of science. He was showered with honorary doctorates, awards, and medals, and was probably the most publicly honored philosopher of his century. The two central commitments of Quine's philosophical outlook are naturalism and extensionalism. His naturalism consists in regarding natural science as offering the best accounts we have of the nature of reality and of how we find out about it. Thus, science provides us with our ontology and our epistemology. Because science is always open to revision in the light of new evidence, he was a fallibilist in epistemology. He rejected the idea that there is a philosophical platform outside science from which the assumptions, methods, and theories of science can be examined for purposes of justifying or criticizing it. To accept that science provides our ontology, our view of what exists, is to accept physicalism, the view that what exists is what is describable in physical terms. That of course entails that there are no non-physical entities such as gods or Plato's forms, and in particular, in the philosophy of mind, that all mental phenomena are or arise causally from physical phenomena only. And correlatively it means that the associated epistemology is a thoroughgoing empiricism. But there is one surprising tweak to Quine's naturalism. He felt obliged to add one category of abstract entities into his ontology, namely sets, which are required for mathematics, and since science is impossible without mathematics we are forced, Quine said, to accept that sets exist as well as physical things. But this is consistent with Quine's other commitment, which is to extensionalism. As noted in connection with Freya's solution to the puzzle about contexts in which co-referring terms cannot be intersubstituted salva veritate, an extensional context or language is one where such intersubstitution can happen without trouble, whereas an intentional context, note the spelling, intentional with an S, not intentional with a T, FN14 is one where intersubstitution can change the truth value of the sentence in which the terms are embedded. Cicero wrote to Amicitia is true, and remains so when Tully is substituted for Cicero, but Tully cannot be substituted for Cicero in Tom believes that Cicero wrote to Amicitia, because whereas it might be true that Tom believes that Cicero wrote to Amicitia, if he does not know that Cicero and Tully are the same person, it will be false that he believes that Tully wrote to Amicitia. Quine held that the only acceptable languages are extensional, and that attempting to explain anything, whether logic, science, or language, using such intentional concepts as meaning or analyticity, or modal notions such as possibly and necessarily, is mistaken. It might not be sufficient for understanding a theory that it be extensional, but it is necessary. The paradigm of an extensional language is predicate logic, and it can be used to ascertain the ontology of any given theory by paraphrasing it into logical terms in a manner similar to Russell's treatment of sentences containing descriptive phrases. Anything X that the theory quantifies over, that is, uses a quantifier to say there is at least one X, is being claimed by that theory to exist. Quine encapsulated this in the slogan, to be is to be the value of a variable. Note that what a theory is prepared to quantify over tells us only what that theory says exists, it does not tell us what in fact exists. If for other reasons we do not have grounds for accepting the existence of the X in question, then that is a reason for rejecting or adjusting the theory. We use our best available scientific theories to decide what exists. Additionally, Quine required that for anything to be a legitimate entity, it must have clear criteria of identity, that is, it must be possible to distinguish a thing X from some other thing Y if we are to count X into our ontology. He demonstrates this by showing how something without clear identity criteria fares under examination, in this case a possible fat man. Take, for instance, the possible fat man in that doorway, and, again, the possible bald man in that doorway. Are they the same possible man, or two possible men? How do we decide? How many possible men are there in that doorway? Are there more possible thin ones than fat ones? Is the concept of identity simply inapplicable to unactualized possibles? But what sense can be found in talking of entities which cannot meaningfully be said to be identical with themselves and distinct from one another? His slogan for this principle is "No entity without identity." FN 15. Quine's attack on the analytic, synthetic distinction occurs in a famous paper entitled Two Dogmas of Empiricism, 1951, in which, although himself a thoroughgoing empiricist, he addressed the respects in which he thought positivism had gone wrong. One dogma is a belief in some fundamental cleavage between truths which are analytic, or grounded in meanings independently of matters of fact, and truths which are synthetic, or grounded in fact. The other dogma is reductionism, the belief that each meaningful statement is equivalent to some logical construct upon terms which refer to immediate experience. The rejection of the analytic, synthetic distinction is a consequence of Quine's extensionalism, because the idea of analyticity essentially turns on the intentional notion of meanings, and his question is, what sort of things are meanings? Quine identified two kinds of statements standardly described as analytic, those that are logically true, including tautologies, such as no unmarried man is married, and non-tautologous statements, such as all bachelors are unmarried. The former is true in virtue of the logical particles in it, no and un. The latter, although not as it stands a logical truth, can be shown to be one by demonstrating that the terms in it are synonyms, or by replacing one of the terms with a synonym to reveal its underlying tautological character, for example bachelors with unmarried men. Now, therefore, the question is whether there is a clear notion of synonymy available. Perhaps such a notion could be provided by means of definition, having it that two terms are synonymous if they can be defined in terms of one another. Might that work? Well, what are definitions based on? Answer: empirical observations by lexicographers of the fact that users of the language treat certain expressions as synonyms, such that one can be used as a definition for the other. But then definition is explained by synonymy, and cannot without circularity be invoked to explain synonymy. Quine does however allow that definition can prescribe synonymy in the case of conventional introductions of new technical notations. If definition will not explain synonymy, what about intersubstitutivity salva veritate? One can leave aside trivial cases such as the failure of the intersubstitutivity of unmarried man and bachelor in bachelor has 8 letters, and note the more interesting fact that heteronymous terms, non-synonymous terms, can be intersubstituted salva veritate, as when the morning star replaces the evening star in the evening star is Venus. As this shows, intersubstitutivity is not sufficient for synonymy. What about the suggestion that analytic statements, if there are any, are necessary? Because necessarily, all bachelors are bachelors is true, then if bachelor and unmarried man are intersubstitutable salva veritate, we can say necessarily, all bachelors are unmarried men is true, and this in turn allows us to say all bachelors are unmarried men is analytic is true. And this says that bachelor and unmarried man are synonymous in the required sense. Quine rejects this as hocus pocus on the grounds that talk of necessity already presupposes a notion of analyticity, and that in any case modality is, in his view, deeply suspect. He also rejected Carnap's attempt to show that even if the notion of analyticity is too vague in ordinary language, A precise formal language can be constructed whose semantic rules specify which sentences are analytic, these being the ones true in that language only in virtue of those rules. This notion is not of course a notion of analyticity, only of analyticity in the constructed language, and therefore does not meet Quine's challenge. If there is no distinction between analytic and synthetic statements because the notion of the former is incoherent, it follows that all statements are synthetic, even those of logic and mathematics. Quine accepts this conclusion. He has a metaphor to explain it, the idea of a web, the web of belief, whose outer fringes, and only those outer fringes, are directly in contact with the world through the sensory stimulations caused by the world, and where therefore our statements are revisable in the light of that experience. But the deeper we go into the web, the less and less effect those impacts have, so that at the center of the web the statements of logic and mathematics seem to stand fast, as if unrevisable. But if a big enough impact were to hit the web, the shock waves might penetrate even as far as the statements of logic. This view is a form of holism, the idea that the web of belief hangs together as an integrated whole, and sustains itself as a whole. It challenges the other dogma Quine found in empiricism, reductionism, the thesis that individual statements in scientific theories are supported or undermined by particular observations relevant to them. Quine's holism resists this by arguing that our statements about the external world face the tribunal of sense experience not individually but only as a corporate body. Scientific statements are not separately vulnerable to adverse observations, because it is only jointly as a theory that they imply their observable consequences. It is a consequence of Quine's skepticism about meanings that one cannot say that the meaning of a sentence is the proposition it expresses, which had seemed a natural thing for some to hold. In particular, when we translate between languages, and talk of sentences in the different languages meaning the same, what we take ourselves to be saying is that the sentences express the same proposition. We say that the same thing is said by snow is white and la neige est blanche. But, argues Quine, consider a difficulty about translating from another language if you have nothing to help you but the empirical evidence of the native speaker's behavior and the environment. The translation manual you construct on this basis will be underdetermined by the evidence you gather. If the native speakers say give a guy every time they see a rabbit and point at it, the evidence does not settle for you whether they mean rabbit or favorite stew or beast of evil omen. Because this example focuses on a single word whose reference cannot be fixed precisely in the translator's language, Quine describes this as the inscrutability of reference. And Quine takes it that translation of theoretical sentences of the native speaker's language will not be merely underdetermined but indeterminate, in that they will always be equally satisfactorily translated by two or more sentences of a translator's own language. What the indeterminacy of translation shows, says Quine, is that the notion of propositions as sentence meanings is untenable. In Word and Object, 1960, Quine set out his alternative view, called linguistic behaviorism, arguing that the translator's task shows that what we mean by the meaning of a sentence is the class of all sensory stimulations that prompt a speaker's assents and dissents to the sentence. Meaning, accordingly, is stimulus meaning. You achieve a translation, albeit an indeterminate one, when a comparison of your and the native speaker's assents and dissents match in the same stimulus conditions. This applies to meaning in general. One can see from this survey of Quine's philosophical outlook that it is systematic and governed throughout by the fundamental commitments mentioned, naturalism and the idea that only extensionality provides clarity and determinateness, both of which are lost when intentional concepts of meanings and the modalities are invoked. It is a philosophical outlook much in harmony with the scientific age which, in philosophical terms, began with the developments in logic providing new tools for exploring language, thought and knowledge. But all of Quine's key theses have been challenged in their turn, as one would expect from how things are in the lively and creative justing ground that is philosophy. Some of these reactions are canvassed in later pages here. One of a number of significant respects in which this is so is that, contrary to Quine's hostility to them, the modal concepts, necessarily and possibly, have been given great respectability by Saul Kripke's provision of a semantics for quantified modal logic using the notions of possible worlds, defining necessarily as true in all possible worlds and possibly as true in at least one possible world. On this, more later. Popper, 1902–1994. Karl Popper was another of logical positivism's critics who had attended meetings of the Vienna Circle as a visitor. His reaction to its views resulted in a major contribution to the philosophy of science. He also wrote about politics, making a considerable mark with his controversial two-volumed work The Open Society and Its Enemies, in which he branded Plato, Hegel, and Marx as historicists committed to the idea that history is governed by inexorable laws directed towards the attainment of a utopian, more accurately, utopian, goal. The book attacks totalitarianism and defends the idea of liberal democracy. Written during the Second World War with Nazism and Stalinism as the living models of the political orders Popper opposed, the book found vehement supporters and opponents both, as most discussions of politics do. Critics said that he misrepresented Plato and Hegel, and was partisan in the cause of liberalism, which latter view he would not have denied. Popper was born in Vienna, then the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, of Jewish parents who had converted to the Lutheran form of Protestantism shortly before his birth. He was accordingly baptized. His father was a wealthy lawyer and book collector, who had an enormous library from which Popper profited. He left school at the age of 16 and attended lectures at Vienna University, as a guest student in science and philosophy. He became a Marxist, joined the Austrian Social Democratic Party and at one time worked for the Communist Party in Vienna. A number of his fellow party members were shot by police during riots in the summer of 1919, part of the upsurge of revolutionary activity in Europe following the end of the First World War. Popper had already begun to be skeptical about what he came to describe as the pseudoscience of Marxist historical materialism, which party members were expected to accept as gospel, and he eventually converted to a form of social liberalism instead. Like that of his fellow Viennese Ludwig Wittgenstein, Popper's education was unorthodox. He worked as a laborer and cabinet maker for a time, and then trained as a schoolteacher, working with disadvantaged children at a daycare center while continuing his studies at Vienna's Pedagogical Institute. After earning a doctorate in the psychology of education, he became a secondary school teacher in physics and mathematics, in the evenings writing his first book, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, 1934. The looming threat of fascism, and the fact that his family's conversion to Lutheranism was no protection against the dangerous anti-Semitism of the time, persuaded Popper to leave Europe. On the strength of his book he secured a post in New Zealand at Dunedin University. After the war he took up a post at the London School of Economics, and taught there until his retirement. Philosophy appears to have a preservative effect on some, like Russell and Quine. Popper lived into his 90s. He was much honored, receiving numerous medals and awards internationally, in Britain being knighted and made a Fellow of the Royal Society. His philosophical views generated much debate, arguably serving as the single greatest stimulus to interest in the philosophy of science in the second half of the 20th century. FN 16. The verificationism of the positivists was the trigger for development of Popper's own views. On a verificationist view, scientific hypotheses are confirmed by observation and infirmed by the absence of confirming observations. For example, you hypothesize that such and such is the case, and you test it by devising an experiment to see if certain outcomes predicted by the hypothesis will be observed. If those observations are indeed made, they confirm, so you therefore assume the hypothesis. This looks plausible. But Popper pointed out that it is in fact a logical fallacy, specifically, the fallacy of affirming the consequent. The first premise in this reasoning is if P then Q, P is the antecedent, Q is the consequent. The second premise is Q, that is, an affirmation of the consequent, reporting that an observation of the predicted outcome has occurred. From the conjunction of the two premises if P then Q and Q, it is assumed that P follows, that is, that the hypothesis P has been confirmed. P rightward arrow Q, and Q therefore P. To see that this is not a logically valid form of argument, one need only substitute sentences into the P and Q positions in which P does not follow from if P then Q, and Q, thus, P, if it is raining then, Q, the streets are wet, Q, the streets are wet, therefore, P, it is raining. Obviously, the fact that the streets are wet is consistent with it not raining. For example, there has been a flood, or a burst water pipe, or rain having occurred earlier but no longer occurring now, so that to conclude it is raining is not confirmed by the fact that the streets are wet. It follows from this that if the Q in any experiment is observed, it is still possible that P is not the case. Any number of apparently confirming observations are consistent with the falsity of P. We should instead see, Popper argued, that a valid cousin of the fallacy of affirming the consequent is the correct way to describe matters. This is that if an hypothesis predicts certain outcomes, and an experiment does not produce those outcomes, then the hypothesis has been falsified. If P then Q, but not Q, therefore, not P. This is a logically valid form of argument. It is known as modus tollens, and it underwrites Popper's alternative to verificationism, namely, falsificationism. The governing idea is that whereas any number of apparently confirming observations are consistent with the falsity of P without our knowing it, one disconfirming observation is enough to falsify P outright. In Popper's view, the mark of a genuine scientific theory is that it will state what will disconfirm it. If a theory is consistent with anything whatever, if nothing is able to falsify it, it is vacuous. A theory that explains everything explains nothing. In arguing that science proceeds by the deductive technique of seeking to falsify hypotheses, thereby showing that the traditional view of science as inductive is incorrect, Popper suggested that we should construe science as a sequence of conjectures and refutations. This phrase constitutes the title of one of his books. We have a problem, and try to solve it by conjecturing what the solution might be. We test the conjecture, a negative outcome refutes it, a positive outcome corroborates but does not confirm it, it might still be refuted by further evidence. Falsifiability provides the criterion that demarcates science from non-science. It is important, Popper said, to distinguish the logic of scientific discovery from the psychology of scientific discovery. All sorts of prompts and cues might suggest conjectures, such as the famous dream of the chemist Auguste Kekule about a snake swallowing its own tail, which gave him the idea that the benzene molecule is a ring of 6 carbon atoms, each with a hydrogen atom attached. But the psychological, accidental source of inspiration plays no part in the rigorous testing of hypotheses. It would be natural to think that the more probable an hypothesis seems, the better justified we are in accepting it if it is in competition with a less probable seeming one. But Popper argued that improbable hypotheses are scientifically preferable, on the grounds that there is an inverse relationship between an hypothesis probability and its informational content. The more information it contains, the more ways it might be wrong, and therefore the more valuable it is to science if it resists efforts to falsify it. Because a scientific theory cannot be conclusively established as true, Popper invoked the idea of verisimilitude or truth-likeness to characterize good scientific theories being those that resist stringent efforts to refute them. Among critical responses to Popper's views, the main one concerns his theory of falsification. A standard move against his view is to say that it does not avoid the charge of being inductively based, because to say that a negative outcome in an experiment falsifies the conjecture it is testing is to say that negative outcomes will occur in any future experimental testing of the conjecture. But Popper has an answer to this objection, which is that my proposal is based upon an asymmetry between verifiability and falsifiability, an asymmetry which results from the logical form of universal statements. For these are never derivable from singular statements, but can be contradicted by singular statements. More general is the problem that falsification cannot be regarded as settling matters against an hypothesis any more than a positive outcome of an experiment can be taken to confirm it. Popper's colleague at the London School of Economics, Imre Lakatos, 1922-74, argued that scientific theories are falsified not by negative outcomes even in critical tests, but by the eventual overall failure of the research programs they are part of, such a failure becoming manifest when the research program is no longer adequate to the various phenomena it addresses. Consider the example Popper himself was fond of citing, the discovery of the planet Neptune. Astronomers had become puzzled by the anomalous nature of Uranus' orbit, and two of them, John Adams and Urbain Le Verrier, independently of each other, hypothesized on Newtonian principles that the anomaly could be accounted for by the gravitational effects exerted by an eighth, hitherto undetected planet. Le Verrier's calculations enabled the astronomer Johann Galle at the Berlin Observatory to see Neptune at precisely the place predictable by Newton's laws. Popper regarded this as a powerful example of corroboration. Lakatos asked, what would have happened if no planet had been observed at the predicted place? Would Newton's theory have been falsified thereby? Given that there could be many reasons why such an observation might fail to be made, the answer is obviously no. A major scientific theory with many moving parts will not be refuted by a single counter-observation, but only by eventual loss of explanatory and predictive power as observational and experimental failures mount. Such a view is conformable with Quine's holism, and with any idea that scientific theories are accepted or rejected as a whole, not piecemeal. Thomas Kuhn, 1922–96, gave expression to such a view in his Structure of Scientific Revolutions, which turns on the idea that scientists work within a paradigm, a theoretical framework, which constitutes normal science for them while the framework is accepted, but that the whole framework might come to be replaced by a new and different one, a paradigm shift thus occurring, when anomalies are discovered. Kuhn cites historical examples of paradigm shifts such as the change from the Ptolemaic to the Copernican view of the universe. Kuhn's view opposes the idea of science as a cumulative project, discoveries being made as older theories are refined or adjusted, as new techniques and instruments are created, and as the body of overall knowledge grows. Instead, he says that the concepts and theories of a former paradigm are different in content, even if the same words are used, from those in a later paradigm, the very meanings of expressions change. This aspect of his view was emphasized by Paul Feyerabend, 1924–94, implying a strong relativism in which there is no way of comparing, or adjudicating between, competing paradigms, for example, a Sioux rain dance and the seeding of clouds with silver iodide to precipitate rainfall. Feyerabend described different paradigms as incommensurable and argued that not only is it not possible to arbitrate between the Sioux and chemical rain-making procedures, but even such words as temperature and mass have different meanings in different paradigms. Lakatos sought to make Kuhn's and Popper's views consistent by arguing that the former's paradigm could be recast as research program and that cumulative falsifications of elements in the protective belt of auxiliary hypotheses of a research program would lead to it being abandoned when the set of core commitments of the theory can no longer be defended. A virtue of Lakatos' proposal is that in rejecting the abrupt changes and shifts of the Kuhn model it conforms more closely to the apparent cumulative and evolutionary nature of the growth of scientific knowledge. At the same time it needs to address the kind of point Feyerabend raised: does electron mean the same for its discoverer J.J. Thomson as it does in quantum theory? No, but in response one might say that there is continuity, because quantum theory has developed a more powerful and precise grasp of the concept of the electron than was available to Thomson. Wittgenstein, The Later Philosophy. After his return to Cambridge in 1929, having some years earlier been persuaded by Moritz Schlick and Friedrich Waismann of the Vienna Circle that he had not, as he claimed to have done in the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, solved all the problems of philosophy, Wittgenstein wrote copiously. He produced a manuscript on which his application for a research fellowship at Trinity College was based, and which evidently he intended to turn into a book. This, together with some other writings Wittgenstein composed in the course of the following 2 decades, was discussed with Cambridge University Press, but he was never satisfied enough to publish. Nevertheless, his views became known in philosophical circles, partly by word of mouth, partly through discussions with colleagues and visitors, and partly through the circulation of manuscripts, particularly the blue and brown books containing notes from Wittgenstein's lectures in Cambridge in the years 1933-4 and 1934-5 respectively. These notebooks were later published together as preliminary studies for the philosophical investigations, in allusion to one of the principal works that emerged from this period and which appeared after Wittgenstein's death, the Philosophical Investigations, 1953. Wittgenstein begins the Philosophical Investigations by saying that it ought to be read alongside the Tractatus so that a comparison between them can be made, the implication being that this will illustrate the respects in which the views of the earlier work are wrong. In one significant respect there is continuity between the early and late philosophy. In both phases Wittgenstein's claim was that philosophical problems arise because we misunderstand the way language works. What changed was his conception of how language works. The Tractatus had argued that language has a unique underlying logic which a structure-revealing analysis will reveal, displaying the picturing relationship between the propositions of language and the world, resting on the denotative link between names and objects at the bases of the two parallel structures. In the Philosophical Investigations the governing idea is that language, instead of having a single underlying essence, consists of many different practices. Wittgenstein called them language games, within each of which the meaning of expressions consists in the uses made of them in the context, the form of life, which is the language game setting. This marks another difference between the Tractatus approach and Wittgenstein's late view. In the Tractatus he had attempted an austerely systematic account. He now argued that this is the wrong way to proceed. Instead of devising theories to solve philosophical problems, we should see our task as a therapeutic one of dissolving those problems by showing that they arise from misuse of language. The metaphor of therapy is applied with perfect seriousness. The philosopher's treatment of a question is like the treatment of an illness. He varies the metaphor. What is your aim in philosophy? To show the fly the way out of the fly bottle. A chief source of misunderstanding arises when we take an expression from one context of use and apply it in another where it does not belong. If we look at the proper use of expressions, we will resist the temptation, the urge, to misapply them. We begin, as the Tractatus had implicitly done, by accepting the beguiling view that we learn the names of objects by associating them with objects. Wittgenstein quotes St. Augustine describing how his elders pointed at things and said their names in order to teach him to speak. On this model, says Wittgenstein, we commit ourselves to thinking that every word has a meaning. The meaning is correlated with the word. It is the object for which the word stands. And we then proceed to assume that sentences are combinations of names. That is the Tractatus view. It leads us to search for the essence of language, as something hidden, the logical form underlying the surface. But in fact how language works, he now argues, lies open to view. As soon as we look in the right place we see that language is not one uniform thing but many different activities. We describe, report, inform, affirm, deny, speculate, give commands, ask questions, tell stories, make jokes, sing, greet, curse, pray, reminisce, play act, thank, warn, complain and much besides. Each of these activities is a language game. The term language game is meant to bring into prominence the fact that the speaking of language is part of an activity, or form of life. The allusion to games does not imply something unserious. Wittgenstein is trading on the fact that there is no one thing that is common to all games, no single essence or defining property that makes everything that is a game, and differentiates all games from non-games. Consider, the proceedings we call games. I mean board games, card games, ball games, Olympic games, and so on. What is common to them all? Don't say, there must be something common, or they would not be called games, but look and see whether there is anything common to all. For if you look at them you will not see something that is common to all, but similarities, relationships, and a whole series of them at that. I can think of no better expression to characterize these similarities than family resemblances, for the various resemblances between members of a family, build, features, color of eyes, gait, temperament, etc. overlap and crisscross in the same way. And I shall say, games form a family. In these games expressions have uses, functions, purposes, offices, roles, employment. Wittgenstein uses all these words to talk of what is done with them, and the general idea is that the meaning of expressions consists in the parts they play in the language games they belong to. This is sometimes described as a use theory of meaning, which oversimplifies it, but is not inaccurate, providing one remembers Wittgenstein's insistence that knowing the meaning of an expression is not an inner mental state of understanding but is a technique. To know the meaning of an expression is to be master of a technique for following the rules for its use. And the usage rules not just for that particular expression, but of language as such. To be a speaker is, holistically, to be the speaker of a whole language. Wittgenstein insists that the rules followed in following a rule must not be understood as constituting a structure coercively determining in advance what their correct application must produce, as for example in arithmetic the rules of multiplication do. What makes a rule in language is the collective use that speakers of the language make of it. So although the rules guide and provide a measure of correctness for each individual language user, they are not like immutable railway tracks, but instead are a product of the forms of language using life themselves. They record customs, or practices. They are like the signposts that guide one on a footpath. What justifies or provides grounds for them? They do it themselves, giving grounds, comes to an end. The end is our acting, which lies at the bottom of the language game. We acquire the ability to follow the use of expressions by our training as members of our language community. The training occurs in the form of life shared by teachers and learners alike. The shared form of life is the frame of reference and the ground of the practice of speaking the language. A corollary of this is that language is essentially public. There cannot be a language known to and spoken by only one speaker. There can be a contingently private language, like the code Samuel Pepys invented to keep secret what he wrote in his diary, but such a code merely disguises a public language. A logically private language could not be learned in the first place, and in any case if being able to speak a language is having mastery of a rule-following technique, then there has to be a distinction between following a rule and only thinking that one is doing so, and the check on usage can be provided only by others in one's linguistic community. A corollary of the argument in the philosophical investigations is that examining language to guard against philosophy-generating misunderstandings leaves everything as it is, that is, does not change anything about how we view the world or ourselves, other than, of course, to liberate us from the temptation to engage in philosophy and therefore, like the fly, to get ourselves trapped in the fly bottle. This might not have been Wittgenstein's final view of the role of philosophy, however. The notes he was working on at the end of his life were edited by Elizabeth Anscombe into a volume entitled Uncertainty. It is the draft of an argument to the effect that we have to have some indubitable beliefs in order for us to be able to do anything at all. It starts from Moore's "here is one hand" argument, and sets out the view that discourses depend upon there being some propositions which are immune to question. They serve as the hinges on which the discourse turns, or, to vary the metaphor, they are the riverbed and banks through which the water of discourse flows. Like the banks of a river, they can be eroded away over time, but that has to happen slowly enough for the public meanings of expressions in the discourse to remain relatively stable so that the aims of communication can be fulfilled. What is interesting about uncertainty is that it is an exercise in standard epistemology, a discussion of a central and traditional philosophical problem, how to deal with the skeptical challenge about the possibility of knowledge. It does not treat this as a pseudo-problem that will disappear of its own accord if we pay attention to the ordinary surface forms of language. Perhaps Wittgenstein was at that point moving beyond what he had inspired others to accept, in imitation of his approach, the unlikely idea that, by itself, attention to ordinary language will solve philosophical problems. As mentioned earlier, Wittgenstein attracted a zealous and admiring following. His disciples were prone to think post-Wittgensteinian philosophy could consist only in reading, accepting and expounding Wittgenstein's views. This was far from healthy. in narrowing the focus of philosophy's concerns and avoiding the critical examination and fruitful disagreement that arises from philosophers trying to think for themselves. The urge to discipleship is a common phenomenon, and far from always a constructive one. However, a more considered assessment of Wittgenstein's place in the history of philosophy emerged 2 decades or so after his death, and the most valuable aspects of his thought are now better understood. Ordinary language philosophy. There was never a school or movement of ordinary language philosophy as such. The term is a convenience for loosely identifying a group of philosophers whose individual views about how philosophy is best done had much in common, prompted by what they had learned from, and agreed or disagreed with in, the general background of philosophical endeavor of the first half of the 20th century, which had been shaped chiefly by Russell, the logical positivists, and Wittgenstein. Just as Cambridge had been the epicentre of philosophy in the first decades of the century, and Vienna between the 2 world wars, so it happened that Oxford assumed this role in the quarter century after 1945. In that place and in that period the influential figures of Gilbert Ryle, John Austin, Richard Hare and, though he disliked the label ordinary language philosopher, Peter Strawson were among the luminaries in a university town packed to the rafters with much philosophical talent, and to which, therefore, many who later became luminaries of philosophy in America, Australia, and elsewhere flocked as graduate students. Philosophically, Oxford for several decades after 1945 was as Paris had been to the clerks of medieval times. Those who merit inclusion under the ordinary language philosophy umbrella would largely share the following commitments about what philosophy is and does. They agreed that it is not science, its problems are dealt with not by observation and experiment, but by careful clarification of concepts and by tracing the connections between them. Although they no longer nourished their predecessors' hope that formal logic would serve as a perfect language in which to express and thereby solve philosophical problems, they shared their skepticism about metaphysics as the project of constructing grand theories about the nature of reality. And they thought that one good way to begin an investigation of concepts and their interconnections is to examine language, not merely for its own sake, as critics always alleged, but as a good and perhaps necessary starting point. As an evolution of analytic philosophy, this fairly standard view represents a shift away from the early analytic philosophers over ambitions for logic and, correlatively, the idea that philosophy would itself become part of science. That ambition for logic was an ambition for an ideal language in the sense of Leibniz's Characteristica Universalis, Russell's logically perfect language, or Carnap's formal calculus for the logical construction of the world. The aim in formulating an ideal language was to escape the danger of the misleading nature of ordinary language, with its misrepresentations of how we think about the world. The more modest idea in ordinary language philosophy was that this same aim can be achieved not by translating into a formal idiom, which after all had been shown to be impracticable, but by dealing with the misrepresentations in language itself. But it did not go all the way to the view of the later Wittgenstein, that all philosophical problems disappear upon observing normal everyday uses of language. At most the idea was that some problems would thus disappear, while others would become more tractable if one paid careful attention to distinctions and nuances in use and, if or where this is different, meaning. Because of this latter point, and its ancestry in the more ambitious commitment to logical regimentation of language for formal analysis, analytic philosophy in the 20th century is often described as having taken a linguistic turn. And as these various approaches show, this is true. Examining language and the way it is used is our access to examining how we think, and our thought reveals what we take the world to be, and why we think of it that way. In effect, therefore, you could say that an examination of our language is an examination of our world, the phenomenal reality we live in and talk about, leaving it to a further and different project, science, to formulate ways of thinking about what the world is, so to speak, nominally, the structure and properties of reality behind and beyond everyday experience. The two figures who are most paradigmatically ordinary language philosophers, apart from Wittgenstein, are Gilbert Ryle and John Austin. The differences between them in both style and interests illustrate the wide range of what can fall under the ordinary language philosophy label. Gilbert Ryle, 1900 to 1976, passed his whole career, except for military service in the Second World War, at Oxford, where he became the doyen of the philosophical community, a kingmaker whose opinions about individuals could, without much further ado, establish them in academic careers. His influence in this respect was felt as far afield as Australia. He was a genial colleague, a lifelong bachelor, and like his younger contemporaries and protégés A. J. Eyre and P. F. Strawson, he was a stylist as a philosophical writer, favoring a restrained and understated elegance of expression which, among some later Oxford philosophers, evolved into what critics complain, with some justification, is a practically incomprehensible mannerism of involution and sophistication offered as subtlety. FN 17. Ryle saw philosophy as a form of conceptual geography. At the beginning of his most influential book, The Concept of Mind, 1949, he says, "This book offers what may with reservations be described as a theory of mind. But it does not give new information about minds. We possess a wealth of information about minds, information which is neither derived from, nor upset by, the arguments of philosophers. The philosophical arguments which constitute this book are intended not to increase what we know about minds, but to rectify the logical geography of the knowledge which we already possess. We all use mental concepts with great facility, to help us understand and relate to others in the everyday transactions of life, but whereas it is one thing to know how to apply such concepts, it is another to understand their connections with each other and with non-mental concepts. Many people can talk sense with concepts but cannot talk sense about them," Ryle remarks. "They know their way about their own parish, but cannot construct or read a map of it." The cartographical metaphor is to be taken seriously. To determine the logical geography of concepts is to reveal the logic of the propositions in which they are wielded, that is to say, to show with what other propositions they are consistent and inconsistent, what propositions follow from them and from what propositions they follow. Note that Ryle talks, as Russell and the positivists had done, of revealing the logic of the propositions in which the concepts are wielded, but he does not mean by a paraphrase into the symbolism of logic, but instead by tracing connections. This was analytic philosophy's new sense of its logical task. It was a move from a more formal to a less formal conception of logic's role. Ryle's target in the concept of mind is Descartes' mind-body dualism, the thesis that there is mental substance and physical substance and they are essentially different. He called Descartes' dualism the myth of the ghost in the machine, and argued that it resulted from illegitimately transporting concepts that belong to one realm of discourse to another realm where they do not belong. The acceptance and employment of this myth about mind he called the official doctrine because so many philosophers, psychologists, and others unquestioningly assumed its truth. Ryle gave the name category mistake to the all-too-common misapplication of concepts. One example he offers is this: suppose a child is told he is going to see a march past by an army division. Its battalions, batteries, and squadrons pass by and disappear, whereupon the child asks, "But where is the division?" As Ryle says, the march past was not a parade of battalions, batteries, squadrons, and a division, it was a parade of the battalions, batteries, and squadrons of a division. Likewise, Ryle imagines a foreigner taken to a cricket match and having the batsmen, fielders, and bowlers pointed out to him, who then asks, "But who is left to contribute the famous element of team spirit?" This, then, is the mistake on which the concept of mind, as a substance distinct from body, rests. There are mental powers, capacities, and dispositions, but there is not also and separately a thing, mind, made of mental stuff, in addition to them. Moreover, the concepts of mind and body do not belong to the same logical category as each other, such that they are equal but opposite metaphysical partners. The concept of body belongs to the category in which other physical concepts such as space, color, movement, and weight apply, and where the subjects of predications of color, weight, etc. are things. The concept of mind belongs to the category of what people, and other animals, do, such as remember, hope, desire, calculate, think, and of what they are disposed to do in given circumstances, such as feel pain when burned, desire a drink when dehydrated, and the like. Ryle argued that the typical mistake of thinking that when we refer to something there must be something referred to prevents us from seeing that when we refer to mental states and processes we are not doing the same as when we refer to physical things. Indeed, he said, talk of mental phenomena is just shorthand for talk about behavior, a shorthand borrowed from the thing-referring language used for the physical world. The idea that talk of thoughts, intentions, and desires is shorthand for talk about behavior has come to be called logical behaviorism. Ryle did not repudiate the behaviorist label, though he thought a better name for his view might be phenomenology because it is about what is manifest, what appears, is observable, when we use mentalistic vocabulary that pretends, as he sees it, to refer to entities or events hidden in private mental space. As this shows, logical behaviorism is a thesis about the meanings of concepts and terms, and is different from behaviorist theories in psychology in which psychological states and processes are explored in terms of stimulus, response, learning and reinforcement. But it shares with them, and more closely with methodological behaviorism, the general view that the right method to employ in understanding talk of mental phenomena is to restrict attention to observations of behavior, the idea that mentalistic language is at very least explicated, and perhaps made redundant, by translation into behavior describing terms. Ryle directs a supporting argument against what he calls the intellectualist legend, namely, that the performance of an intelligent action by a person is preceded and directed by a conscious internal act of planning. His argument, known as Ryle's regress, is that this internal act, if it is intelligently directed as we suppose it to be, must therefore itself have been preceded by an internal intelligent act of planning. But if so, then in its turn this planning must have been preceded, and so on. If, for any operation to be intelligently executed, a prior theoretical operation had first to be performed and performed intelligently, it would be a logical impossibility for anyone ever to break into the circle. This argument has presented a challenge to all subsequent cognitivist theories postulating mental antecedents for rational behavior such as anticipating, deciding, and the formulation of strategies. There is another point worth noting, in passing. Ryle inconsistently claims, as noted, both that there is an official doctrine about the nature of mind, the doctrine accepted by so many philosophers, psychologists, and others who unquestioningly assume its truth, and that his doctrine is neither derived from, nor upset by, the arguments of philosophers. The point of his book is to demonstrate that Cartesian mind-body dualism, a philosophical view, which has so misled so many, can be corrected by a philosophical examination of it, thus saving many from being misled by it. Either philosophy is consequential for good or ill, as Ryle demonstrates it is, or it changes nothing, as he claims it does. J. L. Austin, 1911-60, must be distinguished from the 19th century jurisprudent John Austin, and his book Sense and Sensibilia must be distinguished from Jane Austen's novel Sense and Sensibility. The punning title of Austen's book has been fruitful in moments of tutorial comedy. It was published in the same year, 1962, as his other book, How to Do Things with Words, both of them appearing posthumously. Like Ryle, Austen began as a classicist but soon turned to philosophy. Apart from a distinguished period in military intelligence during the Second World War, and visits to Harvard to give the William James Lectures in 1955 and to Berkeley in California in 1958, his career was passed wholly in Oxford. He published little in his lifetime, the most significant work being a translation of Freya's Grundlagender Arithmetic in 1950. The first of the two books mentioned above was edited from his papers and prepared for publication by his colleague G. J. Warnock, the second by another colleague, J. O. Urmson. The William James Lectures appeared as How to Do Things with Words, and the lectures Austen gave annually under the title Problems in Philosophy from 1947 onwards, constantly revised and embellished, were edited into Sense and Sensibilia. In these latter lectures Austin took as his stalking horse A. J. Ayer's second book, The Foundations of Empirical Knowledge, 1940, which expounds a phenomenalist view of knowledge, and subjected it to a classic ordinary language attack. FN 18 as this and the book's title suggest, the principal target of Austin's attention is perception. Austin had great influence in Oxford through the discussion group he held on Saturday mornings with colleagues. Although always courteous, he was a dominating figure. Some colleagues were scared of him. The Saturday meetings were informal and collegial in manner, but the unrelenting focus on "what do you mean by" shaped the content of debate, and through it the philosophical outlook prevalent in the Oxford of the day. An illustration of Austin's style of philosophizing is provided by the way he distinguishes between doing something by mistake and doing something by accident. Suppose you own a donkey, but one day conceive an intense dislike of it and decide to shoot it. You take your gun to the meadow where it grazes, take aim and fire. Suppose at the very moment you do this, your donkey moves and you therefore hit and kill another donkey that was standing behind it. You have killed the second donkey by accident. But suppose it is evening, your hatred for your donkey is whiskey-fueled, you take aim and fire, at the wrong donkey. You have killed someone else's donkey by mistake. In Sense and Sensibilia, Austin defines the thesis he wished to examine as embodied in the claim that we never see or otherwise perceive, or sense, or anyhow we never directly perceive or sense, material objects or material things, but only sense data, or our own ideas, impressions, sensa, sense perceptions, percepts, and see. And he says that his general response to this doctrine is that it is a typically scholastic view, attributable, first, to an obsession with a few particular words, the uses of which are oversimplified, not really understood or carefully studied or correctly described, and second, to an obsession with a few, and nearly always the same, half-studied facts. I say scholastic, but I might just as well have said philosophical. Oversimplification, schematization, and constant obsessive repetition of the same small range of jejune examples are not only not peculiar to this case, but far too common to be dismissed as an occasional weakness of philosophers. The deconstruction of the phenomenalist case is effected by showing that what it rests upon, the straight stick that looks bent in water, the indistinguishability of a genuine and an hallucinatory experience, is a series of mistakes about such locutions as looks like, seems, appears, and the distinctions between them. Consider the nuances of meaning differentiating the statements. 1. He looks guilty. 2. He appears guilty. 3. He seems guilty. In the lectures, not in their published version, Austin used the example of encountering a pig. When we do so, we say, lo, a pig, not it looks like a pig, smells like a pig, sounds like a pig, therefore it is a pig. That is, we do not judge that we are confronted by a pig on the basis of sense data we are experiencing. Ayer's response was to agree that we judge straight off that it is a pig, but if asked to justify why we so judge, we can and would appeal to the evidence we have, principally, the sensory evidence, what we saw and heard, the sensory impressions of vision and audition. Ayer charged Austin with himself not distinguishing between the psychological and logical order of events. Psychologically the order is lo, a pig, logically it is I have this and that evidence, and that justifies the assertion that here is a pig. And Austin also fails to take seriously the fact that we can have such evidence and yet be wrong. Possession of pig-associated sensory data is consistent with the absence of a pig. That is the force of the septical challenge that an epistemological theory seeks to meet. The influence of the ideas in how to do things with words has been great, because in these lectures Austin introduced the concept of a performative in speech, locutions of the form I promise, I do thee wed, I wish it would rain, close the door, have you read Tolstoy? These are not statements of fact, such as that animal is a pig, and therefore they are not candidates for assessment as true or false, yet they are meaningful, and important. The key point is that these utterances constitute the performance of actions, the actions of promising, marrying, commanding and the like. To say I promise is to enter into an undertaking. To say I do thee wed, in the appropriate circumstances, is to marry someone. I wish it would rain expresses a desire. Close the door, is a command. Have you read Tolstoy, is a request for information. They are speech acts. Doing anything with language, whether making statements, Austin called statements constitutive utterances, or promising, commanding, asking and so forth, are all locutionary acts. The very act of saying anything is an illocutionary act, the act of stating, or asking, or commanding, and relates to what kind of utterance it is, whether it has the force of a statement, assertoric force, a question, interrogatory force, or a command, imperatival force, and so on. The effect achieved by saying something is the perlocutionary act, the act of getting someone to do something if we have issued a command, or the act of informing someone if we have made a true statement, in short, of bringing about a certain effect in an audience. These ideas promoted a fertile discussion, one of the notable outcomes being John Searle's book Speech Acts, 1969. Austin sought to overcome the problems that vex the traditional correspondence theory of truth, the theory stating that a statement is true if it corresponds with the facts. The problem with this is, what are the elements of statements and of facts, and what is the relation of correspondence said to hold between them? Austin answered by saying that the correspondence relation consists of sets of conventions which govern the way we link what we say to what we are talking about. He specified two kinds of conventions: descriptive ones that correlate words and sentences with types of situations in the world, and demonstrative ones that correlate statements, actual uses of sentences on specific occasions, with currently occurring situations in the world. An objection by P. F. Strawson, 1919–2006, to this proposal is that it confuses two questions: how do we use the word true, and when are we right to describe a statement as true? The first question asks for an analysis of the part played by the predicate, is true in language, and the second asks for the conditions that have to be satisfied for, is true to be correctly applied. If Austin's view were right, to say that a given statement is true would be either to say something about the meanings of words used to make the statement, or to say that the conventions are being properly applied, but we are not doing either of those things. Instead, we are agreeing with, or confirming, what the statement says. Austin's view and Strawson's response occurred in a debate between them at an Aristotelian Society conference in 1950. The debate itself is important for its part in the development of views of truth known as deflationary theories or minimalist theories, so called because they are aimed at denying that truth is a substantive property of things we say or believe, that is, a substantive property like correspondence or coherence, but instead that talk of truth is talk of not very much. For example, nothing is added to an assertion of a statement P by saying it is true that P, so, is true is redundant, hence this version is a redundancy theory, or, at most, is true just marks agreement, or emphasis, Strawson's view, or it is a shorthand device that saves repetition. Someone says, Everest is the highest mountain not just in the Himalayas but in the world, and instead of repeating the whole sentence in order to show that we agree with it, we just say that's true. But the Strawson debate about truth also exemplifies ordinary language philosophy grappling with a question which is itself substantive and not merely quibbling with words, as some critics put it. Strawson might have disliked the label ordinary language philosophy, and indeed the label does not well fit his later work, but what brought him into notice at the beginning of his Oxford career was the skillful attention to linguistic distinctions displayed in these disagreements with Austin over truth, and in the paper that made his name, On Referring, a critique of Russell's theory of descriptions. On Referring appeared in the journal Mind in 1950, and its fundamental argument is that Russell's theory is an effort to solve a problem which would not arise in the first place if we were careful to distinguish expressions, such as words and sentences, from uses of expressions and from utterances of expressions. Imagine the sentence "The present King of France is wise" being uttered by different people in the reigns of different French kings. It is the same sentence each time, but the occasions of use are different each time, different kings would be spoken of, and sometimes the sentence would be used to say something true and sometimes false. What can be said of whole sentences in this way can be said of phrases occurring in them, such as the description "the present King of France." This phrase does not by itself refer to anything, but it can be used to refer to a king of France if there is one at present. Behind Russell's theory, one recalls, is the idea that meaning is denotation, and Russell circumvented the problems of this view by saying there are only two logically proper names, the demonstratives this and that. Strawson's opposing view is that referring is not something expressions do, it is something that people use them to do. It follows that the meaning of an expression cannot be identified with the object it is used, on a particular occasion, to refer to, and the meaning of a sentence cannot be identified with the assertion it is used, on a particular occasion, to make. Russell had confused the description with its use. The important point, said Strawson, is that the question whether the sentence is significant or not is quite independent of the question that can be raised about a particular use of it. It was natural for Strawson to generalize the views about language and usage that underlay his critiques of Austin and Russell, and he did so in his first book, An Introduction to Logical Theory, 1952. The book's aim is to distinguish between the grammar and syntax of ordinary language and the formal structures of logic, arguing that the former are not smoothly represented in or by the latter. This was accordingly a repudiation of the logicizing project of earlier analytic philosophy. In the course of the book he introduced the idea of presupposition to explain the logical relationship between an assertion such as "the man in the garden is whistling" and the assertion "there is a man in the garden," which has to be true for the former sentence to be either true or false. A consequence of this idea is that in the case of presupposition failure, that is, where a presupposed sentence is false, a presupposing sentence falls into a truth-value gap, bivalence does not hold. This aspect of Strawson's views naturally therefore drew criticism. In 1959 Strawson published one of his two major works, Individuals, which had the subtitle, a somewhat provocative one, given the general anti-metaphysical bias of analytic philosophy, an essay in descriptive metaphysics. He justified the subtitle in the introduction by distinguishing between the descriptive metaphysics of Aristotle and Kant, who examine concepts and categories which in their most fundamental character change not at all and are hence structural features of our thought, and the revisionary metaphysics of such as Descartes, Leibniz, and Berkeley, who try to construct a better metaphysical picture of the world. Descriptive metaphysics is therefore conceptual analysis as practiced in analytic philosophy, but with a greater generality, and its chief purpose, as in Ryle's cartography, is mapping the connections between concepts, not least to see which are most fundamental. Two key ideas in Individuals are, first, that what enables us to make identifying reference to things in the world turns on our taking the world to be a single spatio-temporal system, the items in which, the most fundamental ones being particular bodies, we are able to re-identify over time, and secondly, that most of what we refer to in the world we do so under a description, not as a result of direct acquaintance with it, thus, the same view as Russell's knowledge by description and knowledge by acquaintance, but with a major difference, that what descriptive knowledge must be traceable back to is not private data of sense, as in Russell, but items in a public world. The re-identification requirement offers a refutation of scepticism, for if we have to be able to re-identify objects in order for our thought and language to work, which they do only if they range over a unified spatio-temporal realm, then the fact that we succeed in re-identifying particulars shows that sceptical doubts about the perception-independent existence of things are groundless. FN 19 Another form of scepticism, about the existence of other minds, is addressed by Strawson's argument that attributing psychological states to oneself, I feel a pain and the like, turns on having learned the relevant language for doing so in a public context, so that the meaning of pain is the same when you apply it to yourself and to others, but this means that one cannot doubt the existence of other minds, for otherwise the acquisition of these terms would not be possible. Yet another original contribution is the solution Strawson offers to the mind-body question. Approaching it through an examination of what we are referring to when we use the pronoun I, he argues that its referent is an entity to which, constitutively, two kinds of predicates both essentially belong, physical ones and mental ones. This is a form of dual-aspect theory of what constitutes a person, but its special interest lies in Strawson's claim that this concept of a person is primitive, such that trying to separate a person into physical and mental aspects is, ontologically speaking, a mistake. Strawson published his second major work, The Bounds of Sense, in 1966. It is an investigation of Kant's critique of pure reason aimed at separating the valuable from the less valuable parts in it, among the latter, in Strawson's view, Kant's commitment to their being synthetic a priori judgments. By this time the supposed hegemony, if there ever was such a thing, of ordinary language philosophy in the sense most closely associated with Ryle and Austin was over, though among those who were still dazzled by the strong light of Wittgenstein there remained a propensity to think that philosophy meant reading, discussing and agreeing with Wittgenstein. This allure was still in force when Strawson wrote, but his work contributed to the maintenance of focus on a wider range of philosophy's problems. As noted, Strawson rejected the label ordinary language philosopher, and his Individuals and Bounds of Sense well illustrate why. But in two respects the particular interests and techniques most emphasized in this moment in philosophy played their part in other contributions he made. One is that he and his teacher Paul Grice wrote a response to Quine's attack on the analytic, synthetic distinction, arguing that Quine had set far too high a standard for clarification of the concepts required to explain analyticity, thus guaranteeing that it would fail, and that in any case when the concept is explicated in light of the family of concepts it belongs to, meaning, synonymy, logical possibility, and more, it is both a respectable and a useful one. The second respect is that throughout his life Strawson remained interested in the question of reference and the difference between the grammar and logic of the subject, predicate distinction. It was an interest sparked by his thinking about Russell early in his career, and kept much alive by developments in theories of reference as interest in the philosophy of language burgeoned into analytic philosophy's chief preoccupation in the last third of the 20th century. At the same time, his discussions of reference continued to show the sensitivity to nuances of meaning that was the main tool of ordinary language philosophy. Philosophy of language. The outstanding achievement of analytic philosophy in the last third of the 20th century is the philosophy of language, which towards the end of the century blended with the philosophy of mind, see below, as the two research projects increasingly recognized the extent of their interdependence. The linguistic turn taken in a variety of ways by Frege, Russell, Wittgenstein, positivists, and ordinary language philosophers, all pointed in the direction of the need for a fully systematic treatment of language, and to this, equipped and potentiated by the new techniques of logic, analytic philosophy turned its full attention in this period. In medieval times Schoolmen recognized the connection between logic and language, but it was the major developments in logic, especially those made by Frege and their subsequent application by Russell and others, that provided the muscle that made logic itself, and theories of reference and meaning, an arena of genuine progress. It has been pointed out that in all other areas of philosophy, ethics, theory of knowledge, political philosophy, aesthetics, the history of the subject continues to be a resource which enriches contemporary thinking. But in the philosophy of language there is relatively little, other than in the way of some suggestions